Hello, everyone. Welcome to a building marathon of here, let me zoom out here. The Doctor Strange Sanctum Sanctorum. We have our instruction manual in hand, ready to go with this cool dual camera setup. And we have plenty of guests planned throughout this live stream, no matter how long it goes. Just want to let you all know that my technology has been very faulty today, so keep that in mind as we go forward. If I just cut out, the show must go on, and I will be back at some point, somehow. It might be time for a new laptop. we might have reached that point at this time. But it is the holiday season. I want to know, folks, what Lego sets are you hoping to get for Christmas? That is the question of the day. If you're watching this on the replay, let me know in the comments. But before we start, there's one more important thing to take care of. This is the fact that I did not buy this set. This set was actually gifted to me from Zavvi.com, and you can save 10% off most Lego on Zavvi. And the reason I say most Lego is this weird thing where it's only 4 months or older sets. I know it's annoying, but still, all collectibles and Lego sets that are 4 months or older. There we go. You can also save 20% off all clothing using promo code Matt, which is the same as Lego. So it's all promo code Matt, 10% off Lego, 20% off clothing. I know it's confusing, but it's a way for you to save, and that's the most important part. Thank you to Zavvi for supporting us here today. But without further ado, while I build, it's very important that I have some people in here to talk to, because they are the ones who are honestly carrying this stream more than myself. Let's bring in our first guest. Without further ado, we have the Mandalorian. Hello.
Hi. You can hear me?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Cool.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you. We're good.
I should have definitely asked that question before actually hitting the live button.
No.
But so
I can hear you.
This is our first time chatting online.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've talked behind the scenes, just you know, messaging back and forth, but this, it's nice to actually sit down and talk to you, even if it is over the interwebs. It's not in-person connection. So I want to just kind of get to know you. I'm going to act like I've not known anything about you yet, because I've seen you in other places talk about interview. Yeah, exactly. But I want to give the people an opportunity to get to know you as well while I start building. So Maddie, can you walk me through? I know this is a deep question, and I know you're wanting to build as well. Show the folks what.
I brought my own thing to build. Oh, that's bad. I brought the Ambush on Ferric set. I recently got this for double points weekend. So I honestly, when I saw this set, I was like, that's just another gray ship. I really don't want that. But obviously, when I saw Andor in the show, I was like, oh man, now I gotta get it, because I really liked it. And then I was like, these minifigures, I was like, they've never been done before. I was like, now I need them. It's an illness, really. But I just really wanted these minifigures because I was like obsessed with those characters, because they became such like integral parts of the show. And I was like, I need them. So that's what I'm building.
The set is not as, I guess, like meaningful, but I mean, the reason that I at least love Lego so much, it's not just that I love the building side of the hobby, because I do, the art side of me, but I love that it ties my fandoms together. Star Wars and Marvel, I can express my fandom in that way by buying and building Lego.
Yeah.
I can't blame you. I can't blame you for wanting to buy it. It was a great show.
Yeah, even though the set's really overpriced, to be honest with you, for what it is. Like, I genuinely think it's like $70, I don't know, for this, which is like one little ship and then a speeder. I honestly hate speeders, like when I get them in a set, because they'll charge like $20 more for a set, and it has like one speeder, and I'm like, I got this in the advent calendar. Like, it's literally like, we've seen it before. We've seen speeders before. We don't need any more, to be honest with you. Like,
I hear you. I definitely hear you. I mean, I come from the Clone Wars era as well, where every other set was a clone bark speeder. So I hear you.
Yeah.
But speaking of Star Wars and Lego and everything like that, walk me through it. Whether that's your Star Wars journey, your Lego journey, maybe that is tied together.
Mhm.
How did you kind of get into this side of the fandom?
Okay, so my dad loves Star Wars, so I've watched Star Wars with my dad before. He doesn't know like all the lore, I guess, and stuff like as much as like I do, being like a really big fan. He just is like a general Star Wars fan and really loved it from his childhood. So I
Right.
like thought it was really cool. And then I I don't know. I look at the figure. That's cool, actually.
I'm
I like
not.
his
Well, I'm
cape.
showing the audience. I'm not just showing you, Maddie.
No,
But
you're fine. I just
oh,
thought
I'm
it was
sorry,
cool.
Madison, right?
Yes. Okay, that's another thing. Is has Maddie in my like my username, but it just
Right.
worked out with the word Mandalorian that it looked better to have not Madison-alorian. So it just worked out better. But like I do like to be called Madison and not Maddie. I don't hate Maddie, but it's just my mom like she didn't want to be me to be named something with like a lot of nickname that was like IE at the end, like Vicky or like Gabby or something like that. My mom wanted it to just be like my name, but then she still got Maddie out of the Madison, so she kind of didn't win with that one. But yeah, I don't really love Maddie. Anyway.
Well, I will keep that in mind, and I hope that the folks out there who watch your content also realize that, because that's not something that you normally have talked about, right?
I actually like I've never really said it on TikTok because I feel bad correcting like everybody on TikTok, so I kind of just let it happen. And it's not like I hate it, like it's okay, but it's just not my fave.
Not your preference. I
Yeah.
understand. I understand.
Anyway, so with Lego and Star Wars, so I loved Star Wars, and like I really got back into it with the Mandalorian, like my interest in it, because obviously like, it was just such a cool show and it was like really like riveting at the time. And
Right.
so I was like, oh my god, like I love this, and the whole like Baby Yoda thing. I will say that I definitely like fell victim to like the Baby Yoda obsession at the time, like Grogu. I don't know. I thought it was so cute, and I got everything Baby Yoda. Anyway, so after that, I was like, I really want model ships. Like, I really want model ships of Star Wars ships in my room. I think it'd be so cool. And then I was like, oh, Lego sets are just like model ships of the Star Wars ones. So I didn't really intend to start getting Lego sets. It was more like I just wanted something for Star Wars like items. But then I got into Lego sets, and then I was like, oh wow, this is a really cool like collection situation where you can like collect a bunch of them, and there's like a lot of different like types of things, and like things are more expensive than other things, and it's very specific. So that's how I got into all of this.
Nice. No, I mean, like I said before, which was I guess a great starter. It is funny how other things fuel your Lego addiction, fandom, whatever you
Yeah.
want to call it. It's not just about buying this interlocking plastic system.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
the fact that you can go and watch a movie and then buy a Lego set because you enjoyed it so much to commemorate it, and then put it on your shelf. And when you do that, then you look back on that memory whenever you see it. So I don't know. I think for a lot of people, that's the reason why they collect. And
Yeah.
it's funny because like a lot of individuals ask me when I'm live on TikTok, oh, should I buy this set or this set? And it's like a Marvel set or a Star Wars set. And I ask them, like, are you more of a Star Wars or a Marvel fan? Because it's going to depend on that. I can't just tell
Yeah.
you which is a better item.
Yeah.
So walk me through, what was your first Lego experience then in that sense?
Okay, actually, so I like my end of my freshman year of like college, beginning of sophomore year. So this was maybe like in terms of like specifically Star Wars sets, maybe like I want to say like over 3 years ago, like 4 years ago ish. I was like in Target or something near campus, and I saw the Battle on Mustafar set, the Duel on Mustafar, sorry. And I saw that set like in the Target, and it was like not that expensive. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, because I love Star Wars. And I was like, maybe I'll just like get that. I don't know. I was like, that seems pretty cool. And so that was one of my first sets that I got, like myself, not like getting an older set from somebody or like someone in my family had it or something different. Like it was like I just got that one, and then I was like, oh yeah, I really like this, and so I got that. I built it, and I like displayed it in my living room, like under my TV in like my college apartment, and then I, and then okay, and then for that Christmas, I was like, I really deserve something. Like, I deserve a gift for myself. And so then all of a sudden, I went from buying that set to ordering the Kylo Ren shuttle. And it was like a really expensive set, but I wanted the model shipped, and I thought that ship was so cool. And I was like, oh my gosh, I need the Kylo Ren shuttle. And so that's what I have behind me, like literally right
Aw.
there, because I try to organize my like display into like I guess like areas, like the Sith area and like the darker ships, and then like the Tatooine area and stuff. But
Nice.
yeah, so that was like kind of how I decided to like start getting them, and then it just like really snowballed from there. So as we can tell.
No, I mean, you certainly like jumped up in price very quickly,
Yeah.
and in terms of scale. So how old were you when you? Oh, I guess that was just a couple years ago that set was out, right then.
Yeah, I was probably like 18 or 19. Now I'm 21. So yeah,
So did you build Lego as a kid then, or no?
yeah, as a kid, like my sister had a bunch of like Lego friends, and then when I was younger, I had like Lego sets that were like some of like the ones with like animals and things like that. And then I also loved Playmobil. Like that was one of my favorite things too, was like all the Playmobil things, because they were so like detailed. And so I would like build all my sister's like Lego friends with her and stuff. And I really loved Lego when I was like a kid or not, I was like a middle schooler maybe, and she was younger, but I've just always like been like very like I liked younger things, I guess. Like I've always liked like collecting things. I had this weird I can't even say it. I had this weird phase in high school.
Oh no.
Where I collected Shopkins. Do you know what those are?
I know what a Webkins is. I don't know what a
No.
Shopkins is. Walk me through it.
I'm so sorry. Okay, a Shopkin is like it's like kind of like a mini brand. It's like a mystery, like mini item of something, but they're like little characters with little faces, and they like are like a mini orange or a popcorn or like a shoe. Like it's just literally like anything that can exist, but a mini version with a face. And they're mystery ones. You can get like you have to get the mystery packs and like open them. So in high school, I was like, oh, that's so funny. I watched this YouTuber who would open them all the time, because I just like it was in that like end of middle school, beginning of high school YouTube era where like YouTube was really big, and like it was just a really big deal to watch YouTubers. So I watched this girl who made these videos, and I was like, oh my gosh, like I want some of those. Like I want some of those Shopkin things she's opening. And she was like an adult. And I was like, okay, like I'll just get one at like the store and check it out. And then I was like, okay, next time I went, I got another one. And then I got another one. And then I got to the point where like I'm a high schooler, and I literally was like in freshman year of high school, and I had like a whole container of like categorized like little mini brand things. Yeah. Somebody said in the comments, they're like blind bags with like grocery items. Yeah. That's what they are. It was just, yeah. Anyway, it was a little bit embarrassing, to be honest with you. But
well, you learned early on that your interests are validated, right? Because
yeah,
you saw somebody older who was enjoying something that, you know, most people would think that, oh, they're not supposed to enjoy that.
yeah,
And now you felt judgment free, so getting into Lego was like no problem at all.
yeah. That is true, honestly.
I feel like there are a lot of people who, I don't know, don't get it. I
Yeah,
mean, there are a lot of different collectors out there. There's coin collectors, and I don't understand why people would want to do that necessarily, because I'm not them.
yeah,
But with Lego, I feel like a lot of, I don't know, Gen Xers and even a lot of millennials probably are a little confused as to why this why this hobby exists. But
yeah,
I think people like you certainly break the mold, though. Being, you know, a girl in this community is more rare than it
yeah.
should be, in all honesty. And it's nice to see like some representation out there from people like you online, like
Mhm.
Emily from Emmasaurus,
Yes.
all of those types of people. Aaron from Padawan Archer. Like,
Mhm.
it's nice to see, I don't know, just different people who enjoy the hobby. So, do you ever feel like this is a boys' club at all? Because I actually genuinely want to get your opinion on that.
Sometimes I don't feel like it's like, oh my god, boys only, or like it's a very like guy hobby or something like that.
Right.
But I've always been interested in things that maybe like girls are not as interested in, like, I guess stereotypically. Like I have a bunch of pet reptiles. I literally have like a snake, I have 8 lizards, I have a bunch
Ugh.
of pet bugs. And so I've always been like kind of like a STEM person, and I really liked like science and stuff, and especially like reptiles. And I would all throughout like my high school, like, and now still I even go to like reptile conventions with my friends and stuff like that. So it's like I already have had a lot of interest that kind of like people have been like, "Oh, ew, I never would expect you to have lizards. Like that's so weird." Like, so I don't understand.
I will be honest, I'll be the first to admit I'm a little judgmental of people. Not judgmental, but I am not a fan of reptiles and spiders and bugs, which I know you are, which
Yeah.
is perfectly fine. It's great that people have different interests, I suppose.
Yeah.
I remember you talking about your isopods and trying to make a terrarium for all of those, and that
Yeah,
was
I'm
very
still doing
interesting.
it. Yeah, I'm still working on it. It's just like that's a whole different thing because I'm going to be moving in April back home, and then I'm going to be moving to grad school in August. So it's like I don't want to
Nice.
like add all these bugs to my terrarium and then have to like move them all over. I think I'm going to wait
Right.
till I go to grad school and move like more settled, and then I can continue my terrarium to be more established. But anyway,
I hear
yeah.
you.
So I mean, also the thing is like it's my career. Like right now I just applied to graduate schools for biology. That's my whole thing. I work as a teaching assistant and a research assistant in biology right now. Like that's how I make money. And
Nice.
then I'm gonna be going to school for it, and like that's gonna be my job for my life. So it's like that's just my thing, like not everyone needs to like it, but
Right.
it's just my thing and I really like it. And it's like a really big deal to me to take really good care of my pets. Like it's something that I really like enjoy to do is like have that as one of my hobbies, like to keep reptiles. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, and to each their own. I mean, believe me, there are a million people that, judge us for Lego, and it's not that I judge you for having reptiles and bugs,
No,
it's
yeah.
that I couldn't imagine having them in my home because I'm
Yeah.
not a fan of them.
Yeah, but I mean, I just have things that maybe weird me out, or I was like, I would never do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Exactly.
everyone has their own thing, and I will admit, like, I do understand how reptiles are a very acquired like hobby.
I had a professor in college who kept large snakes and
Mhm.
other lizards. He had a very wide reptile collection, and he would talk about it all the time. And I, I get skeeved out. I imagine a snake like just across my floor, and I cringe at the idea.
Yeah. Well, my snakes, I only have one snake and it's a ball python. And the biggest it's going to get is like 4 to 5 feet, but it doesn't get, its body only gets like this big total. So it's never going to get big enough where I would not be able to like control it or grab it or something like that. And its head is never going to get big enough that it would bite me and it would be like painful I mean, it would hurt, but it wouldn't be like rip out a chunk of my arm.
It's not going to
But
kill you.
but the thing is, I would never get a snake that would be too big that I wouldn't be able to handle it because it just freaks me out. Like I don't understand, especially when people have really big snakes like in their home and they have children or things like that. Like
Right.
that scares me because it's a genuine danger. Like you hear crazy stories of like people have a snake and it like eats their baby or something
Oh,
creepy, which is like terrible. So I would never have a reptile that large. Like I keep it manageable for myself because I do appreciate them and they are animals. So like obviously you have to respect that they are their
right.
own beings.
Right.
So yeah.
And that's the biologist in you. Like, you have respect for those things. It's like, someone like Tiger King out there who keeps large cats, things that they can't necessarily
That's
handle.
scary. Yeah, exactly. And also things like that, like you're never gonna be able to give them an environment where it's like I guess safe for them or like healthy for them. I feel like because it's such a big animal that
Right.
roams like miles of the wilderness in like another country, and like you can't really ever bring them to the U.S. and give them exactly what they need. Whereas I feel like that's one argument in the reptile trade that people get, or like the pet trade in general, people get upset with because it is true. Like even I feel maybe guilty like that I have reptiles at to some extent that I'm like they could be in the wild and like living their life, but I really love them and I take care of them. So
I'm
I
sure
hope
they feel loved as well, even if they are reptiles.
yeah.
So getting back to Lego,
Yeah.
also, I didn't want to pass it up. What specific field of biology are you in, if you would like to say?
Oh,
Aiden, aka I don't want touch, asks.
yeah. So I I'm applied for my PhD in ecology and evolution focus. So like I obviously, as I've said, like bugs, I like arthropods, like as a study species. But yeah, so just more ecology and evolution side of things, not as much like the cellular and molecular side of things. But I do like microbiology to some extent. So I'm trying to add like microbiology techniques into like ideas of ecology and evolution, if that makes sense. But yeah.
You said a lot of words that I don't necessarily understand, but maybe he does, and that's why he was asking. So,
Yeah.
I'm not well educated in the in that sphere of things, in the sciences or mathematics for that matter. I majored in graphic design and marketing in college, so I'm definitely the other side of the brain from you guys.
I love
But
graphic design. I think it's really fun.
I mean I love art, and it's part of the reason why I love Lego. But
Mhm.
also, the stream is not about me; it is about
Oh,
our guests. So
don't
no,
worry.
I'm just messing with you. So getting back to Lego, like I
Mhm.
mentioned, it's nice having someone with a different perspective in this community. Also, I just want to point out, I completely messed up. So I am a tile off somewhere, and I don't know where I messed up. So I'm
Oh.
tearing apart pieces and going back.
Oh, no.
If people are wondering what is happening over here, but so so I
You're
guess,
doing great.
what has been your Lego experience within this community? Have you been to any conventions? Is that something that you hope to do? How did you discover like the larger TikTok community? Was it that you
Okay.
were on TikTok, or just you enjoy social media? Walk me through that.
Okay, so you're a very good interviewer. I do have to say that. I have to compliment
Oh,
you. You're
I
really good at
appreciate it.
asking questions. Yeah.
I'm asking questions that I genuinely want to
Okay, cool.
know.
But okay, so I had my TikTok for my Twitch stream. Because I used to do Twitch streaming like games, like just for fun because I like to do video games. And so I used to have my TikTok for that. And then I actually like when I got my Lego sets, like just the first few because of my Star Wars thing, like I already posted like videos that I like Star Wars on my TikTok because I obviously just one of my interests.
Right.
And then I posted about the Lego sets. And then I actually did like posted a few like little review things because I was like, oh, people might want to see this. Like, I didn't really think about, I didn't even know there was like a Lego TikTok community. I just was posting it for like my own viewers that they were just asking, oh, can I see your like set or can you just tell me if you liked it? And I was like, yeah, sure.
Right.
And then I got the advent calendar and I was like, oh, this would be fun on my TikTok to like open my advent calendar. And it was like, I didn't even know anything about Lego Star Wars TikTok. And then about the advent calendar. I didn't know it was so triggering. But
Oh goodness.
anyway,
Well, there are certain people out there who just will not watch those videos. They honestly try to stay off of TikTok for the entire month of December, knowing that those are the typical Lego pieces of content out there.
yeah, but my thing is that like they don't have to watch it. If they really dislike it that much, like no one has we are not forcing you. It is okay.
You
But
say that, but then it shows up on your For You page, and you can't really avoid one advent calendar video after another after
that's
another.
true.
I understand. I understand how it can get annoying, especially seeing the same thing every day. But that's why it's so important that people are able to differentiate their content from other people's, anyways.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, so I what was I saying?
Advent calendar. Advent
Okay, yeah,
calendar.
I did the advent calendar thing and then I started like getting followers that were like more Star Wars focused and like Lego focused.
Right.
And then people started following me from Lego TikTok. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. They have a similar interest as me. That's so crazy. And then it was like another one and another one. I was like, oh, everyone's doing okay. I was like, there's a lot of you. And so then it was like, I was like, I didn't realize there was like a whole community of it. And then I just became like friends with more people in the community and it was kind of cool. And for the longest time, I started to obviously get more videos in my For You page of like people that were like bigger Lego TikTokers. And
Sure.
so then I was like, oh my God, like I wish that one day this person will follow me. Like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. And then like now I'm friends with all of them. And so it's just like, it makes me feel like better now. I'm like, damn, I made it. Like, that's so cool.
No, yeah, I certainly hear you there. Like, I was lucky to be a part of like the first wave, if you
Yeah.
will, of Lego TikTok when TikTok itself as a platform was just emerging out of the wake of the pandemic. And so I was fortunate to kind of like meet all the people early and be a part of the conversation ahead of time. Who
Yeah.
was somebody that like, or I guess maybe what was your first exposure to the Lego TikTok community? What was it that like sucked you into it besides just like the advent calendar videos? Was it a specific creator or like who was the person as well that like you respected in it that you now are happy to be friends with?
I honestly don't even remember. Like, I don't even remember maybe who. I just know that I'm trying to think of like somebody that I was like, wow, like they comment on my video or something. Honestly,
The
I
reason I
think
ask is because I'm wondering what kind of content it is that you were like
I think
being
maybe
drawn into.
it might have been Maticus. Like I feel like that I saw Maticus's videos and I was like, oh my gosh, those are so cool. And Maticus is super friendly, so he would like
Right.
comment on my videos even if they weren't big or something like that. Like he would like leave a comment and I was like, oh my god, that's so cool. And now we're like all friends, you know, so it's kind of that's like really fun. But
Right.
the other thing that I was going to say about you mentioned conventions that I really would want to go to a convention. Like I'm really interested, and I'm really like upset that I didn't go to the last like I guess Brick Fair, Virginia, where everyone met and became like besties, and I feel left out from.
Don't feel left
But
out. Don't feel left out.
um, yeah. So I definitely I don't know. I would like to go to a convention. My problem is like I don't know exactly when they are, and my graduate school like stuff. Like I have
Right.
interviews. I have to go fly out to grad schools and interview, depending on which ones offer me an interview back. And so that's just the issue that I'm messing up this so bad. I'm like now looking
I
at
finally found where the error was that I had made. Um, I always have difficulty live streaming and building. That's why I have guests on
yeah.
so that I don't have to do all the talking and entertaining and I can just have a conversation. But being that like we're focusing on you, it's hard
Yeah,
for
yeah.
you to build, which I'm
I'm just
sorry.
building it for fun. No, you're fine. Just to have something to add. But
Right, right.
yeah, I'm building the speeder right now, so it's nothing important, don't worry. But yeah, so I pretty much like really wanted to go to a convention or something. So I'm hoping to try to make it to one of them this year that people are gonna be to so I can like
Awesome.
meet and be like, hi everyone, like I exist and I'm also really cool in person. But yeah, hopefully that I can meet everyone and do that because I feel like it was a really cool opportunity for everybody else. But at the same time, I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to make it just because of like my own personal obligations. So
No, I completely hear you. Like, obviously, your career, your life comes first. And it's hard, I think, for some people to differentiate the hobby from
mm,
like real life. For me,
yeah,
like, it's really difficult because I'm trying to marry the two in a sense by making
yeah,
this a career eventually. But I think that you will like have your time in the future to come out to a convention.
yeah.
Just like be looking around what is in your area. I would also say like it might be even fun for you to go to a smaller convention in your area
Mm,
before going to a bigger one because it can be quite overwhelming, just as a
okay.
warning. And that goes for anybody who is interested in like kind of entering the community in a larger sense because I remember going from a very small convention in Rochester, New York to Brickworld Chicago,
Mm,
and Chicago was like insane
yeah.
in terms of its scale compared to that. So honestly, like I had I, t- I had severe ADD, and I don't have ADHD or anything like that, but I could not focus on
Yeah.
anything because my eyes were just traveling everywhere. There were so many different people to talk to. But uh, just so you know, Chicago, I don't know where you're located exactly. I forget. But
Florida.
Chicago is in May or June,
Hmm.
and Virginia is usually at the end of summer. I think it's in August.
Okay.
So just like so that it's on your calendar in your mind if you
Hmm.
are located near enough to go to those.
Yeah.
What I was going to ask you was, oh, how did you start creating content? So we kind of understood how you came into the community.
Mhm.
Oh, I guess you kind of already answered that by saying like you were just kind of building Lego anyways and
Yeah,
having it
but
on
I
your.
mean, I don't
How
know.
did you pursue that more? Like, what was it that drew you to do that? Was it other creators, or was it like your followers wanting you to do that?
So I kind of like understand for myself like this is never going to be my job because I already have kind of like my own passion that I really want as my like career. So like I'm never going to like put I guess I'm never going to be able to put as much time like into creating content or stuff like that because it's never going to be my job. It's like primarily my hobby. And so that all kind of like to in a sense made me feel kind of like bad because I felt like I'm not able to keep up with other people's content or everyone's buying so many things or like they're getting so many things gifted and blah 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 and like I'm not able to keep up with that because I'm not
Right.
pushing out that content to get to their level but at the same time I'm not putting my money as much towards this because it's not like it's my job so I'm reinvesting. So just definitely like I kind of like made it clear with myself like okay like you're not gonna all of a sudden like have some TikTok like I don't know like take over and like your page is gonna be like whatever because I'm just not a content creator. That's something I will say is I don't get it. Like I get it in a sense, but like I'm just making videos being myself and trying my best to use like the in-app features of TikTok and like that's the best everyone's going to get from me because
Right.
I'm just sharing like my passion and my interest and I'm not trying to make it like oh my gosh, I know this video is going to blow up. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I don't really care about it like that. And so I'm happy when my videos get views and I'm like, wow, it's getting engagement. Like people think I'm what I said was funny or something. That's cool. Or like what I had to say was interesting. But yeah, I just that's one thing that is kind of like more clear for me now. But I just started making videos because like I was interested in I guess I saw not like even success, but just like people commenting, asking like, oh, what's your favorite set? Like, what do you like about this? Did you like that set? And so then it was like, oh, people really want to know what I think about this. So then I would make a video and like I used to do a lot of videos where I would respond to make a response video to people's stuff.
Right.
Um I think
Q&A
actually,
sort of.
yeah, one of the biggest I think that things that not blew up, but like increased my following like more was my display in my old apartment because I had those acrylic shelves all over the walls with all the sets, and then I had like another shelf, and so people really liked like the clean look of my acrylic shelves with the Star Wars sets, and then the fact that I was like a girl, I guess they were like, "Oh my god, like that's so crazy and you have them in your bedroom like displayed in your room." Like, it was just kind of like something not as usual. And
Sure.
so because of that people were like, "Oh, where did you get your shelf? Can you please like send us the link to your shelves? Can you just explain how you displayed and put your shelves up?" And so that specific idea of like my display and like how I did my display was what got me like more interest. And then from there I was like, "Oh, this is fun." And then I made more videos.
Right. And I think like so I see social media as definitely a two-way conversation. And I think a
Mhm.
lot of people treat it like a one-way conversation. And that's not going to get you anywhere if you're trying to grow, especially. It's ironic that like focusing all on yourself is like just going to make you suffer for it in a sense. But
Yeah.
I never saw myself pursuing it to the extent that I want to either. I will put that out there. For me, I've just kind of miraculously had a lot of growth, and I was very lucky in that sense. I don't think that I take it super seriously either, even though I like am pursuing it. So
Mhm.
what I will say is for people who are maybe interested or like wanting to grow their own accounts, like just have fun.
Yeah.
And like talk about what people are like, whatever the buzz is, put your own opinion into it
Mhm.
and you'll get feedback for it. You'll start the conversation, and that's the most important thing. I think that like for you, a lot of people were wanting to probably transform their own displays, or they were
Mhm.
intrigued by a girl making Lego content,
Yeah.
like you had mentioned. But we each have our own vibe, and I think that is what ultimately will have people interested in you, It's your personality. It's who you are as an individual. And by only focusing on, you know, the high quality production, I think people lose a part of themselves within the topic in a sense. So no, I mean, you're doing great. Honestly, like, I love your
Thanks.
videos. You are
Thanks.
yourself, and that's why I enjoy your content. Because like every video is you. It's not Lego. It's not Star Wars.
Yeah.
It's Maddie or
Madison.
I'm sorry. I just see Mandalorian all the time.
I know.
Stuck in my brain.
I know.
Okay.
It's okay.
We're learning as we go. So
yeah. No, but I agree with you. Yeah, like I think that, and honestly, I think that my funniest, like not I guess funniest, but like videos that I've enjoyed the most to make are just jokes within other people in the community, like the hoodie joke or like something stupid, or the Lego advent calendar joke, like all these jokes that I've made, people have like made surrounding me, and we just kind of like let it snowball into this like really funny like joke. Right. That's like I think that's the funniest stuff that happens on there. But my videos will like blow up when I use like get more views than normal when I use like, I don't know, like a trending sound or like a trend or something like that. And it's like a video that I literally took like 5 seconds on and like put a caption, and I didn't think it was that great. And then that gets like 10K views. And then something that I like did like a vlog that I actually care about, or doing a review that I genuinely like want to like show somebody to help them if they want to buy that set, or like give them my opinion. Those don't get like as many views. And I'm like, bruh, like that's what I hate about TikTok sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think success with social media is finding the balance between what you enjoy and what you know your audience will enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you have to make videos for you, not just what the algorithm wants. And it's sometimes hard to do that when you are focused on like numbers, which honestly I couldn't care less about. Followers don't mean anything. The actual people do. The loyalty of your follower does, not the number. Views kind of matter in a sense, because you're gauging how the algorithm is sending you out, or if you're actually being seen. But the followers, I don't think that number really matters as much.
Recently my follower number was going from 19.4 and 19.5K like back and forth, like for like weeks. Like it was like would go up and then go down and go up, and I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, people are just unfollowing me because they hate me and blah blah blah.
No.
And it's just like, it was literally like teetering because of the way that TikTok like averages those kinds of things. But it was really odd. It was
your advent calendar videos.
No, I haven't posted one yet.
I know, I was gonna ream you out for it.
Okay,
I haven't gotten there yet.
Listen.
Perfect transition.
Listen. So Thursday, I had a final exam, a quiz, another exam, and a bunch of homework due all on the same day. And one of my exams was an in-person 3-hour microbiology practical, where like the practical games, like you have to do the technique in front of them and show them you can do it like in a lab. So like that was insane. And they decided to put a quiz in front of that. So in the same period, we had a 100-point written 4-page quiz of all the techniques and stuff we know, and like lessons, and like if we gave you this experiment, like what would the results be? And then they gave us the practical in the same period, because we had 2 like tropical storm hurricane things that we got school canceled for.
Oh, no.
So it took away like multiple periods of our class, so they had to like bunch everything together into the last like class period to do multiple exams in one. Anyway,
that's stressful.
So that was very stressful on Thursday. I just drove back here on Tuesday, 8 hours from back home from visiting for Thanksgiving. So I drove back 8 hours Tuesday, got here Wednesday, had to study for all that stuff on Thursday, took it all Thursday. And then yesterday was the last day of the semester of like in terms of assignments. So everything had to be turned in by yesterday at 11:59. But then at 5 p.m. I had a celebration for my friend's graduation, because she's graduating this semester. And obviously I'm not going to like not go to one of my best friend's celebrations. So sadly, I have not gotten my advent calendar videos out.
Moral of the story is there are more important things that you have going on in life other than advent calendar.
Exactly. And the thing is also like, I'm making it easier for everybody that obviously hates me. I almost cursed. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. No. Sorry.
G-rated. Keep it G-rated.
Yeah, I know. I'm censoring myself. Don't worry.
Madison, I got it right that time.
I definitely sometimes am not the most PG. Like I I have like sometimes a problem where it just comes out when I say bad words, but I'm not saying them here. Anyway,
Well, thank you.
so
I appreciate the censorship.
yes, I've been conscious about that. But anyway, so some people allegedly just hate me for even enjoying the advent calendar videos. So they'll be happy to know that I'm going to have 3 openings in one day posted today. So they only have to watch one video instead of 3 days of it.
Brilliant.
So
Brilliant.
I'm happy.
So they are coming. They are coming.
Yeah,
It's not
I'm
that you've forgotten or
no, I'm
you've let the
post
haters
it.
get to you.
No. I'm posting it. And I have a few exciting things. I actually am wearing after this to finish filming. I'm wearing this shirt with Mary Sith Miss with Darth Vader.
Hold on. I gotta give you the full screen. 1 second.
Oh, here we go. So look at that. It has the Christmas trees and everything. So I wore that for my advent calendar videos to get in the spirit. And I have my little Lego Christmas tree. And then I have this guy. So
very
don't
cute.
worry.
Very cute.
It's coming.
Jack Skywalker did notice. I was trying to be.
Oh, your shirt, yeah.
Appropriate for the occasion as well, building the set that I'm in. So thank you, Jack, for shouting me out there in a sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, I do want to point out now that Jack brought it up. I'm not a shill, okay? I'm not a shill, but hey, you can save 20% off on Zavi. That's where I got this shirt. They sent it to me. I'm wearing it during a Zavi stream. Perfect, right? So if you want to save 20% on Zavi and help support my content as well, go ahead and use the link in the description below and you can get your own pop culture apparel. Anyways, back to
Advent
Madison.
Calendar.
Advent calendar. So honestly, I don't blame you. And it's funny because I wanted to have this discussion with someone who actually creates advent calendar videos.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I think it's a struggle, and maybe I overthink it. You know, I put a lot of time and probably too much effort into like how I produce videos. But man, producing the same type of content every single day can get very tiring, and it's not as easy, I think, as people might think it is.
No.
So, for me, I got a late start because, sadly, Santa Matt is at home at my parents' house, not with me here. It's in storage, so I had to find a different character to bring to life. We'll put it that way. And it's not something that I didn't want to do. I actually wanted to do the elf character this year anyways. But regardless, I was a day behind. So now I'm having to play catch up like you are in a sense, but you're just combining them. I'm still trying to keep it day by day. Do you ever get tired of creating advent calendars videos?
Last year I was opening a sock advent calendar, like a Mandalorian sock advent calendar with the Star Wars Lego one. So it was kind of fun because I got to like do, I don't know, 2, I guess, in one. 2 different calendars every day. And I have a lot of cute socks from it. Like I wear them all the time, even during the not Christmas time of the year. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, I would always last year make like 2 in one day or 3 in one day because I wanted to open them, and also because like I didn't make one the day before and I was like, oh man, like I forgot about it. So yeah, to me it's like honestly not that big of a thing. It's just like it's fun to make the videos and like open it and like have like a little Christmas like themed situation every year. So I mean, if people can't deal with that, like I don't know if they're like Scrooge or something, like you guys hate Christmas, like it's one of the most successful like holidays in the world right now. You know what I'm saying? Like just speaking of like every celebration, like everyone celebrates Christmas, even if they don't actually celebrate Christmas. It's just the season, you know? Like
it's so a part of culture. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's like okay, guys, come on. But
is that your message to the haters? Deal with it.
Yeah, like my message to them is you're gonna be fine. Like you'll live.
It's okay. My advent calendar video will not kill you.
That's what I'm saying. Like you'll be fine, guys. Like there's bigger problems. But yeah. So the other thing is that this year, I mean, I'm gonna make a few probably in like one video. Will probably have a few. Like I'm not gonna be the best about it. I mean, because it isn't that deep. But I'm also gonna be like in my video. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna make it exciting. I have to do a little, I don't know, something exciting this year for it. But at this point, it's just a joke. Like you know what I'm
Right.
saying? Because of all of this, it's made it funnier than it is. So now I'm just like making it to be funny.
Right. Once
But
again,
yeah,
don't take content or yourself too seriously.
yeah,
Have fun
yeah,
with it. That's the most important
yeah.
part of it all.
But the other thing I was gonna say is that, okay, if I had just literally taken like 5 minutes or less out of my day the first 2 days of the advent calendar and just made a really fast video because I didn't have any time and I was so busy, but just took a break and was like, oh, here's the thing, whatever, and then just like made it and posted the video. And like I obviously would like have looked like really like horrible because I'm studying all day
Oh.
and I just made this, but I'm saying like I wouldn't have been presentable and just made this like
Right,
basic
right.
video. Who wants
You
to
wouldn't have
watch?
been proud of it.
That's what I'm saying.
Moral of
Who
the
wants to
story.
watch that? Like,
Right.
I wouldn't want to post that. And then made one yesterday when I was like, right before I was like going to my friend's thing and been dressed up and be like, oh yeah, this is the build and blah, blah, blah. Like, no, like that's boring. So I'd rather do it all like when I have time, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
When I can actually like put effort in like refilm a clip if I thought it was bad or something. Cause to some extent, that's one of my pet peeves. I'd rather not post for a week than be posting like random things I put in my drafts that I thought were like kind of funny, maybe. Like that just makes me upset because I've actually put a lot of times posted a video and like archived it literally like or like put it private like 5 minutes later because I was like, I really don't like this video. Like I posted and I'm like, it was just boring. I had no effort in it. Like I just don't like the way I looked. Like it just why would I post this when I could make a better video in a day or two and post that instead?
Right. And I think
So,
like that's incredible, honestly. Like I myself find that because I do post daily,
mhm.
sometimes I do post things that I'm not necessarily I don't know if I'm not proud of it, but it was low effort. And I don't know if that's for me low effort feels like I can't appreciate it enough as I
Mhm.
should, but quality is subjective. And
Yeah.
I think that other people might enjoy something that I might not like, and that's great.
Yeah.
But I mean, good on you for being able to like stop yourself from it and not letting it become, I guess, more of a larger problem.
Yeah.
Like, because content is you to a
Mhm.
point. It
Mhm.
should be the best version of yourself in a sense, because it's once again all about your personality and who you are.
Mhm.
So you don't want to represent yourself in a less than acceptable or appropriate light, I suppose.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. Sometimes I do post some weird cringe things that are like maybe not so funny or like they're kind of embarrassing to a sound that
But
like
it's
I'm like,
you.
yeah, but it's like whatever. I posted it so like I thought it was funny at the time or something like but I would not want to post something that would be a little bit too cringy or too whatever that somebody else would show it to me like later and I'd be like, haha, like yeah, like you know, I don't
Right.
know. So I
Right.
try to keep it if I think the video maybe is just like not the best thing I've done and it's just kind of boring, like I just kind of give up on it. Like I won't post it.
Uh-oh. I hate to tell you this, but one of your haters is in the comments
Oh my
currently.
gosh, of course. Of course. No, but honestly, but that's what I'm saying. It's like who's like, oh my god, I want to see what's in this person's advent calendar that I own. No one wants to watch the videos. No one loves them, but it's just fun for me to make them because I want to just open it. And also one
Right.
point I did make about it was like that I don't know, some people there are a niche community of people who really do want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Right.
like to see people's reactions to it. I like it. But some people really want to see it and also some people like don't buy it that year or something like that and they just wanted to see what's in it and they're not just going to like look it up online and just look at pictures like they want to see somebody build it. I don't know. But
Yeah.
I mean,
no, and I love honestly the fact that out of so many people who are posting the same the same subject of
mhm,
content, the
mhm.
same topic, how much of a variety there is in the delivery of that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. It's enjoyable to watch. Like, do you know like Bambi Omega? I think that's his name.
Yeah.
He's doing this year every day as a new
He
Lego.
impersonated me.
Yes, a
Yeah.
different Lego TikToker creating an advent calendar video.
But that was so funny.
That is so creative and honestly, like, such a great idea.
Yeah, my video is just gonna be impersonation of his video impersonating me. That's what my video is gonna be. I'm gonna be like, this is my impersonation of Bambi's impersonating me opening a Lego advent calendar video. So,
That's hilarious.
yeah.
I love it. I love it.
That's really fun.
So besides advent calendars, what else what else do you have coming up here in the future?
So I
know life is busy. I'll preface
yeah.
it with I know life is busy, but like, is there anything that you're excited about, like, in the future?
Yes. Well, actually, I have something specifically for my channel that I just, or my page, whatever, that I just did. For me, I bought this, but I'm excited to make videos about it. So I just bought someone's entire collection on eBay. I won like a auction on eBay for like someone's whole collection of Lego Star Wars stuff. It was kind of expensive, but when you look at the sets in it, like, it's really worth it because I got a lot of stuff. I didn't necessarily get too many minifigures in it, but I did get like the ships, which is a big thing to me to be able to have the ships. And then also, like, some ships have minifigures that are just like a clone a stormtrooper or something basic. It's like I didn't have to buy that with the set. I already have it. So I'm okay to just buy like figures alone to complete the ones I got from the eBay thing. But
Right.
I bought this whole thing. The person was really great. They decided to take paper and wrap the sets in paper and put them all in a box together and then not put padding in the box. And so it got hit in the mail and all of the sets got mixed together and broken. So now I have R2-D2, the Millennium Falcon, the like play scale one, Yoda, Grogu. What's the other one I have? The Razor Crest and something else all mixed together in one big container.
That's a lot of gray.
Yeah, exactly. So
you're gonna have fun doing that.
That's what my winter break plans are. We never rest. I get to do that over winter break. Yeah. But like, isn't that so messed up? Like, they could at least put like saran wrap or like a Publix bag, like a Walmart like plastic free bag you get from the store. Just put them in the bag. Like, why did they think that paper was the option? Like, and with no bubble wrap or anything, like, just to have them all break. And I paid $35 of shipping for them to do that. I don't know. Anyway, I just work here. So
I think people have a lack of knowledge when it comes to shipping. Like, just in general.
It's just like, did they really not care? I just gave them, I paid like over $300 for their collection. So it's like, like they're like, we do not care. And they just sent it to me. Like, I was like, thanks.
Well, and it might be that it's an older person or a younger person, somebody who like doesn't normally have the knowledge of how those things work.
Yeah.
And it's very disappointing. Hopefully none of the actual like pieces, parts were broken.
Yeah. I don't think so from what I saw, but it's like, I'm going to be selling like the Razor Crest, the Grogu, and like there was like a Mandalorian Grogu brickhead set that I already have. Like, I'm going to be selling a few things in it. And it also came with a bunch of those like action figures that are like they're like, I don't know what to say. They're like
the buildable
figures. They're like those big like action figure looking things, but they're Lego of like Vader and like there's
Darth
one
Maul,
of like Jane Erso, like one of her, like I don't know. Anyway.
God. Jane Erso, that buildable figure has still on some short store shelves been available even years after Rogue One happened because nobody wanted it.
That's what I'm saying. So I think I would be selling those because they're ugly. They're just ugly. Like,
I don't blame you. If you can make a quick buck.
Yeah, they scare me. They're ugly, and I need to make back my $300 because the reason I bought this person's collection was for BB-8 and R2-D2 because I want to finish my like droid models, and I think those were the last ones. Like, I have them right here. I have like the Dio, I have the BB-8 right there, and then I have the what is his name? Yes, I can't think of something. Sorry, there are also many letters, but I have BD, and then now I'm gonna have R2-D2, and then I have the Grogu thing. So I feel like that's all the models.
Yeah,
right?
I can't think of any other ones.
That's what I'm saying. So I wanted those two really bad. And I mean, R2 by itself is like $200 something new. So I've already gotten like over half of the purchase was just the R2D2. And
Right.
it came with the plaque and the figure and everything. So it's like,
Nice.
it was complete. So anyway, I just wanted the box and stuff. But at that point, I mean, I do keep all my boxes, but I'll be okay without those ones.
Sure. So
But yeah.
you have a lot of sorting and building
Yeah.
coming soon. So
I'm gonna do
people should
videos about
definitely
that. Yeah.
right look out for that. Have you made a video talking about that you won this
No.
sale?
Yes, actually I made like a funny video because you know that sound of that girl or that video of that girl and she's like, name a sound better than this, and it's like her with her coffee.
Yes.
Okay, whatever. I used that and I like stitched that and then I had the box of all them mixed together, so I like shook the box because I was like that's a better sound with like the Lego or something, just being funny. So I did mention that I have purchased this, but I haven't made any videos showing what's in it or like what I have to do to
Okay.
rectify the situation that's
Right.
at hand.
Because I think telling that tale would be very interesting to
Oh, yeah.
document on social media for sure. And I think like people would be curious
Yeah,
about
don't
just
worry.
following along.
It might be a series. Like I might have to add a playlist with those videos because it's definitely going to be like a journey to get all of that sorted out and then sell some of them. I have some friends though on Lego TikTok who are interested in. I've texted them out buying some of the stuff in it. Like they just don't have it yet, and they're like, "Oh yeah, like I'll take it." So we'll see if I
Nice.
sell it to them or if I sell it on just eBay again.
Right. And like, I don't know, that in and of itself is, I guess, I mean, it could be a side hustle, but it's, I think, fun to buy and see if you can resell it. I don't know. I have that, I guess, entrepreneurial interest.
Yeah, I've never
but
done this before, but
well, and you might find that you love it, and then
yeah,
and then you start opening up a bricklaying store, and we're we're
yeah.
buying from the Mandalorian.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but honestly, like in the nicest way, like this seems like so much work and
Right.
it seems like so did I put this on uneven? No.
Oh no.
I'm building the middle of the ship and it's just like really confusing right now. I also got the speeder done, which is really beautiful.
What did you think of it?
It's ugly. It's literally like the brown speeder. Like, what did we get from this? I mean, this is the most interesting part with this like rope thing around it. So
It is a very detailed speeder. I will say that.
yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad, but I mean, like, why do we need another one?
Yeah. No, I completely hear
You
you.
could have made the ship more detailed or added another minifigure.
I think they were trying to act out what the scene consisted of, which was them trying to flee off of the planet.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. But I really like this figure. His hair is really cool. Like I can't really see it. I need like
Is
a better
that
focus.
Luthen?
Yeah, but his like hair has like this little like the swoop
Oh.
in the front. And it's very detailed.
Yeah. I think that's the balding hair. The balding hairstyle, because
Yeah,
like
but
receding.
it's like yeah, but he just like the way they did like his front swoopy part, there's like a nice detail. Like it looks textured. It looks like it has a lot of hair texture.
You should
like that.
review minifigure hair pieces.
Hair pieces?
Like specifically
This one is too
hair.
long. This one is way too long. Like his hair is not this long.
Goodness gracious me.
He had different hairstyles and different shaven styles throughout the series.
I think Cassian as a minifigure with the newest one with that set looks like Jesus a bit too much.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. You know, we need a minifigure of the scene where he's on that. What planet was that? That's like the planet with like the beaches that he got arrested on.
I don't remember exactly, but I do know what you're talking about.
Whatever. There's a scene where he's like shirtless for 5 seconds. I think we need a minifigure of that one scene where he's shirtless for 5 seconds.
Let's ask someone from the Peanut Gallery if he thinks we should have a shirtless Cassian Andor. Brad, do you think
100%
Cassian Andor is necessary?
Look, for scientific reasons, we need shirtless Andor. We need him in the shower. We need like sweat drops on.
All right, Brad, I'm gonna bring you back in 1 second. Thank you for adding to the conversation. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Maddie, we've got to talk more at some point. An hour flew by super quickly, and I want to be respectful of your time.
Thank you.
My question to you is, last thing before I let you go. Well, we already covered what folks can look forward to. Pitch yourself, pitch your content. Why should people go and follow you? To the very few people who are watching me on YouTube, I'm trying to grow their channel. I'm trying to do more here, but why should people go and watch your content? Who are you on TikTok? Fire away.
I'm the.Mandalorian on TikTok. That's my username. And I make a lot of just Star Wars Lego focused videos. I've started collecting Minecraft a little bit recently, so maybe you'll see some Minecraft Lego. But honestly, I just like to make videos that are funny, and I like to kind of make fun of myself and make fun of my friends in a nice way. And in my comments, you can find a lot of people picking on me or continuing the jokes that I've made and just like kind of making fun of me. So definitely, I feel like we troll each other a lot, but in a nice way that it creates community. But yeah. So I'm definitely not your place to go to if you want like really serious reviews all the time or amazingly edited content, because that's not me, but it's more personality based. So yeah, thank you.
I love it. Well, everybody go follow the Mandalorian over on TikTok. Although remember, her name is Madison, not Maddie.
Thank you so much for having me on, by the way. It was a lot of fun.
No, it's a pleasure as always. We gotta chat again here online in like semi real life, not just messaging back and forth, because no, it's always nice to finally talk to people for the first time here, and after watching probably each other's content for over a year, it's funny that like we don't talk as much as we should, just as a community. I'm not talking just you and I, but like everybody.
Yeah, I agree. So
nice.
Yeah, thank you
so
much.
Go follow Maddie for Maddie. Take care.
Right.
Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. Bye-bye. All right. So just an update before we bring in our next guest, which you had a lovely preview of. So we are still working on kind of the surface level of this modular building. I mean, I know it's not a modular building, but it is in a sense. This is actually my first modular style building that I've ever created. So I've realized that it's a lot of tiling. I actually kind of feel like this beginning was kind of like building a Lego art piece, just like matching up exactly where each tile went and whatnot. But we are on bag number 3. I've got 2 minifigures, Doctor Strange and Wong. So that's fun. None of the figures in this set are super exciting. They're not super detailed or exclusive. I guess there are a few, but off the bat here, we're kind of keeping it more relaxed. Let's bring in our next guest. You know him from the Stud Buds and for being the Lego Castle guy. Here he is, breaking up Brad.
What is up, one and all? How are we all doing today?
How are you, sir?
Dude, I am on cloud 9 today. I had some spaghetti, sat in the back room for a little bit and watched what happened. And then, now I'm building some Lego, so I can't complain there.
Nice. Any words that you want to give about advent calendars before we dive into
yes,
what's going on in your world?
The 2 best advent calendars were made in 2007 and 2010, both related to castle themes. And besides that, we've not had a good advent calendar since. That is all I have to say about that topic.
In all honesty, have you been annoyed by the advent? I know you are someone who tends to not enjoy them as much. Are you annoyed this year?
I'll say this about advent calendars this year. Maybe my For You page has learned, but I'm not getting them as much. And the ones I have gotten is Bamboy Mega, who's I think is a unique take on it.
Yes.
And he did one on me today, which was kind of funny because at the end it was he made fun of the thing where it was like, this is a separatist droid thing, I think, but if it was a knight, I would actually know what it is. So I think it's not been as bad. I've seen you doing some really solid stuff. I think for the record though, Bamboy Mega's first take on it, where he took like, hey, there was all these other gunships that were made and all this other stuff. I think he should have kept going with that. The research side of it was very interesting to me. And I just think that was really cool to see that. And I think that's the take someone should be doing on it. Like if there was a castle one, I would be doing that take on it being more the informational side.
Right.
But I think everyone's doing a decent job so far. I've just kind of ignored them for the most part. So
No, I hear ya. And honestly, like I mentioned before, I started behind a day, so I'm trying to catch up on myself, and
uh-huh.
I still have one more voiceover to do. I don't know. It might happen tomorrow. It's one of those things. And you know how it is. There's just so much going on. It's hard to enjoy making the same piece of content every day.
See, that's why I changed my tactics for TikTok and social media in general, because I hated that. I hated trying to make the same video every day. So
Right.
I started going after the stuff I enjoyed and started making the content
Right.
I wanted to make. So
Let me
yeah.
rephrase that. Trying to make it interesting to do the same thing every day.
For sure. For sure. I mean, so personally, I have a golden rule for myself. So I'll give an example here. Tavern Talks. If you look for my first Tavern Talk to my newest one, a different style has come in every time. A new editing thing has happened. Every time I've done a Tavern Talk, I've switched up my editing style.
Wait, Brad, what's Tavern Talk?
I didn't know. I don't know where you like what questions you have for me. So I was being
No,
very
I want
vague.
to honestly,
Yeah.
Brad. We have we know each other a lot
Yes.
more than a lot of people in this community,
True.
and fortunately or unfortunately, however you want to look at it. But the thing is, we have the banter. We know how to talk to one another.
Sure.
But I do want you to talk about what you've been up to, because I do think it's rather interesting. It's a different take on Lego videos, Lego content. And I appreciate that, because the same format of a review has been done a million different times.
Agreed.
And I think for me, I'm still trying to develop what my own style is and the way that I want to approach it, just not only on YouTube, but TikTok and kind of all content in general. I want to get the juices flowing. I want other people as well to hear what you've got cooking up, so that they can go and check you out, even if there are just a handful of people around here. So
for sure.
Fire away. What drove you into the YouTube side of things from Lego TikTok? Because that's where a lot of people know you from.
That's
and
true.
How did that all start, and where is it now?
So for those who don't know my journey, for Lego TikTok itself, I started 2 years ago, around a little bit after Matt did. He was one of the few people out there in the Lego TikTok space, him and Epic Bricks. Got into that, had fun with it for a while, stopped making content for a bit because I went and worked for a Lego store. Started making content again, but not very heavily. When I first started, I was doing I think 3 to 4 videos a day at some points. I remember I was doing insane amounts. But this is the thing. When I came back to content, I was like, there is one thing I love to talk about, and that thing is Lego Castle. So how can I remember I talked to you a lot about this actually, where I was like, I don't know what purpose. I don't know what I want to do with my content. I don't know what my niche is going to be. I don't know, because I'm not a reviewer. I don't really do set reviews. And so I started deciding, hey, you know what? Lego Castle is something I enjoy. I love talking about it. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to do a ton of research, maybe start making some videos about it. And you know what I realized after doing my research? No one was making good in-depth videos about Lego Castle. The videos that you get for Lego Castle usually are someone just kind of talking about it, you get the rewind videos, where it's a very brief overview, or it's by content creators. I'm just your rapport with Lego Castle isn't a lot. There isn't, I don't know. It's
older. There's not a lot of newer pieces of
Exactly.
content out there that accurately can talk about it.
Exactly. So what I was just seeing, I didn't like. So I decided, hey, I'm going to change that. So this is what I recommend. If you see something that you want to watch and no one else is making it, start making it yourself. And that's what I did. So I started a series called Tavern Talk, which is the journey of Lego Castle. And that is now, originally I was trying to go in order, but recently what I've learned is I choose what excites me. So for my most recent video, I did a video about Elflands, which was a sort of unmade Lego Castle theme. And I decided to deep dive into that. And that was a lot of fun. And I was excited about that. So it pushed me to further to make the content actually. Whereas in the past, there's times where I'm like, I enjoy Lego Castle. I enjoy talking about this. but I really don't feel like making this video, and that would slow down my process a lot. So yeah, this newest one is about that, and that was a video that came out recently.
Nice.
So my yeah, and so I started doing that series, and I do a lot of other stuff, and I think that's the answer to that question.
So what was it that did you want to see longer form, more in-depth videos, and that's what brought you to YouTube? Or
Oh,
was
right.
it kind of like I'm starting to get burnt out with TikTok, and that's why it took you to a different platform? Like what's the differences that you appreciate about YouTube and vice versa?
You know what I like about YouTube, and especially with what my goal was? Yeah, I could have been doing series, you can do up to 10-minute videos. This is the thing about TikTok. Someone makes a video, and let's say a week later, that video doesn't matter anymore because so much other content is flooded. You can go back to that person's page, but that person has also probably posted a bunch since then. So it's TikTok content is not, I want to say evergreen, if that makes sense.
Yes, that's the word that I was going to use to try to describe it as well.
So TikTok is an evergreen, but what I did realize is that YouTube, if I wanted to do a series, 'cause I want to be able to archive all this, and people be like, hey, I really want to know about the Black Falcons. They look it up and they find my channel where there's videos upon videos about Lego Castle stuff. And
Right.
so that was what brought me to YouTube over anything, was because I was like, hey, people can find videos into the future. So also what drew me to YouTube is since the age of 13, I've wanted to be a YouTuber. I was part of the generation who watched Captain Sparkles and, all of those Jacksepticeye and PewDiePie. I'm trying to think of all the other.
Before Mr. Beast.
Yeah. This was the era of you started playing video games, and it wasn't like it's over. That market is oversaturated now. If you want to become a gaming YouTuber, oh geez, that's you have to really stand out. And there's content creators who I do know do that, but that's a whole nother topic. So to me, it was like, hey, how can I still want to do this? But I don't, YouTube videos take more work. And so that's where Tavern Talk came in, where I was like, I want to actually go in here and make this kind of content that people can come back and watch. And also to me, it's more fun to make a longer form video. It's more fun to sit there in editing software for hours being like, all right, I talk about this thing. How can I make people see that with visuals? And that's what I went to college for. But still, so I find that more fun. And then it's just like the history with YouTube. I've had it. And to me, YouTube is the better platform compared to some other ones out there. So yeah.
I found that with TikTok compared to YouTube, I'm watering stuff down that I normally would go more in depth with.
Exactly.
And I'm not focused on creating quality content as much as I am on getting watch time and having good retention. And I don't know what to think of that in a sense. Like, I think you can do both and find a balance, but it's hard. Sure. It's definitely difficult. I also go ahead.
I was going to quickly say everyone has a different thing they want out of their content. So each platform works differently for that. If you're someone who really likes photo stuff, they don't really want to be in front of the camera. They just want to do some fun. Instagram's the place. If you want to show off mocks, Instagram is the place.
Right.
TikTok's a whole different thing. YouTube's
unless you're
a whole
Ethan the artisan,
Ethan is a special case of interest. So
right. No, I hear you. Also, just wanted to read a couple of comments. I know that
for sure
I'm behind with doing so just because, listening to you and enjoying our conversation and then also building. So I try to get to the comments when I can, folks. But Kid Fisto Brick says Lego Castle Advent Calendar, guillotine included, so Brad can switch the heads of the figures to make customs.
I like that.
Jack Skywalker says, I feel the same way, Matt. I've been trying to make a new animation for each advent calendar day, and it gets very tiring and repetitive. Yeah, I I hear ya. I mean, your videos are great, Jack. I mean, I saw the one a couple of days ago with Star-Lord. Your stuff is great. Keep up the great work. Have you seen
Yeah, for
Jack's
sure.
animations?
I do, and sometimes I don't always. But I've seen a lot of his stuff. You know, we've seen him make stuff for stud buds. I
Right.
haven't seen more of his recent
Check it
for
out.
the. Okay,
Check it out. They're good.
I'll
They're
have to
really
check that
good.
out then. That's really cool. I'll definitely have to do that. I love supporting Jack. Jack makes great stuff. So
Thank you, Jack. Thank you for your support. We appreciate you.
yeah, for sure.
The playlist feature is only available for certain people, so it makes it even harder to sort and look for videos that people post on TikTok, and that's one of the major flaws.
But that's the thing though. The playlist feature, like again, if I search up a video on TikTok of a specific topic I want information on, I'm not going to find that person's playlist feature unless I go to their channel and I know it's there. So for
Yeah.
some random person to go out and find something that they're looking for, YouTube is a spot. And if you want information,
It's searchable.
Exactly. So that was my big point I was trying to make there.
Right.
Put that piece on wrong. What is up,
Are you
Boss
building?
Productions? Yeah.
Are you
I'm
building? What are
Yeah.
you building?
I got one of my Exo-Force sets recently, and I wanted to build it. It's really cool. I'm building the
Nice.
mechs right now because I built the other half on a Zoom stream Thursday night. So
Sweet. I know you were very excited when we were last on Stud Buds talking about that. So very nice.
for sure. This set is honestly some of my favorite. I don't know. I've been a lot of castle stuff lately, so taking a break and doing like some mechs and stuff. Like, I don't know. This little warthog like vehicle, it's pretty simple. A lot of gaps and stuff, but it looks cool. So it's like, I don't know. I've just always found Exo-Force stuff cool, and then I built. That's gonna be in boot.
Are those so? What are the robot characters called? What are they exactly? Because I remember those specifically. I got a haul during my childhood, and it had a ton of those guys in it, and those were like special forces droids in my Lego universe.
I started when I was in Star Wars mood. That's what I'd use them for. But basically, if you don't know, the story behind Exo-Force is there's a giant mountain, and at one point there was robots and humans, and they lived to peace together, and the robots were miners and stuff like that. And then one day, somehow I still have to read the books and remember exactly how it happens.
There's books.
The funnier thing is I own those books too. Because I bought those recently because I want to at some point do Tavern Talk style for Exo-Force. So
okay.
So what was I gonna say? So robots kind of start going bad, and then this big battle broke out, and it split the mountain in two, and then all these bridges got made between the mountain to build both sides. But then the robots came back and took over one side of the mountain, and now they fight the humans who are on the other side. And so the robots are kind of drones, and then there's a gold robot who's the leader of them.
I have that. I was wondering.
So yeah, the gold robot. So like they're just kind of like, I think each of them are kind of like different things, but different mechs. So like the good guys have like certain mechs that are for certain things. Like there's one of my favorite characters. I'll just grab him here because this was actually my first set. So this was Rio. And he's got the purple hair, and they got these kind of crazy. So these, if you don't know what a mecha is, it's an anime where they fight in mechs. And that's what Exo-Force is sort of based off of. And so this is Rio, and he's the mechanic. So he's got this little thing, but this was from the first wave. And the second wave, the one I owned him from, this is his mech. So you got a little bit of an upgrade. So he's got like a spinning shield and
very cool.
Yeah. So you know, each one's different. It's sort of your Ninjago, where there's like, you know, some different colors, and each character has their special thing, but they don't have their special abilities. Is just like he's a mechanic, and this guy's like, yeah, it's right. Not really anything crazy. But
so I saw the other day. It's funny you bring that up. There was I think it was Just 15 Bricks is his name. He made a video talking about how his hot take is that Exo-Force and Ninjago are basically the same thing, but obviously, like, being that Exo-Force came before it, it's the OG, and it's the rightful.
It's not. if you Ninjago and Exo-Force are two complete, and I'll defend this here. I'll defend this.
Okay.
And this is my take on it. The reason it's different is because, like, well, one, if you look at what they're fighting, it's, I don't know. So it's like, they're not on dragons. They don't have magical abilities. Exo-Force characters don't have magical abilities. They're like engineers and stuff, or like, you know, one of them's really good at flying mechs. So he has a flying mech that has like a special like sniper rifle blaster on it.
They have that in Ninjago.
But it's different, I feel like, where it's like
the stories are definitely different, but
yeah, I don't know.
the main, not even the look, but the sort, I don't know, the visual elements maybe, like not the story, not the exact way it looks, because Ninjago is made with newer elements and stuff, but like the elements. There's mechs. There's I guess there's not really robots in Ninjago.
Yeah, I think sort of there are. I don't know. I've always seen them as different, and I think Exo-Force is better technically. Like it was a
I'm
little
thinking
bit
like the team dynamic and everything like that,
Yeah.
like you're mentioning.
I mean, yeah, I can't remember exactly how the team dynamic was, but I mean that's every team. It's a team writ for kids. Like, and I
I
think
suppose so, yeah.
Ninjago came out, I want to say 3 to 4 years after Exo-Force did. So they were pretty close together, which means that somebody, you know, that they are similar, but I think Exo-Force was done better in my opinion.
Maybe
it was a little
that
less kiddish.
Maybe what worked about Exo-Force translated well into Ninjago, and that was what they like took with them onto the next project.
Yeah, no, I could see that. Also, Ninjago, one of the reasons I hate Ninjago is it did what Star Wars did. Star Wars took away all of their, because Star Wars did well and they don't want any other space themes on their shelf. It took away from all that. So Ninjago did the same thing where it's like, oh, you know, we want a magical journey where people go underwater. Exo-Force. We want mechs. No, sorry, not Exo-Force. Ninjago. We want mechs. Ninjago. We want, you know, where they go underground and fight things underground, like power miners. Oh, we're just gonna do Ninjago. Like any original theme that they could do, they just stuffed into Ninjago with a bad plot line. Like,
yeah, no, I agree. I think Ninjago has taken away the growth of other
100%
original themes.
And I think it's not even the fans' fault. I think it's literally Lego because one, this is sorry, I'm on a rant right now.
Go for it.
One of my biggest gripes with Lego these days is that they will do something half-heartedly and be like, "Oh, well, it didn't sell well. The fans don't want it." No, we just want it. We just want you to put effort into it. Look at the last castle theme they did. It's a joke. Like they had this wizard who didn't even have a name. They've like
Nexo-Knights?
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess Nexo-Knights with a little more effort, but like the 2013 one, the builds were half-hearted at that. Like they were so almost Duplo that they should have just been Duplo. Like, literally the factions we got were exactly similar to ones we'd already gotten 1 year before, but the one we had gotten before it done was so much better. So it's like, to me, they look at stuff and they do it and be like, oh, well, this didn't sell well. Okay, well, we're not going to do that anymore then. Why? Like, I don't know. Sorry. That's one of my biggest gripes lately. It's just like,
no, I hear you.
If
I mean, I can't really think of anything particular that I could associate with that offhandedly, but I mean, I understand the sentiment.
I think there's also like certain Star Wars stuff they've done it, or Marvel. Like, you know, it's like, oh, we're going to half-heartedly do this Marvel thing. And then, oh, that didn't well. Oh, we're not going to give you any more stuff in this Marvel or Clone Wars or whatever it is. And it's like, no, we want that. We just want it done well.
Like, I think what works, what people want eventually over time comes. I mean, look at Castle now. Like, it eventually came back in its own way, and who knows how long it's going to stick around. But
sure.
It's nice to see a return to it. Same with the Clone Wars. It's nice to get an ATTE. It's nice to get a fighter tank and 5 of First battle packs. Like, I love those. I'm glad that they're still doing it. Just want to read a couple more comments as well.
For sure. Sorry, I went on a rant there.
No, you're fine. That's what this is for. Back to Bosk Productions.
Oh.
He loves the Viking helmet in this build.
Yeah, there's a Viking helmet from the CMF figure in the top floor of this one. There's that CMF. It's the realistic looking one.
Right.
It's in the top, which all Castle fans are upset about because we're like, we want this helmet for other stuff. Come on, like.
That is funny. Big Castle guy here says, Efren, I am reliving my childhood all over again since the Lion Knights Castle came out. I was discouraged with all the Lego Star Wars channels. Keep up the fantastic Castle content. There you go.
I appreciate it. I did share it out to my YouTube community tab and to my Instagram.
Oh,
so probably
well, thank
got some
you.
people.
Good. That's why there was an increase. I appreciate it.
No problem.
So
I just have that kind of face that people love. What can I say?
That's not it. Lego Locken says, so am I gonna get banned here for league?
Well, we don't talk about that. Hey, Lego Locken, there's 2 rules about Fight Club. You don't talk about Fight Club, and you also don't talk. Look back at rule number 1.
there's 2 rules of the Matt Mellish building stream. Number 1 is you have to keep it G-rated, and number 2 is do not talk about Lego bulk sources. That's it.
Sure.
GLS loves your Exo-Force sets. Ninjago has fought robots, but they don't fight them always. So I don't know. Their point was saying they're the same. Yeah. I mean, I see similarities, but not exact.
I can see some similarities, but I think Ninjago is done better, and it was a little less like
the mechs. I think it's mainly the mechs, and that's something that's consistently been carried through a lot of Lego themes.
Yeah. No, sure. Well, I mean, so I was talking about this recently. The reason mechs are beloved, the reason why they keep showing up, whether it's Marvel, whether it's Ninjago, whether it's Exo-Force, whether it's something like Bionicles, why it was the Knights Kingdom 2 big figs, because kids love to grab 2 of these things, put 1 in each hand, and bash these together.
You're gonna
and
do
these 2 would break apart.
They're vintage. They're vintage.
Sort of. Yeah. And so it's like, no, they're fighting back and forth, and I can have this battle. And, if I want to have this, once I get one of my guys with the swords in their hand, I can have this little battle here, and I don't have to do it with the little figs. And so that's the reason kids love mechs and stuff. And it's the reason we keep getting them. It's the reason they're like, oh, well, we don't have this. Stuff them into Ninjago. Hey, we don't got this. We're going to make even crappier ones for Marvel that don't make sense. And then we're going to give the newest one a motorcycle because that makes sense.
People I saw, I made my news video on those, and I was quite surprised at a lot of the reaction, which was positive. Like, a lot of people really liked the mechs.
They do look better than past ones a little bit, but yeah.
My biggest problem with these ones, though, and I didn't mention it because, once again, not going into a lot of information with those videos, just kind of getting the news out there, but the knee joint is fixed.
Yep.
So, what? I don't know. If you're gonna have a mech, you want the optimal amount of posability, I would think, and that's certainly limiting.
It's made for kids, and so they cheaped out on it a little bit just because.
But even if it's made for kids, if I'm a kid,
no, I agree. No, I'm not defending you. I'm not defending them at all. I wholeheartedly think that Lego needs to reevaluate how they design some of their sets, but yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't know. I do agree. Exo-Force had a little bit of weaker joints to it. I'll never not say that. I love Exo-Force, but I definitely know that it has its issues. But I do think those new knee pieces, they could easily make bendy. It's literally looks like it should be able to bend. All you would need to do is put in some ratchets into it.
Right. And it goes back to maybe they had to redesign something due to the stability issues that they had in the other run that they did of them. I don't know. So there could be more to the tale than just that.
Oh, for sure. And the biggest thing, and I'll even say this for myself, we make as Lego fans is we don't always know what's happening. We always think the worst of Lego, but at the same time, and I do think they make some bad decisions. I'll never not say that. But I do think sometimes we also don't know what limitations the designers had to deal with or stuff like that. So
we're not in their shoes. Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear you. I was gonna add something to that, and I completely forgot what it was. Oh, we also, I think, and this is starting to take from the Star Wars community.
Mhm.
I don't think we're grateful enough, maybe sometimes, for the good things that we do get.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I made so many videos about that new castle because I was so grateful about it. And like, oh, this is paid. No, I was like, don't pay me, guys. No one sent me that for free. But I was happy about it. And I do think you're right. I think we need at some points be like, hey, this is a great set and we should love it. If you want older stuff, do what I do. Go buy older stuff. Like, I think we
talk
do
about
find-
it. Be vocal about everything, what you don't like and what you like.
Yeah, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Also, Brad, I know you're a Lego Castle guy, but Lego Locken wants to know if you're a Mickey Mouse Disney Castle guy.
I say down with the mouse.
Oh, goodness.
Sniper didn't take me out. I'm good.
This time.
I have no love for that set because it's
really at all.
Nope. I think Lego again. It sounds like me complaining even more than I already do.
This is your therapy stream, Brad.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to give you interesting content here, Matt.
I'll clip it all later and then throw it on TikTok and
exactly.
expose
There
you.
we go. Don't worry, I'll do the same thing for you when you come on my next show.
Great.
I think a lot of times Lego takes the easy way out. Instead of making original stuff, they go, hey, Mickey Mouse has a castle. Let's go make that instead of doing a 4+ castle set, which honestly, more people than 4+ people. Like if you did a castle set that was 4+ right now, castle fans are so starved, they would buy 10 of them each. Like,
right.
I'm just saying. So to me, it's just like, come on.
I can't believe they made that set. In all honesty, like,
yeah,
I don't understand. Look. Now, granted, I'm not the target demographic. I
we
will
never
preface it with that. But the thing is, I just don't. I don't think a kid would even enjoy it.
No. And that's the hard thing is I sometimes don't know if Lego knows what kids enjoy these days.
Granted, I don't know if we do either. But
yeah,
the thing is,
for sure.
I think actually creating, like you mentioned, a castle. That is knights and skeletons again, like they once did. I think that's more exciting for kids. Maybe it's the younger girls could be, because I'm thinking as a boy, I'm not thinking as a girl, and a lot of girls like Disney and Mickey Mouse and Minnie and all that. So I don't know, but how about the actual Disney castle though? The Cinderella's castle, Brad.
I don't have a problem with that. It's based off of I want to say Disney Cinderella's castle is the 20th wonder of the world at this point. Let's be honest. I'm not a huge Disney fan like of just stuff like that, like basic Disney stuff. Like I'm not the new what is it called? The Strange World movie's out. I'm going to go watch that. Like that's not me. But I think that set's really cool. I think if you wanted to use it as a castle in general, you could, but at the same time, it's a cool set, and I'll never like. When I worked at the Lego store, I'd try to sell that set because it's a cool set and it looks amazing. Like,
yeah, no,
you will know one day when you actually build it.
I have a lot of things to build. I almost canceled the stream today. I've been putting things off, and I'm trying to stop doing that. But that's
no, for sure.
I'll look into the world of Matt. But no. So the reason that where was I going with this? Oh, I love Disney. Obviously, I worked for the company for a while, but even I wouldn't say that I'm a Disney shill. Like, I don't go and I don't watch all of the new movies. It's just
Yeah.
not me. But I do like the fun of what Disney is and going to the parks and everything. I think after like living there and working there, it's different to watch in person all the people that walk by who have spent every last dollar from their like savings to make the pilgrimage to Disney World just so that they could take that photo in front of like the castle or all of the icons. I don't know, it's kind of sad that I'm not saying that I'm not a pro-capitalist guy. I'm not saying anything about that. What I am saying is it's just a little odd to me that we're glorifying a company in that way.
Yeah, it's more of like people enjoying the movies. See, for me, Disney Land sounds awful to me. Okay, this is why. If I'm gonna go have fun with my friends, if I'm gonna go, what are the draws of Disney? Riding the rides, meeting cast members, eating the food, walking around and seeing the sights. Did I hit those
I think
all
it's the
about?
people. I think it's the people. Yeah.
Like cast members? Like
yeah. No, like your friends and like hanging out, and it's who you go with more than what you're doing, I think.
All right, I'm gonna break down each of these and why I hate so let's start with food.
Why does Brad hate Disney?
So let's start with food. One, I have IBS, so most of the food there I would be just not having a fun time.
Oh, keep talking.
I would not be having a fun time if I was eating all that crazy rich food and stuff. And so, yeah, that is out for me. But also, it's like if I want food, good, expensive, like I'm just gonna go to a place right next to me, like
a normal place to eat food, like a normal good food place.
Exactly. Go to rides. There's nothing special about those. You gotta stay in an hour for certain rides. You know what I'd rather go do? Go to like an amusement park or like like one of the smaller ones that still have good rides. And I'm more of a water slide person myself. I don't like roller coasters. So yeah, that also is out.
I'm a big roller coaster guy, Brad.
I hate them. Yeah, that's a whole nother therapy session. Also on top of that, the cast members. I know none of those people are the real Mickey or Donald Duck or Captain America or whatever. Like,
okay, so
like to me, there's no draw. Like, if I wanted to meet, when I know Captain America isn't real, so I never actually be able to meet him. But like, I'd rather meet Chris Evans. I'd rather meet Chris Evans.
I want to meet the real Captain America.
Yeah, like if I'm me meeting Mickey tomorrow has no impact on my life at all. Like besides the photo that I get to put on, my Instagram that two people care about.
I think that's what bothers me most is like it's not about going and having fun. For some people it is. Granted, I'm not talking about all people because there are a lot of people with kids who have a great time going to the parks and it's for them. I'm talking about the Disney adult that goes literally just to take photos.
Oh my gosh. I
can't stand it.
You know what? I guess kind of not a pet peeve. It's not a pet peeve because I don't really care what they do. But the adults, like their TikTok accounts, and these people go every week to Disney. Sometimes
I think there's a healthy way to do it. I think there's a healthy way to do it where like you're genuinely enjoying your experience, but like the idea that I'm just going to go so I can post something is very frustrating because you're taking away experience for other people at a certain point. Like I've witnessed it. I've been in line. I've seen a Disney adult by themselves. Not that there's a problem with that. I went to the parks by myself when I worked there, but it's the manner in which you act. Like taking a lot of time to take a photo with a character when there's a little girl up next, very excited, and you're basically snubbing her. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't know. After a while, it comes down to like, I could care less. And so it's the reason I don't go. Like,
sure.
And
like it's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that. But it's like, Legoland, I want to go there once. Like, I feel like as a Lego fan, there is a draw for me there in that realm. you know,
Yes.
there is a sorry, I'm looking for a piece
Building.
and it's there is a draw for me in there, but at the same time, nah, like I'd rather if I'm gonna go hang out with friends, let's say if I'm going to
Spend your
like
time.
if like let's say I want to go hang out with a bunch of Lego content creators, I'd rather just
Right.
get an Airbnb and we hang out and have a good time. Like
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
which we've done before in a way, but like that's
And even
what I
then,
would
we're
rather
stressed
do.
out. Like
Yeah.
we're having fun, but it's not like we're just hanging out.
Yeah. No, there's a reason, but that's fun. Like I'd rather do that, and that's far less. Or, hell, Matt, come to my house tomorrow. We'll have a good time. Like
Brad, you broke rule number 1. G-rated content. No, I'm joking.
what? No, I'm
You
saying.
said replay the clip. Replay the clip. No,
What?
you said something non-G-rated, but it's okay. I'm just messing with you.
Okay, I see how it is. See how it is. I don't even remember what I said.
Brad, you said the H word.
House.
No.
Oh,
You said-
yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, I know what I said no. But yeah, no. So to me, yeah,
I feel like a child.
you are a child, Matt. You are a giant child at heart. But I'll move away from this depressing topic so that
Anyways,
everyone in the chat doesn't.
Let's take it back to you, Brad. Honestly, like,
Yeah.
so
yeah.
what have you been uploading? You've not really been on TikTok as much lately, right?
No. The last video I posted was when I find a good castle pun or joke, I post on TikTok because that's where those people are appreciated. I posted about a couple hauls I got, new Brick Monarch hoodie, which I just ordered another one actually because I need more. I wear hoodies. So I run very cold. Give a little insight into my life. So I always am wearing hoodies, so even during the summer. So yeah. Did I do this right? Oh.
So you're always wearing hoodies, and do you want to throw out your sponsor?
Brick Monarch shop, guys. You can get awesome hoodies like this, and the shields behind me, and the shirts, and all that fun stuff. So
there you go. There you go.
Use code Bricking10 for 10% off.
Well, I mean that helps them just
Yeah,
as much as you,
for
so.
sure.
Yeah,
but
so you've not been on TikTok as much. You've been focused on YouTube. Is that the way you're wanting to
yes.
reorient yourself for the future?
So over the next month, I have 4 videos that will be coming out before January 1st is my goal, if not 3. So 2 of them are just clips taking from my last live stream I did, where I do live streams where I talk in depth with people about certain sets or figures or whatever it is. So we went into in depth about the CMF figures, but because I'm castle related, I'm pulling out the clips about the Orc and Black Falcon, which I just need to quickly do some little editing magic too, and those will be ready to go next week. And both those are going to go out this next week, which I think, I've talked a lot about those figures, but Brick Stop and Brick Monarch had some really good insights about those figures, and we really talked a lot. So I think if you want some really nerdy castle insights, go check out that video because it'll definitely be fun.
There you go. Your ranking for those new CMFs, I've found quite triggering, but personal taste.
I have personal taste, but also there isn't a lot to. What's the best way I'm going to say this without everyone hating my guts?
Oh no!
A lot of CMF. Oh, one second, let me deal something for you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
no problem.
Good eye.
There's a lot of bad. Like a lot of CMFs just feel like city figures that were just stuck into a wave.
Yeah.
And they're very filler, and I could care less about them, honestly.
I think it's nice to get like unique parts and elements. I like that, but someone like the what's it called? The rocking horse rider.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find it worth my $5.
No, not at all. It's not worth many people's $5, but I get it. It's it's random. Some people rank that very highly in our group.
Really?
Why? Well, because it's nostalgia to them. They had them growing up and stuff
Oh,
like
okay.
that. So they wanted. Are you kidding me?
No.
You know,
Did you mess up?
no. When a guy says something's 100% complete on Bricklink,
Oh no.
don't always trust him. He's about to get some very angry messages from
Oh
me.
no. Was it a unique part?
Not exactly, but it's been multiple smaller. I guess it's. I need a reddish brown one of those. I think I have one in my collection somewhere. But it's also like when I'm buying one of these sets and how much I paid for them.
Yeah.
I'd prefer everything to be
Mercari, eBay, Facebook?
Bricklink.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you sure
Hun-
you didn't mess up somewhere?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure the guy had said 100% complete. So
No, I'm saying like, is it in a bag? Is it on the floor?
maybe I'll check. But there's been multiple pieces. I'm like, this is missing. Like, yeah, I'm not seeing it. It's like I moved on from those spots too, just to. But I swore he had said 100% complete, and I'm definitely.
Well, if it's on Bricklink, yeah, that's not good.
I mean, it's very close, and all the minifigures were there, and the sets are in really good condition. One of these pieces are really crazy. I think you might appreciate them, but
oh boy,
these are for the big thing.
Whoa.
But one of them has a crack right there. So once I get all the greebling up on it, it'll be fine. But I mean, these are cool. I will say that.
Yeah. Those are
so
unique to that set alone, right?
I'm pretty sure maybe a couple. I think I had a couple of construction sets from City had them in yellow. I think they may have been a bridge set. That is false Kit Fisto bricks. I shop in Mercari a lot. It all depends on the sellers. I tend to see. It depends what people know that people are willing to pay higher prices lately. But honestly, if you're the best way to shop these days is to literally hit up every platform selling used Lego, search up that one set you're after, because that's usually what I do. And then whatever thing has the best prices or good haul that you can get together. That's how you get it. So for good prices.
Right. I mean, there are a lot of different platforms that people use. Facebook, Mercari, eBay, Bricklink, and it's all about finding the best deal. I mean, I've personally had the best luck with Facebook Marketplace because I enjoy going in person and taking a look at things and haggling, and like that's fun to me.
For sure.
Strange to say, but like you get a rush from it when you find something good, and until you do, you might not understand what I mean exactly. But I mean, getting a $10 Y-wing, even if it's just a Resistance Y-wing, is $10. Like you can't go wrong with that.
Not at all.
The problem is, and Brad, I know this has happened to you a lot in the past. You find things offhandedly on those platforms that you wouldn't normally buy, but because it's a good deal, you want to get it.
100%. All the time happens to me. It's the reason why I only look for Castle and Exo-Force stuff these days, is because that's what I want. To get. Wow, this mech's a little more fragile than I thought it would be. It's sorry. But yeah, no, yeah. It really depends on what you're getting.
I think like this might be like a weird rant to go on, but hey, that's what this stream is for.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that being a Lego fan that's not niche to one thing, to one theme, is very difficult. Like it's hard to branch out because it feels like you get sucked into a vortex every time you do. I don't know, like I used to just be Star Wars, only Star Wars, because I didn't want to spend all my money. But now, you know, I have Marvel, and you know, every once in a while I'll buy like something like the Disney Castle or the train, with the 90th anniversary sets. Someone might have bought the Galaxy Explorer and then got sucked into buying the castle. Like, it's a genuine struggle
Oh, for
that
sure.
like you don't think about until you make that purchase.
And I remember I used to struggle with that a lot back in the day with well, I did, I got into Harry Potter and I was into Star Wars was my main one. I
Right.
got into Harry Potter and then I was like Star Wars and Harry Potter and I started doing a city for a bit. And so I started doing that a little bit. And then that was downhill move for me. And so I continuously did stuff like that. And then finally I was just like, yo, like these are the things I enjoy. And I want Star Wars stuff once in a while. There is some stuff, but I think once in a while I prefer just hitting. If I look nowadays, which is starting to become less and less, it's very much like, all right, I'm looking for this one specific thing, and I have been like, this is a holy grail set to me. Like
Right.
at this point, I mean, I own all my holy grail sets, but like, it'll be like, okay, this is my new holy grail. This is all I can think about. I've thought about this for months. I've thought about it like, all right, I'm picking this up. Like, and it's an older set, but I'm like, I'm gonna get it now before it keeps going up in price. So
Right. No, I hear you there. I mean, that's great though that you've been able to collect all of the sets that you really wanted as well. I think that very few people are able to achieve that because we are always just sucked into the next rush. Like, oh, I want a 2002 Jango Fett Slave 1, and then you buy it and you're like, oh, well, I would really like a Cloud City, and like that dopamine hit becomes more intense over time.
For sure. And it gets harder, and you really have to when you go into those secondhand sites. I mean, I had to learn this a lot. How do you control yourself? Because it's like, I have adult money, dude. I would be blasting, and I have made it. So I'm like, shoot, I know I'm only making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for lunch this week because I was an idiot and spent my savings on this when I knew I needed to save. So all in all, it's like, how do you control yourself? But it's also, hey, what do I really want? And if you sit on one of those new sets, I knew when the castle came out, that was a set I was going to want. I was going to love it. It's the only reason I bought it day one. Like,
Right.
Same thing with the Galaxy Explorer, the Viking ship, because those are sets that I know I would want. Whereas stuff like, I waited a while for, the ATTE, because I'm like, I know I really want that, but I'm gonna wait. Like the BD, the Andor ship. I was like, I really want to get any Rogue One sets or Andor stuff they do, but I'm gonna wait on that. And I waited, and I got it for a discount. I haven't picked it up yet, but I think like,
I would never buy anything at full price at this point. Unless it's a Lego store exclusive and I'm getting VIP points or a gift with purchase or something like that.
Our discount, like, I mean, yeah, no, I agree. To me, I do. And it has to be, I don't want to say the right thing, but it has to be something that's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense why I'm picking this up. The castle, dude, if I didn't get the castle day one, I was going to be upset with myself. Like,
I remember you being worried about not being able to.
Dude, I was so scared. So scared.
I think that it's important to be able to wait because it makes you think about if you really want it or not.
Oh, for sure. I think, yeah. And, when we're getting new Star Wars stuff all the time, you don't know what the next wave's going to be like. So it's like, hey, maybe wait until that next wave comes out before you buy something. Because you're like, well, I wanted this set, but, I was middle of it. I used to impulse buy all the time. I'd go to like Target and be like, walk in Target. I'm like, I'm not walking out until I grab something I want. So,
yeah, that's like I said, it's hard to combat that rush you get from getting something, even the smallest thing.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Like I go to Target and I'll see a good poly bag and I'll think like, oh, it's only this very like small amount of money, but it's still money and it adds up.
I mean, if you think about it, $5 a day. I mean, I get lunch every day because I hate making
food really adds up.
Yo, like I'm paying $10 because that's $50 a week. That's $200 a month out of my paycheck. I'm spending just on food for like lunch, just lunch.
Yeah.
Like, which, times that by 12 and that's a unholy amount. But like, think about that. That's I encourage a lot of people. Is like think about how much like I'll pick up CMFs a lot because like if I see a Castle CMF bag and I'll just laying around, I'll be like, all right, I'm picking that up. I know I'm gonna need this. I know I'm gonna use it. So yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Prioritizing is difficult when it comes to Lego.
Oh, for sure.
Building and buying and everything about it. It's
Okay.
a fun hobby, but it's a lot to handle.
Yeah, and I think you got to be smart about it. Being smart about stuff. I really want to show off the set because I just finished it.
Yeah.
So it's this one. I still need one of the pieces. It has this little antenna here, and then it's got this little like cannon on the side. I think this one's really cool. I like how they use the armor from Knight's Kingdom 2 to do it. It's got nice. It's posable. Got some big blasters there. Robot in the driver's seat. I love the dark red on that too.
It does look good. I like the pauldrons, the way that they did those from
that's the Knight's
like
Kingdom 2 pieces.
Yeah. I like that a lot.
So very skeleton in their builds, but they actually stand up very well. This one's really cool too. It's a little flying one. I can't remember this guy's name, but it's got this little like pulse cannon on the side here. The claw, I don't know why there's no backing to this hand here, but it's very interesting.
There's not supposed to be.
Yeah, no, that's straight up how it's been.
Huh.
I guess it's like, his is maybe taken apart a little bit more, but I like the colors there.
That was before the sloped 2x2 pieces were, you know what I'm talking about? Where it has that lip on the end.
Yeah. No, I know what you're
that
talking
would
about
work
now.
perfect there, but that was before that piece was invented.
Oh, no, you mean like this one? Or 2x2?
No,
okay.
I don't have one in front of me, so I can't show you. The one where it like has a little lip and then it goes down.
Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking. Yes, no, I know what you're talking about now. But this one's really cool. I think the bigger ones, the smaller ones are very bare bones. And they did a better job with the smaller ones. Like this one, as you can see, like there's a lot more to the structure of it. And then this reminds me of the warthog from Halo.
It does.
It's pretty cool. Also, that front is a robot head. If you look at it.
Oh, that is cool.
And then I'm gonna show this.
I wonder if they took inspiration from Halo for any of this.
They may have. You got this little. I like this turret though. That's a pretty sick turret on the side there. And then these can bust open. The stupid part about it, is this part in the back where I'm pretty sure if the gates bust open, pushes this, it fires one of those launchers. Yeah. The front gate itself is really cool. The back of it's kind of stupid. So
yeah,
but
I mean it's a play set.
Yeah. Also the time period this came out.
Exactly.
I can't wait to build the big one though. That's gonna be fun. I built a lot of small stuff lately for Exo-Force, so I'm excited to get into the bigger stuff.
I want to be respectful of your time. How long are you able or willing to hang on?
I know you don't have a guest for another hour. I can definitely do another 30 minutes.
Okay, sweet.
To an hour.
I mean, you don't I appreciate you staying. You don't need this. Like, if you have other things that you need to do, feel free to.
I did research for my next tavern talk today, and I just need to write the script. But I'm waiting for a couple people to on my team to get back to me on that.
Gotcha. Your team, your tavern talks team.
I got a whole team behind me, guys. You'd be surprised. So what happens is I send Danny Ford Johnson my script once I'm done with it, and he goes through and rewrites a couple sentences or adds a little bit. Like he takes my words and makes it better storytelling, I guess you could say a little bit. Like I can usually, he's like, oh, your scripts are always great, but sometimes he'll add little parts that he thinks it needed, or change some of my words so it makes more sense because I didn't fully know what I wanted to say there. He does a really good job about that.
That is one thing it's hard to be conscious of when it comes to creating content, because it might sound good to you and how you think or how you normally would appreciate hearing information being given, but for other people it might not read it as the way you want it to. And I've thought about this more and more lately, because I don't know, people take things in different ways, and it's hard to explain or to tell the story that you're trying to.
Exactly. And I think it's you know, especially when what I'm doing is some people make YouTube videos that's like, hey, they care about the views though that gets in the first, month. They care a month. This needs to make sense, and then after that, they're like, oh, probably no one's gonna care about this. I care what people watch and think of this for years. Like
Right.
I really hope in 3, 4, or 5 years someone's watching this video. Oh, nice.
That's a cool one. I
That
just
is
wish
cool.
he had leg printing.
Oh
I
yeah.
just wish
for
he had
sure.
leg printing. That's all.
Um,
But Squidward, we got Squidward.
Yeah,
in our-
exactly. So I really care about the storytelling aspect of my stuff, and they don't do too much. My team doesn't really do too much to change, but they might. Like, I also have my friend the Brick Stop. I've more recently been dumping him some of my information and be like, hey, is there anything that you're like, this is a bad castle take, like this is a bad, or is there anything that's like, hey, this is definitely counting, like this is not true, this is definitely like this Lego Club magazine or whatever says otherwise. So it's really good to get a second. Now, like I'm not one of those, I'm not Mr. Beast, like I'm not paying these guys crazy amount. No, we're just friends. Like, but I call them my way, their own team. Sometimes I'm working with my sponsor, Brick Monarch Shop. Like, we're talking about different stuff because he's also a Castle fan. So, honestly, like I call it my team. Yeah, I mean, but that's what it is, though.
It's your friends that are helping you create content. Brad has a team. Wow, Brad, that's shocking. Says Kid Fisto.
I don't do anything. I don't half it. Half. I can't say the other part of that on here. But I don't.
You don't have booty anything, Brad.
Exactly. There you go. Creating content.
Well, I think it's important to be able to bounce ideas off of other people,
Yes,
and not get stuck inside of your own echo chamber. Is the way that I was trying to explain it before.
Yes, for sure. Sorry, yeah, I kind of cut you off on that.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Also, I just want to take a look back at some of these comments because they're kind of funny. Maybe an unpopular opinion, Zane is the most chaotic stud bud, as he almost always does random stuff in the background. Who is arguing with you on that?
No, we don't. We're all chaotic in our own ways. But Zane is. We love you, Zane. We really
He's a special
do.
human being.
Yeah, special.
We love him.
Joke.
We can only joke with him because we are his friend.
That's true.
Kid Fisto also asks, Matt, have you ever told us what your setup is? And Brad, you can go ahead as well with your own. But I'm speaking into the HyperX Quadcast microphone. Sounds really fancy, but I got it at Best Buy when my other mic died. Then I have my Nikon Z6 camera pointing at me and the GoPro right here doing the other angle. But the thing is, guys, remember, you don't need a fancy camera or extensive equipment to be able to create content. We all started with just a crappy iPhone, and we've since upgraded since then. I have my camera because I do photography as well on the side, so it's not just content that I'm making with it. Brad, what do you have going on over
I have a Sony A6500. I got it for freelance videography, and it's turned into my glorified webcam.
That's an awesome videography camera.
Yeah, and then I got a ring light, and then I had this special light. It's a key light to give me light on both sides of my faces that my boss gave me. Actually, he didn't need it for his setup anymore, and he was just like, "Hey, I know you're looking into a new light. Take it." Which
is great. Shout
out to him because he's an amazing dude. And then I have a Samsung microphone on a boom mic arm here, which this mic picks up everything, including when my roommates are laughing in the background. So I at some point here gonna get a better mic setup because
does it have directional audio? I know this is like a very nerdy conversation, but
this is it's very what is it, dynamic? I think. No, dynamic's very directional. Is it condensed? I went to college for this stupid stuff. Literally, so as this mic pattern works, if you don't know, mics have certain patterns, so not all mics are the same. So there's certain ones that pick up like this, where it's a heart shape, and that's
Right.
what this is. Like literally, people can hear, like, I'll be playing. My roommates are doing D&D in the basement. Let's say I'll be playing with some friends on like video games, and they'll be like, "Wait, who's that laughing in the background?" I'll be like, "Yeah, that's literally." Um,
I'm glad
so
my mic can't do that because my downstairs neighbor can be often very loud
and not G-rated.
and
I'm
not
guessing.
G-rated at all in the slightest.
Um,
No,
yeah.
there was something that I was gonna say and I completely forgot what it was. Oh, my mic, you can adjust all that with. So
Oh,
like
nice.
there's a knob on the back where you can turn it. I'm surprised that yours can't do that.
How much do you pay for yours?
I don't remember. Like one.
Yeah, mine's like a $70
$60?
mic.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
same one Ethan the artisan uses for those keeping track at home. But yeah, I personally would, if I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna get a different mic at some point because
Yeah.
um
It's the most important part, even more than the video.
yes. I will say for those who don't know my background in this, I've been making content for a while, but I also make content for my job. I work for a company as their social media coordinator. And I'll tell you right now, audio is always so much more important than video. Like people will stop watching your videos if you don't have good audio.
Yeah.
Because I mean, yeah, visuals are good, but there's always ways to fake that or make it look better. But you can literally do a YouTube video and only have audio and just have pictures, not even show your face and have pictures come up. And people watch that more because it's good audio. If you get in, oh my gosh, it's awful when you have someone as a guest. Like
We've had it
you know,
before on StudBuzz too, and
I was even
there's
gonna
not
say,
much we can do at the
yeah,
same time. And
for sure.
yeah, it sucks, but you hope that when you're in that environment, or like if you are someone out there who does have bad audio, that like you're able to kind of win the audience over with your personality, I suppose, and
Yeah.
have them stick around for that. But it does stink when, like, even it might not even be someone's fault. Like the Wi-Fi connection is glitchy and what?
Ethan.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I started laughing.
I wasn't trying
Oh,
to
I'll target Ethan. Ethan, you need a better. I'm joking.
I wasn't trying to target anybody with what I was saying. I was just we love him to death though. He's a very interesting human being for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I had a piece just run away on me, so I have to go and chase it. Let's read some more comments here.
Yeah, let's see. If you want, I can start pulling up comments because I've been watching that.
Oh yeah, you're more than welcome to. Welcome to. It's great that people are in here and like knowing each other. Are these from your community? Or is this actually like
probably not.
Interesting. Okay. Well,
I can tell you the ones who are from my community because I've seen them already pop in. So
okay, sweet, awesome. Bad Acery. Hey Matt, remember me? How's your day going so far? Great to see you again, man. He's also Jason over on TikTok. I do remember you. Appreciate you stopping by, and I am having a great day. Let us know how your day is, Jason. Do you know if the Daily Bugle is worth it? I might get it. So I own it, but I might sell it because I bought it at a very cheap price to sell. Although I would love to build it. Brad, is the Daily Bugle worth it? You were working in a Lego store for some time and you were trying to sell people the set. So what do you like about it? What don't you like about it?
I think what I like about it, I guess it's no longer 350, but a lot of good figures there. If you like figures, that's a set. I don't I have a love-hate relationship with modular buildings. But I think modular buildings are really good and I enjoy buildings. And so the Daily Bugle's good. Each floor is a little bit different, got some interesting stuff. I like the displayability of the Daily Bugle because, it's a big, great building, but they made it so that there's blowout walls and all this stuff. I think it's a really good set. I think it's worth it. If you can get a little bit cheaper than it is right now, I'd recommend going for it. If you can do something like Zavi, let's say, that company, or Entertainment Earth, and use some content creators.
Unfortunately, they don't sell that set on those platforms.
Okay,
of the
well, I was trying to
stores.
help you out there, Matt.
I
but
know,
okay,
I know. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But if you want to get something like the Sanctum, they actually do have that set. I don't know if it's still sold out though. But anyways, use code Matt to save 10% off on both of the websites. We appreciate it. Thanks, Brad. But
yeah,
no,
but like,
I think the Daily Bugle is a great set. I
I will say
think that
this.
it's a big set, so you needed to have somewhere in mind where you want to store it, though.
I will say this. I absolutely hate Marvel sets 90% of the time because Marvel sets are. I will say the Daily Bugle is one that stands out among those. And Sanctum Sanctorum and the Guardians of the Galaxy
Brad,
ship.
why don't you like Marvel sets? Explain.
Because it's like Ninjago. They pump out a stupid card that has nothing to do with even the comics. The sets are not great. It's all about the figures, and they don't know how. Like, there's classic Marvel stuff they could be doing, but instead they don't. I don't know. They just don't do a good job with that wave, in my personal opinion. Everyone can have their opinion about it. Just personally, I'm not a Marvel fan. Oh
So
no, sorry.
I understand. I completely agree with you. So the sets that I love from Marvel are the ones that are actually from the films, from the MCU. It's the ones that are just random from maybe like loosely based off the comics or some animated something somewhere that I can't get behind. The mechs, it's nice to get a new figure, but ultimately I'm not wanting to spend my money on that when it could be put elsewhere.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, I mean, like, okay, the new Hulkbuster and the newest one, the 2023 one that's coming out in January, amazing, so well done. But we've gotten so many Hulkbusters, and the other ones are so garbage. Like, there are good Marvel sets, but I think also a lot of times they're half-heartedly done. The builds are kind of weak, like just not good builds. So to me, that's what I don't like about them. I agree with what you're saying too. Usually, ones I like are more. The new Quinjet, I like it, but it does look a little bit boxy. I don't know. So I'm not.
I was gonna save this conversation for later on Stud Buds. By the way, guys, if you don't know, I don't know how you couldn't at this point, but Brad,
We talk
myself,
about it all the time.
Brad, myself, Ethan the Artisan, and Zane all host a weekly show on Tuesdays called the Stud Buds. Be sure to go and subscribe to the channel over on YouTube. But I was waiting to save this conversation for then, but I want to get a preliminary thought from you. Brad, what do you think of the new Hulkbuster, and do you think that it's going to affect the sales of the current $550 display model?
I think it's going to make those sales go down because people are like, hey, there's a Hulkbuster that I can get for a better price that looks better, that is a different model than the one we've had. Wholeheartedly, okay, for the first question, what sells on the new Hulkbuster? That I'm saying it doesn't sell.
It wasn't one of the ones that was 5 times double VIP points, right? Because it just came out.
Yeah. So personally, I don't think that one's going to do well in general, but I think now that the new one's out, everyone's gonna be like, yeah, why go get that huge one? So
yeah, I just it felt like Lego shot themselves in the foot. Now, granted, I like that when you have that huge set that not a lot of people can afford, especially kids, it's nice to have a model that is more affordable if you can't buy that one. And I know that, like, you know, you've worked Lego retail before and you understand what that's like trying 100%. To sell a set to people when they can't.
I used to what I do. So like Friends, let's take Friends for example. The not theme, but the Friends sets, like the actual ones based off the Friends TV show. I'd always try to sell them if they were a big, sitcom fan, the big Friends sets. But it's like, you can't. Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm gonna say. How about the $60, Central Park one? Like that's how I used to do it. Like I'd do. There's a bunch of sets like that where you kind of know what the cheaper version of it is. So AT-AT, I'd be like, oh, you want the AT-AT, that 800? There's one for 160. Oh, you still can't. There's one for like $20 that you can get too. That's a microfighter. Yeah, there we go. And that's how I'd make my sales, is like doing that. So this is a great question here. Matt/Brad, do you guys prefer the minifigures with classic gal look or more accurate human tones? I can't decide which ones to use. I'll say this. If I'm buying something like Lord of the Rings, Marvel, or Star Wars, I want what people call fleshies. That's
I've
literally
never heard of it put that way.
it's maybe just the communities I'm in, but a lot of people
What communities are you in, Brad?
Castle.
I'm joking with you.
But so if it's something like that, yeah, then I think I would, I want them more detailed. I want them to look like that, they're action figures at that point.
Right.
Um,
For me, I would agree. If it's for like a franchise, I want it skin tone accurate. But if it's just a Lego city, I think that's the place for the iconic yellow skinned.
I think if it's an original Lego
figures.
theme or anything that's not, I'd prefer just a normal yellow figure. CMF lines, yellow figures, like.
Because
I think you can do more with yellow figures. And it just, I don't know. Yeah, you can if you do the quote unquote fleshies. Like there's some like cool stuff you can do with them. Especially if I don't know if you're building castle or whatever it is. Like there's some different stuff you can do, but overall, yellow is just better. And
I like yellow because it's every race and every ethnicity. It's because it like there's no such thing as a yellow person with that color of skin. I mean, unless
you're really sick, like
right, definitely ill. So, like for me, I think it might sound weird, but there's more diversity in just having one color than having to match every single color that there can be. But I think like having someone like Wong here with his accurate skin tone compared to Doctor Strange, that's really cool to be able to have two different tones of skin. And I don't know, that's accurate to the film and it's the way things should be. I don't think Lego would ever even consider going back to the way they used to with Star Wars being all, or in other franchise themes like Harry Potter, all
there's
yellow
a nostalgia
characters
there to me for that.
Right.
But at the same time, I agree. I think it also depends what you're doing. So
yeah, depends what your intention is, I suppose. But
here's another. Oh, sorry, I'm popping up questions.
No, please. If that's what you can do, go for it.
Because I always watch chat whenever I'm building. So if you were able to talk to the creator of Legos, what would you ask them?
What would you ask the creator of Legos, Brad?
First off, Lego. No plural or anything. Well, it depends. The creator of what? Like, if it was a creator of,
I think the question. I think, you know what? It's open to interpretation, Brad.
Because personally, I'm like, the big one. Yeah, when's Lego Castle coming back, and what plans do you have for that? Also, when's your next original theme gonna actually happen? Because if it's a good one, I'd like to actually produce it. And I'd prefer something that's not Monkey Kid.
What was the last Lego theme that was ever made?
Monkey Kid.
Really?
Yeah. Well, video, but that's been discontinued.
Right.
Ninjago still going. Friends is an original Lego theme technically.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that upsets me is like, we went from power miners, we had like 20 and I don't think they need to like overhaul them, but I think having a couple that's not just a Ninjago and Monkey Kid. Like Lego City is still an original theme, but like come on Lego. There's so much more you can do. And this is the thing. I do think we are finally exiting the era of this is a whole nother discussion here. Just in general, there is this huge, I want to say it started a little bit after the first Avengers movies. Everything was a superhero. Like even the movies that were coming out, every character was like this sort of superhero individual. And so I think we're finally moving away from that. The Marvel movies, DC is not doing well at all. Marvel's starting to go downhill. I just heard they're taking they're putting a lot of Phase 6 is being put on pause. Phase 5 more breathing room. I heard that was because of the new CEO of Disney, president of Disney.
The returning CEO, I suppose you could say.
I don't know much about him, but so I think there's a huge thing, and I think a lot of science fiction, and I think we're seeing a big resurgence of science fiction and like fantasy lovers. I think that's a big genre that's coming back. We've started seeing a lot more content starting to go that way. Whether that's the new Lord of the Rings show, I mean, which wasn't great, but it was still science fiction-y. We're all there's I don't really need to go into all that detail, but that's happening, and I think Lego might have to go with that route too, where it's like, but like the reason I brought that up was Ninjago, Monkey Kid. Like Ninjago is just super powered individuals, and they just happen to have mechs and dragons and all that. So I think at some point Ninjago is going to have to stop, because one, what else are they going to do? And
I
two,
thought they were going to stop. I thought this was the last.
I think they're going to do Evo waves from now on, which I mean is smart, but also come on. I think just in general, Matt, if you had to ask them a question,
that was your question. The creator of Legos.
I don't know, Matt. You have connections with Lego now, so
I do. So I need to trying to word things appropriately, I suppose. I'm trying to think of a good question. Like if I only had one question, I think that was a good one, Brad, with the original themes. I think that's a wide scope question. Probably be something. See, I don't even think it would be Star Wars related. Be like, I mean, are we talking about like Oleg Christensen? Like, he's the creator of Lego, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if it's maybe like. See, I would love to talk to, like, for me personally, the people.
I want to talk to the designers. In all honesty, like I want to like very specific questions. I don't have questions that are like large, like that would apply to multiple things. I suppose. Like, I want to understand. Here, how about this? I want to understand the design process. How does something go from an idea in the early stages to being made, and like what were the steps along the way that happened? Because I think that's what we were talking about earlier, how things get lost in translation sometimes from what the original vision was, and over time it becomes something else.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's definitely like I would,
but like specific sets, not just like in general.
So I thought of that. I would love to honestly talk to people who designed Lego castle sets in particular. And there's like, okay, for example, there's this one set with a joust. And there's this one knight who has a symbol that's kind of close to another symbol of another faction. I'd love to be like that person, like, okay, was this just because you loved this older faction, or were you kind of hinting at there was a whole nother kingdom? Like, I don't know. The lore side of stuff to me would be very fascinating.
Right.
Fun story. Talk about, so one of our good friends who works at Atlanta Brick Co. Well, we know them. I wouldn't say besties.
They're friends. They're friends.
Mark is who I'm talking about. But he told me that he actually met one of the designers from the new Lego castle. I just think this is a funny story. He was telling me that, was it Lego? Yeah, when he was designing the castle, upper people in Lego were like, oh, what's this frog or this little thing for? If you don't know, there's a brown frog that's right under a toilet. And he just said, oh yeah, it's just another detail in the castle to give it a little more spice, give it a little more different color. All in all, he was just making a joke about toilets. And it was, so I think that's pretty funny. But
no, it's those little details that I think make certain sets very unique, and the Easter eggs that some people might not even realize.
Yeah.
Okay, gonna head out?
No. I really want to show you something. So I finished another set here.
I was like, okay, Brad's ready to leave. It's been a half an hour, but no, he's got something to show us.
Okay. You're right. Okay. So this is one of the other mechs I was building. And this was actually one of the first mechs I owned. I owned this one and this green one here. All right. So I'm gonna give you guys a little fun detail here. You see this little, it almost looks like a license plate.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what that's for?
Was it an Easter egg for like show it again? What does it read?
This one says XFCDG1LA.
It could be a lot of different things. What
Okay.
is in that one?
So for the second age, so there's 3 waves of big waves that were like different storylines of Exo-Force in the Golden City area. So they go to this like old ancient city,
Right.
and find these kind of more ancient mechs. All the sets had that. Like, oh,
You're fine. It's
lost
just
Matt again.
my technology.
So I'll show. There's another one right here. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna quickly.
I'm
throw
switching.
myself.
There you go.
So there's another one right there. What these were codes that you could go to lego.com and type them in this Exo-Force brawl game, and you could actually play as those characters in the Exo-Force brawl game, and they would unlock you stuff in different Exo-Force games that they had on lego.com.
That's really cool.
Yeah,
That's
and
really
I'm pretty
cool.
sure there was some part of that too that connected with the story. But to me, it was awesome because I remember my birthday, I went on lego.com for the first time. I think maybe not first time, but one of the earlier times. And it was, oh, those games were just super cool. But it was kind of like this brawl game that you could play, and I could unlock and play as my favorite character, Rio, there. But also fun thing. Sorry, I'm just going to quickly show this too. This is the back of a
Don't tell.
magazine. This is the back of a magazine. It's like a little comic strip of the 2 mechs I was just showing fighting each other. And I just thought that was really cool. And this was the art style of Exo-Force.
That is neat. I remember like those old comics and all the Lego magazines that I don't know. I wish they kept up with doing those nowadays. There was something fun and nostalgic about it. But anymore, I guess they still continue those in the the magazines in the UK with the foil packs, but it's not the same.
No, and it's, we don't got like I have a love for Lego Club magazines more recently because I've been so the age that I'm talking, my next video is gonna be about the trolls, for those who are wondering, which is a Lego Castle faction. And it's gonna be come out right before the new CMF Troll Warrior comes out. So you can get some context on that figure and the faction behind it. And also around the same time, there might be a very interesting thing that's happening with me and my sponsorship.
Oh.
But the cool thing about Lego Club magazines was I'm looking through them and I'm looking at stuff for the trolls, and there's comics. I found a poem that was written in one about like the adventure of this knight and stuff, and they gave you details about the sets, and there was little bits of lore, and I ate that up, and I miss those days wholeheartedly of going through those and be like, I remember, I think for Lego Club, there was little storylines that would go through a bunch of them, so I think Lego, like, just like if you're gonna do an anniversary set like the castle again, like I loved how there was little bits of lore in there, but like, maybe do a comic strip at the end or something like that. I don't know. They're really fun, and I am really sad that UK gets a lot of, like, I found out recently there was this old castle comic strip in UK magazines that someone sent me recently, and there's a castle in it that actually looks like the new 90th anniversary castle.
That's cool.
So it's crazy, but it's like, come on, why does UK get all the love for that kind of thing? Like, I want my castle lore or Lego lore, but I also do think it talks about, that kind of goes back to what's kind of happened with Lego, whereas it's went very much far away from original themes. Like, they even made Lego Star Wars their own original theme in a way, because they would do those little storylines in the comic strips and stuff. And they moved away from that to, here is a Star Wars set that is from a movie. Go watch that movie if you want to understand more about this set and stuff. And I think, honestly, now, sorry, like sometimes when I'm talking out loud, I realize stuff. And this is one of those moments. Yeah. Like, I think we're in this different era of Lego that's really sad, because, Lego was always said there for kids. And as a big child myself, I had enjoyed those things that they haven't been doing lately. So
I think also, like, there's my suspicion with the reason why they don't do magazines anymore, and like even the catalogs that we get are so bare bones, is because it's more of a push for eco-friendly. Like, I honestly think that's part of it. And I think like paper mail is being done away with over time. Like, it's just being phased out.
didn't more recently they actually do an online magazine? I think
I
they
don't
did.
know, but that would be really cool, actually.
I think they did, and they shared. I saw it on Instagram and stuff. But honestly, that would be the move.
That'd be a way around it for sure. If that's what the problem
Yeah,
is.
because like honestly, it would. Let's be honest, it would cut. You know, because you don't have to print it. You don't have to. Literally, all you have to do is make it as part of your website. And because I made it so you could like flip through it, kind of like how they do on Brickset. And literally, like yeah. So
Yeah, that's the reason. It might also be like another production cost. I'm not sure like how much that like is to make a magazine.
Well, I mean, if you're making little stories, there is a lot of thought that has to be put into that.
But it's Lego. It's the largest toy company, pretty much. I mean, one of at least.
Well, I mean, it's that and there's Fast. I want to say Fazbros, but I don't feel like that's right. Hasbro, like that, and Hasbro, and like the people make, the people make Funko Pops, but Funko Pops aren't even a toy; like they're collectibles.
Right. No, and I don't know. I think Lego. I don't think it's moved away from. Well, no. I think the way you worded it was appropriate, actually. It's moved away from being kid-friendly and into being more adult-focused, especially more recently, and we don't get the fun, childlike enjoyment out of it that we used to, in a sense. At least for me. I don't know about everybody, but display models are nice. I will always love play sets. And
I think the Galaxy Explorer and Castle are very good references of what a good play set / display set looks like. So, because I mean, hey, I've had fun with my Castle and Galaxy Explorer playing with it. So,
and speaking of the Galaxy Explorer,
what's up, Fazoom? And Jillian versus Reality's here too. I just saw that hop in the chat.
What?
Out of curiosity, I know you say you had another guest.
So I have multiple guests lined up for the rest of the evening. I hope that they all turn out. We have up next for the next time slot. I believe it's going to be Opie One.
Oh,
and then I was supposed to. Not sure if it's gonna happen. Hope it does. I think it's Danny Ford Johnson after him.
Oh, the man,
and
the myth,
then
the legend himself.
After him, it's actually Jillian versus Reality, so it's very fitting that she's in here. That's if we keep going as late as I envisioned originally.
Well, maybe you'll have to start another set if you can't get that long.
I think at that point I might be a little tuckered out, but
oh, dude, I get it, dude. You gotta start doing like every day a hour-long live stream with a different guest. Like you can't just do it all at once.
Well, I like doing this because, well, I like to do build marathons. I don't know if I'm going to build.
I'm gonna talk to you about that Tuesday because I have some thoughts about that you might find interesting. So
okay. But I don't know. The reason I like it is because I see a lot of other people on YouTube who stream quite often, but there's nothing substantive behind their live streams afterwards. And I think that this at least gives like people a reason to rewatch just for the conversation by having guests on while I build.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree. Sorry, I'm looking for a piece while I talk because
you're fine.
I'm missing
all the Georgia peeps. Well, you know, it's very ironic because I'm just going to put this out there. There are 45 people on TikTok watching me. And I've not addressed TikTok once during this entire stream, but I have no idea
can they even hear me?
No. But literally, so on TikTok, it's a green screen with a banner in the background.
I did see that.
Watch live on YouTube. Like, it's clearly me building the Sanctum. It's clearly this is what's happening, but nobody is going to YouTube. We could have 45 people over in YouTube and having a huge party in here, but people are still watching on TikTok. I don't get it. I think it's kind of funny, but hey,
wait, brother from another brick. Come on, you should come over to YouTube, man. It's
No,
literally just a different app. Like, come on, BFAB. I see
we
you
have
there.
a dual camera set up over on YouTube and everything. Like,
Guys,
we're trying to
they
be
can't even
professional.
hear me. They can't even
No,
hear me.
they cannot hear you. They cannot hear you. So Brad says that BFAB is over here on TikTok. Why is he not over on YouTube? We will never know. We will never know.
But all I'm saying is you aren't getting the fun if you're on TikTok. So if you're in the live stream now,
thank you for being here, people.
yes, you're
I don't know why people would even be still watching on TikTok. How there are 47 people there is beyond me.
Because they love hearing your voice. It's actually what I used to fall asleep to whenever you're streaming at night. I'll just turn. I'm joking.
Is there something that I don't know, Brad?
No, I'm saying you tire me out.
In more ways than one. You know what's interesting about this set is that it comes with 3 instruction manuals.
Dude, that's been more. They always talk about how much paper they're trying to save, but I always feel like they're like popping
it's
out.
gonna be the same amount of paper.
Yeah.
My problem is with it is like
the nice thing is 3 people could build the set at once. That's the thing.
I guess that's true because you can okay, that makes more sense. I was trying to figure it out. That adds up. It's also, the fact that I've not seen the staple binding instruction manuals for a very long time, and I wasn't ready to see those again.
No, that's true.
Like, I don't know. There's something about these that just don't match the binding of the new ones.
I have another small Exo-Force set I kind of want to build, but I feel like I should save it.
Yeah, save it, Brad. Save it. You don't need to waste it on my stream. Or you could build it, tear it apart, and rebuild it.
Sure. I forgot I also have this one, but I need to. Maticus sent me a couple. I bought. Oh my gosh, my flashlight turned off. But it's missing a couple parts, so his shoulders are very much shorter than they should be. So I need to find those at some point. I keep getting all these cool Exo-Force sets. I'm like, they're just missing just 2 parts that make that's all I need. Like, but yeah, no, I need to find. Yeah, there's a couple things I need to. So I just finally my roommate's like, okay, you can finally put some Lego out into the rest of the house for Christmas stuff.
Oh no, it's going to start making its way throughout.
That's what I'm hoping. Well, my goal is to. Well, I have all this Christmas stuff, so I need to start going through that and repairing it because I know a lot of it's like when I moved. If people don't know, I moved, so a lot of that stuff's like kind of in shambles in a way. So I need to like rebuild it all and start finding it. Also I'm like going to go through my collection, like the Hogwarts Castle. I might actually start taking apart here. Maybe even Hogsmeade. I don't know. I like Hogsmeade, but also at the same time.
That is a really good question. When do you get to the point?
I'm already at that point.
Like putting sets into storage and cycling out.
I need to start being more responsible with Lego more recently. I need to start sorting. I need to start going through and be like, all right, these sets, because I want to start marking some mocks too at some point, but like going through and being like, hey, these are sets that I don't really care about anymore. No one even wants to see my face. They want to see what you're building.
Do they? Do they want to see what I'm building?
Also, Matt,
you should. People on TikTok want to see what I'm building.
Sure. You should have also done the recording feature and then done a time lapse of the afterwards. I mean, you can technically download this, pull that up, and then you can do a good, speed it up to 10x. I can work. Technically, I don't know. It's been pulled out a few times. It'd take a little bit of work, but you could easily do it.
I thought so. Okay, this is a random conversation to be having, but still, how do you? I guess we can talk about it afterwards because I was under the impression that it was going to record it automatically like it normally does for stud buds.
No, you have to turn it on Oh no, so the stream is already recorded, but there's the new recording feature which records each individual camera, and it will actually allow you to. So like it would be just recording.
But
your
you have to set that up.
Yeah, it's super. You just have to quickly hit yes before every stream. So I've been doing it. I'm really glad I did it on my last stream because I now have all 3 cameras and I'm gonna be like toggling between them for the videos, just to give it a little more, changing up a little bit different.
Totally.
So when you're doing a building stream, if you do that, then it'll actually allow you to, you could download that and then make it into a whole time lapse that you could literally just upload that for people who just want to watch that. So
I know now for future reference for sure.
easy
Thank
content,
you
my
for
friend.
thank you for the idea.
Literally, dude, it's hard because
There's so many different things to think about anymore.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. But also my job is to think, how can I turn this into a piece of content? Like straight up,
Right.
for my work, there's a new commercial for this. It was awful. Oh my gosh, guys. If you ever want to watch the most cringiest voiceover commercial, go watch Lamborghini's new off-road vehicle. No, so they made a vehicle, this off-road Lamborghini, and did this commercial. And it's literally this guy, and it's like, dirt is gold. And it's this guy with this big pedo mustache, and he's just like, you know, you're doing this. And it almost like they sound like they're trying to do like hard rap. It's so cringy. I highly recommend if you really just want to do this for like a minute and a half, check that out. But yeah, so I recently saw that, and then I made my boss react to it, which we turned into a piece of content. So yeah, content is very interesting when, you know, for those who want insight into content creators' life, that's something that you have to think about. Hey, how can I turn what I am doing right now into a good piece of content that other people might want to enjoy? Because, you know, if you wouldn't want to watch that piece of content, then why would anyone else? So
I agree. I honestly had thought that it was going to record automatically. Shame on me for not checking to make sure, because I would have pulled other video from that to be able to make other content on TikTok and to have clips on YouTube. But, you know, we can't always...
you know what? For the next one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Also, you know what I just did? God, you know what I'm doing right now?
Uh-oh. You dumped bag 7 instead of 6.
I did. Well, when there's 18 bags for a set, sometimes you get a little mixed up. Anyways, no, and I appreciate your takes and opinions, and if there's any way that I can make my content better, I'm always down to hear someone else's opinion. If anybody in the comments,
you know, there's a very good
try something new, let me know.
If you get rid of your face mat and all of that, it'll actually just mess with me.
So we can just do a hand.
Oh yeah, not even his voice. We're just gonna do a hand.
Little ASMR.
I'm pretty sure there's a market for content, but that's not the content you want to be marketing towards.
Goodness gracious. Oh goodness.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, Brad, we forgot we were live, didn't we? No.
I forgot that you were a Lego ambassador now.
Forgot rule number 1.
Yeah.
Also, just to point out, holy stickers.
Woo!
I'm not applying these. I want to build this set without these just to see what it looks like, and then apply the ones
there's
that
some cool
maybe
stickers there though.
So we got the Captain America musical poster.
You know, the one that sticks out to me is that mountain range. That'd be a very good, like...
That's so in the set, do you know what part that is? That's the area where it's different portals changing the different landscapes where they can travel to.
Right.
But yeah, I cannot believe the amount of stickers that is in this set. And they're like necessary as well.
Which you absolutely hate.
Yep, that's my biggest pet peeve, and it's something that you can't change, unfortunately.
Also, yeah, this is a great comment. My mom, what did you do today? Me watch an adult play with plastic toys, going on a 2-hour long rant. You know what though? Like, you can get some very interesting insights about Lego and content creation, especially when I'm on stream. I'm just saying, but like in general, with content creators like this is like, if you enjoy Lego and you want insights and people's thoughts, the best points are when we're just ranting. Like, let us get on a rant, and that is when we're the best content of just like answering questions, or we questions are great. It'll help us expand into rants. The best kind of thing, in my opinion, to listen to is when someone starts going on that rant, because they're genuine and they're actually talking about like a very interesting topic to me. So I'm just saying, I always feel
it's
like
stuff that we normally don't talk about, or we normally don't have the chance to talk about, especially on TikTok, where everything is just so watered down. There's no depth to to the actual information. We can actually explain our thoughts and have a coherent conversation on a platform like YouTube, and especially in a longer form stream. That's why I love having different guests on, but maybe you're right. Maybe I should condense it down into shorter videos, and that way it's more manageable for someone to watch. I love hearing like different people's stories as well, and incorporating people that I normally like never talk to, and it gives me an opportunity to be able to actually converse about the one thing that draws us all together, which is
For
Lego.
sure. It's a really great way to meet new people, and that's like one of the things I love. You know, streams are kind of content creators' ways of meeting and knowing whether or not they want to do more stuff together, which is how you get amazing content out of it for the future. And sometimes that's the only times we get to talk and make friendships. So, you
Right.
know,
And it's sad that, like, I don't know, in a way, it's great that, without social media, we would never be able to meet or talk, probably.
Matt, without social media, neither of us would be friends.
I know. I mean, probably. The universe works in mysterious ways, but the thing is that it is quite sad, though, that we all can't hang out more often. Like, imagine if Ethan, you, I, and Zane all lived down the street. Like,
Well, if you think about it, Ethan's a child. I'm in my, early 20s. You're in your middle 20s, and Zane's in his
we're
late
all
20s.
in different
So,
places in life
yeah.
as well. But I mean, how great would it be if everybody actually lived closer together?
Oh my gosh, dude, it'd make life so much easier. Hey Ethan, your internet's lagging. Just come to my house and use mine. Like, or literally, if we were all together, we would just make a studio in someone's basement, like, and just do that. Also, probably a couple of us would actually be living together because we're just,
Yeah.
Why?
No, I agree. I agree. Like, it's sad that, I don't know. Although there are great things about the internet, that's one thing. Although you're connected with people, you're not necessarily physically able to hang out, and it's a different environment from when you're actually in person. I mean, Brick Fair was amazing to be able to be with everybody, and Chicago was another taste of that for me. But it always leaves me wanting the next convention, even though that's almost too much to handle because there are so many different people there, and you want to make the most time of it. And then there's a yard sale, and you're spending all of your money, and like, it's a lot.
Wait, what did you say, Brad? My internet is glitchy.
You summoned him. You literally summoned him.
No, I agree though, and I think it's one of the reasons why I'd love to do. And it's hard because I think like I would love to just hang out in a live stream with, like, just on a video call with content creators outside of it, just to talk content and all the Lego and thoughts and stuff. But because our lives are so busy with other stuff, like streams are the only time that's like we can make time for that. So to me, and it's the same thing. It's like I would love to go to an Airbnb and hang out with a bunch of content creators that I'm friends with, but in a way that becomes impractical because we all have lives that are going around it.
Right.
And we can't do that. So it's like, yeah, it'd be great. But at the same time, it's like, whatever. So I think, that's the great thing about live streams. You really get to hear content creators making their friendships.
I think it's more authentic.
Oh yeah, for sure. Did you see the UCS Razor Crest? I think out of honestly all the UCS sets, the UCS Razor Crest is probably one of my favorites.
Yeah.
I don't own it, and I haven't actually taken time to look at it a ton because Star Wars sets. But at the same time, it looks good. So
I love UCS sets that are specifically play scale. Like not play scale, but figure
it's almost
scale.
like a dollhouse, but like not a dollhouse. Like,
yeah, like I don't know. The UCS Falcon, the Slave One, the AT-AT, the fact that you can put figures inside of it and display it as an in-universe model rather than just an oversized, ginormous. I'm thinking about something like the A-Wing or
for sure,
the B-Wing, where it's a monstrosity that's difficult to display in a sense. It's just not as appealing to me. The gunship is definitely one of those. Yes.
Like, it's just too much almost.
Yes, and honestly, like I love the gunship as a vehicle in Star
Mm.
Wars, but that set, I mean, you would need somewhere very specific to display it. For
Oh
sure.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
It's a hard sell. Like the Eiffel Tower.
Dude, I asked my roommate about that the other day. And I was, actually not a couple hours ago, literally before I got on the stream. And we're just both like, why? Like, this is just huge. Like, there's no point in this. I don't even know why Danny Bob got one. 'Cause I just
I saw in one of her videos she like pointed in the it was a vlog. She's in the living room and she points to a random spot and is like, I think the Eiffel Tower is gonna go there. I'm like, what do you mean? Danny, what are you doing?
I mean, I love you, Danny Bob, but like, why? Why would you get that? That sets up.
It's a beautiful set, don't get me wrong, but it's one of those sets that you only want one. You have to be a person that only wants either one or very few Lego sets, and you know exactly where it's going to go, and it's an art piece. It's not just a Lego set. Would you ever get something like that?
Jeez, no. I mean, it would have to be.
I think she got it for the content.
Huh?
I think she got it for the content.
I agree.
think that's the difference.
I would get something like that if it was like Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings. Like, it's giant. It's basically just white. But why? Like I if let's say it's a $500, $600, $700 Minas Tirith, that is why I'm getting it. Like, it's big, it's cool content. Also, it's on me. But like an Eiffel Tower, like I just need I don't even care about France, but like I don't like I would need like a small one. But
Brad, I think a lot more people care about France than Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
But you might be
True.
surprised by that
Well,
information, actually.
what I'm saying is,
Ethan's got me cracking up.
like I said before, bring back buildable figures for oversized UCS sets on a giant, ugly Luke Skywalker for the Lucius land speeder.
It's funny. I just yeah, oversized sets are not my cup of
No,
tea.
I think it's cool, but I can appreciate why like Zane appreciates them. But
The problem is though with UCS sets, it's like you buy 3 of them and now you're a UCS collector.
yeah, no. I own one UCS set. Still haven't built it. It's sitting in that closet right behind me, still in the original shipping boxes.
Right. I have the same problem. You know, like you buy these sets because there's like a deal, or you want to get a gift with purchase, or you know it's going to go out of, you're going to retire, but you know that in the future you will have a place for it. It's just now, right now, you don't know exactly where you would put it.
Yeah, and
What?
you know, the building process just sounds awful to me of that. Like, it sounds great, but also, I don't know, 800, like I have the AT-AT for those who don't know, and I'm just like, I'm gonna wait to build that.
It's a lot of gray. It's a lot of gray. A lot of repetition with the legs.
What's up, Kufal Bricks? Welcome to Matt Melsh's YouTube channel. I'm his moderator of his comments right now. I don't know.
Hey,
I'm his guest
Kufal?
who's also trying.
Hello there, Kufal. I'm doing well. How are you?
He said he was new, and I wanted you to not ignore him because
I appreciate that.
Sorry,
thing,
you need to stop ignoring people, Matt. Okay,
I'm not.
These people
ignoring
care
people.
about you. I'm joking.
I'm not ignoring people. I'm just not good at reading comments. There are too many things going on at once right now.
That's true. I have gotten very good at reading comments, so that's. I don't know.
Kit Fisto, so it's really funny actually. Kit Fisto is over on TikTok, right? And he's trying to get everybody to come over to YouTube, and it's just not working. I don't understand why though. Like, It doesn't make any sense to me why people on TikTok wouldn't come to YouTube. But
If you
it's
think
fine.
about it, you can watch it on the YouTube app. You don't even have to watch it on your phone. But it's like, I understand certain people are just TikTok people. They don't
Yeah, I
need
get
other
it.
platforms.
I get it.
Ethan has a great comment here. In the future, my future mansion, I'm gonna have a lot of coffee tables for my oversized sets. Ethan, what sets? I
Yeah.
know you're not gonna have any oversized sets because it's just gonna be oversized mocks. Okay, Mr. Lego Master.
Hey, you can't be on my stream and calling people out like that.
True.
No, Ethan knows we're joking with him. I don't think Ethan. Maybe at that point he would have the ability. Okay, if he has a mansion, he has enough income to be able to buy oversized sets. But the problem
Sure.
is that he would just take random parts, which is a very scary notion. From a UCS set, if you just randomly take parts from it, you will never find that part again.
Oh, dude, it is one of my biggest things. I just find a random part for a set, and I'm like, I don't know where this goes. Like when it falls off or something.
Lego has a funny way of melting over time.
Melting.
Like you'll travel with a set, and
That's
you'll
true.
realize that you find a piece in your car, or like it's missing something after a while.
Which usually is thankfully not the big stuff, but it's like smaller pieces. So it's like, hey, this is something I can replace eventually.
Right. And hopefully like those bigger cockpits or whatever it is doesn't get damaged if you're moving it around, or
for sure.
if you do a drop test. Sorry to bring that back up.
You know, dude, I haven't even been that guy in ages, and everyone still treats me like that. I'm not the drop test dude anymore, okay? For all those who don't know, I bit on TikTok. It was a stupid bit, because I don't know what else I was doing. I'd make a bit of when I was
a long time ago. That was 2 years ago.
Jeez, yeah. Someone do a drop test and I'd react to it. And now it's just like, I don't care. Damage your Lego. Like, if that's what you want to do, damage your Lego. I just don't come whine and complain to me when it's like broken. Like, I don't care. I just don't touch castle stuff.
We all learned those lessons the hard way after a while, anyways, I think.
True. Very true. Didn't you break something drop testing your Death Star? Like,
I did. I broke a hinge on the inside where the trash compactor goes, and it's going to be very difficult to eventually tear apart and replace. I will do it, but it's just not going to happen anytime soon. I also don't have the part. I'm probably going to find it in a haul at some point and be like, okay, now it's the time to finally fix this thing, but not yet. Not yet. Putting that thing back together after drop testing it was not fun either, because it came apart in the middle, and it's hard to reorient. I am hoping that Mr. Opie One does come back. Not come back, but like come into the stream.
He's got 2 minutes.
I'm just putting it out there that, Brad, I appreciate you staying as long as you did.
He's trying to get rid of me, guys. He doesn't like me. Jeez,
I'm just... That's not what I'm saying at all.
I'm messing with you, Matt. I'm messy. I feel bad because probably most of the people who watch you don't realize I'm a very sarcastic person. So I will mess with Matt and my friends a lot.
My point is, I think that I'm getting dished.
You probably are. I can text him if you want. I can be your assistant like ELPN has.
Will you be my Jillian?
Yeah, exactly.
My Xana Rob.
I was just about to make shots at Jillian. Kufal Bricks wants to know, do you guys like Ninjago?
Not that we dislike it, we just don't buy it.
I like certain parts of Ninjago. I dislike other parts.
What parts of it do you like, Brad?
There's a lot of cool architecture in Ninjago. I will say that. Stuff
City
like the
gardens.
I was gonna say, like, even some of the temples. Like, I really want to make feudal Japan mocks at some point, and so like that'd be really cool to use some of the styles or parts that they've made for Ninjago to do that. I think Ninjago is interesting, but I also think that Ninjago has been overdone and it does the same storyline every year. So just different. There's been some cool ones. But yeah, stuff like Ninjago City Gardens, the docks. There was another one. That's really cool. Ethan says, bring back the 2x4. Well, I kind of did. It's just a different live stream now called the 2x4 table. So.
Which, like, I think he means.
No, I know exactly what he means. I'm ignoring
it's
that.
Different. It's different from what he's talking about. You see, Brad, he's talking about the large wooden board that you threatened to whip people with.
What? Whoa! I said hit. I always said hit or break kneecaps.
I mean, whip as in like, not like. There's the motion that I was going for. Anyways.
Ethan. See, I have YouTube.
Ethan just keeps commenting and commenting.
Well, Ethan maybe wants to join. Maybe he wants to come on instead of Opie. Like,
hey, if Opie doesn't come on, if Ethan would like to join, he's more than welcome to.
Ethan said this year the ninjas are going to space. I mean, didn't Monkey Kid just do that? But yeah, no, that one's fine. I mean, they literally just went underwater and then
Ethan also said Ninjago City Gardens is awesome.
And he owns that set and built it.
But he took it apart.
Wait, did he?
Well, not took it apart. He's taken parts off of it.
Oh yeah,
well, that does his own mod.
Matt. Ethan is not a collector. He enjoys Lego for different reasons than we do.
I know.
We are collectors, you know. I am.
It hurts, Brad. Okay, it hurts.
I know. It's okay, Matt. It's okay. Here, I'm gonna text Opie for you. Not that I want to leave, but
please.
Also, why is Opie doing it so late? He should have been one of the other earlier people.
He had. Well, he'll explain it better than I will.
Oh my gosh! Well, have you been getting these Instagram stories lately that are spams? That are people being like tagging you? I don't even know how they're.
You know what I've noticed lately? I've gotten a lot of TikTok spam comments. Oh, speak of the devil. Well, Brad,
you're gonna kick me out. I'm not even gonna say hi to Opie. Okay, this is what you're gonna do to me. Like, you can't have.
When Opie's here, Brad, it's Opie time.
I know. Opie doesn't love me anyways. You know, you should see the comments he leaves me. Okay, guys, Opie's not a good person.
We should at least give him a chance to defend himself.
Maybe.
Formerly host of the Opie Verse. Rest in peace. But a good friend nonetheless, and an incredible content creator from across the pond, Mr. Opie One.
I'll just make my case to first and foremost say, Brad, I don't even leave you comments anymore.
Oh! Exactly. Come on at me, I'm Opie.
How are you, Brad?
I'm doing great, Opie. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
You know, I've decided I'm going to start a live stream called the Opie Verse, actually. And I'm going to have guests on. Not joking.
You should, and just get all of my old guests on.
Exactly. I'll even interview myself, and then during the stream, I'll glitch out and take over my own stream for a minute.
Yeah, that was great. I was so lucky. That only ever happened once, and I was so lucky. It happened with you or somebody who actually runs a YouTube stream. Otherwise, anybody else would have been left in blind panic. But never mind.
I remember that. Sorry, just real off thing. It was for those who don't know, I was on the Opie Verse, and all of a sudden, Opie just glitched out. I think his internet or electricity went out, and so I'm there, and
my laptop was just like, nah.
Exactly.
Too much internet for you.
I started going on some rant about some new set. I think it was the new Lightyear sets or something. So it's I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna take over and talk about it.
Honestly, I remember watching, whatever I do with the Opie Verse. When that happened, that was very, very funny. But Brad did handle it quite well, even though I could see the gears in his mind turning. He had some more devilish thoughts of turning it into something else, probably. But.
Oh, I did. I always do. I've thought about that. I think the bigger thing for me that was funny was if Opie doesn't come back and I just leave, there's gonna be a 30-minute just black stream here. and I don't know how long I'm gonna have to keep this up till Opie gets back.
It was fun
Well,
to watch.
I'll take my leave because Matt wants to get rid of me. So he
No,
can
I
talk
don't want to
about
get
it.
rid of you, but Brad, your time has passed. And I appreciate you for staying as long as you were able to.
No problem.
But it's not going to be the last time that we chat. So,
Oh, no. AKA Tuesday with maybe special guests, and if
maybe
not,
special guest.
if not, we'll be talking a lot about the new Lego sets.
Opie, do you still watch Stud Buds?
Yeah, from time to time. Yeah, it's hard to keep up with you guys with whatever day you're streaming and
Tuesday, yeah.
all of that, and
Sure.
it feels like you're forever changing and all that. But yeah, whenever I tend to watch it, so obviously I don't watch it live, but I will tend to watch it the next day through my working day. I'll pop it on and I'll probably watch it over the course of the day, but then it comes down to how busy my working day is.
Right.
So yeah, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, particularly depending on like kind of what, if there's like specific news that have come out, I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll watch it, and I'll like, you guys are my, like, you're my take, so I'll kind of go and see what your take is on it, because I think rounded across the board,
Oh
you
yeah,
give a good take. So I'll just be like, yeah, I'll see what the boys have got to see, or the buds have got to see.
exactly.
Well, we
that.
appreciate you working us into your very busy schedule.
Real quick before I leave, Opie, how do you feel about all the new sets that were just dropped in the span of like 2 days?
So I mean, so they dropped some Marvel stuff, didn't they? And then they dropped, like, obviously I don't pay attention to like 90% of sets that are out there. I love the Tusken Raider Brickhead.
Oh yeah, that's a
like,
good one.
I'm getting like 100 of them. But they dropped anything else?
It's the only Star Wars thing.
I've
right?
seen the 501st pack, kind of one of the figs has been leaked and all of that.
Yeah.
Sorry, rumored. Sorry, Matt. I know
There's been a crazy a
Uh,
lot of good rumors lately for other themes that I'm really excited about. But everything that's been dropped lately is just kind of that like, it's Marvel. I mean, the Hulkbuster looks good. We were talking about that one earlier.
I love it, but on the back of like a UCS Hulkbuster, it
We were just
just
talking about that.
the timing is awful. Like,
Yeah.
but I don't know. And it is arguably the one that they're releasing is the better one. So I think from their perspective, it's like, well, why, if you haven't already got the big Hulkbuster,
Right.
why would you go and get it now? So, but that being said, of course, people will go out and get it.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
Sure.
Of course.
All right. I'll take
Brad,
my leave here.
We'll see you next Tuesday. Well, this Tuesday, where we'll either have a guest or talk about all
I don't
the
think
new Lego.
Matt, sorry, I don't think you realize what you just said there, but see you next Tuesday is an
Oh my
influence for
goodness
something else.
gracious
So,
me, oh my! You had to point it out too.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay.
Brad, you didn't have a typical college experience, or I guess high school. That was a high school thing.
Yeah, I didn't. I really
Yeah.
didn't, which I'm very happy that I didn't.
Well,
so.
on that note, Brad, I will see you on the Stud Bud stream on Tuesday.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Take care, man.
See you,
I
Brad.
appreciate you. Okay. Welcome. I haven't talked to you in quite a while. I mean, online.
yeah, I honestly don't know the last time we spoke. Like this, probably the last time you came on one of my
It was
like
the
Opie Verse
Obi-Wan
special.
show.
Was it Obi One? Yeah.
I think so.
So
I
like
think so.
summerish. Yeah.
Oh, too long. We'll put it that way. Too long.
Indeed.
So
It's sometimes, Matt, because you and I speak very often
right.
offline. Sometimes it's kind of easy to forget that how long it has been.
Right.
But yeah,
No, I completely agree. Moral of the story, though, it's been a long time since we've caught up in terms of, talking on a stream or in front of other people. Let me just preface with this. Obviously, there's a lot kind of going on in your life and a lot that you've changed with your content in the last even couple months, but really year. So I wanted to kind of pick your brain on where you're at with everything, not only with your content, but in the Lego world, in the community, and kind of just see where Opie's been these days.
Well, where to start? So, so yeah, let's go back. Let's go way back. So yeah, so for those who don't know, I started a new job in the summer, and essentially it was a promotion, a significant promotion. And life, you know, you and I talked about this. I've put it out there. I am not trying to be a professional content creator.
Right.
My previous role, less, I suppose, to some extent, gave me a lot of freedom to kind of blur the lines and do both. My new role, kind of less so, and that's fine. I'm committed, obviously, to my job. It pays me very well, and yeah, so it's not that it's kind of taking up more time, it's just taking up more of my energy throughout the day. Obviously, this where I sit right now is 3 or 4 days of the week is my office for the week. I essentially go into work and into the office for respite. Like I'm less productive in the office than I am here because I just talk with everyone. But obviously, if you know me, I'm a talker, so that's what I do. But so yeah, so there is that, and then essentially it gets to an evening, and I'm like, well, I just have less so. And then like you take the Opie Verse, for example, I will I had people, and I started like engaging with people. I was like, right, okay, I'd love to have you on, and they're like, yeah, let me know. And I just didn't have the energy to kind of the same drive. Like I wanted to speak, to have those conversations,
Right.
but I just didn't have that kind of energy and drive anymore to follow up, get them locked in, get everything set up, and then do that research and kind of. I just didn't, and I thought, you know, I did a couple of Opie Verses over the summer, and you know, viewers were down, and it's not all about viewers, but you know, when you've kind of peaked a little bit and you're only a year in, you're like, I knew what it would have took to get it back there was, you know, consistency. It was less about who the guest was, but it was about being there, being present every week, and continuing to build and go forward. And all of that was kind of in my head, how to do that, but at the same time, I just didn't have the energy for it anymore. And I thought, well, I could take a little bit of a break, but I'd done that already. So I was just like, look, YouTube was never my primary content because I've toyed around with it, but it's just, it takes so much more energy and thinking and creativity. It was never going to be for me. I'm not trying to be a content creator. So I just kind of almost cut off the dead limb and thought, right, move on. And then just refocused a little bit back on TikTok and Instagram, but at the same time, being very relaxed with it all and just like, you know, being mindful it's there, but at the same time, not trying to, you know, remember like a year, 18 months ago when it was like, you got to be posting 3 to 5 times a day. And that, you know, that might be true for others. And but for me, it's like, nah, no longer. So, but it's a nice place to be. But I do think obviously it's that time of year where we reflect and think about kind of what we've achieved and then kind of what we want to achieve next year and how we want things to be. And I'm kind of there at the moment. And then Christmas is coming. And then fortunately, I'm off to the Dominican Republic for 2 weeks in January.
Nice.
So it kind of like extends forward into there. So I'm kind of going into a little bit of a hiatus very soon, whereby it becomes a period of kind of thankfulness and reflection and just like, okay, what am I doing next year?
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at. But then what doesn't help, Matt, is the shift in algorithm with TikTok at this very moment, where you're then like, what? Like, I can't even get 1,000. I've never had this issue. I can't even get 1,000 views on a video, and I'm like, what on earth is going on? So there is a bit of that as well, but yeah.
No, you perfectly outlined everything extremely well, my friend. I mean, I completely agree. It's important to, at the end of the day, find what works for you. And although I could sit here and razz you all day about the Opie Verse and not continuing to do it because I truly did love that show. Like, it was the highlight of my week when you did it, and I want you to know like how much I appreciated it, especially like honestly it fueled me to do content more than like I had like realized in a sense, because you brought content creators on from Lego, TikTok, and outside of it. But I always appreciated hearing everybody's takes, and whatever you were talking about was always relevant, and it kept me like focused in a different way, I suppose. But I completely understand you needing to focus on your work-life balance, and what you need to do with your job is obviously extremely important. That's your livelihood. And if TikTok and social media is a hobby, then of course, like it only makes sense to put it on the back burner, or I guess find a different way to prioritize it. With YouTube, I know for so long that you were hoping to shift your focus more towards that platform. Then you went back to TikTok, and you've switched a couple of times as well, which I can't blame you for. I've had similar thought processes, especially ironically, when you said that you're going back to TikTok, I thought to myself, oh no, I might be going to YouTube now.
I think we're driven very differently, Matt. Like you are on the path to and on the road to this being something, whereas I'm kind of on the other one where I'm trying to refine things down. What I want, what's important to me now is sustainability rather than like generation of income or whatever that may be. So, and TikTok is ultimately the easiest place to do it. However, it feels like, I don't know, maybe it's the live thing again, and I never go live on TikTok anymore because I feel like engagement is very different and all that now. But yeah, it's a weird place, and there's so much out there now. And then like tonight, so I did my VOT stream, which is essentially our equivalent to Whatnot over here, and I've done like 3 streams on there now. And it's brilliant. Like, I love it because it's a bit different. You do the auctions, you give something back. We have some fun. And then we did it so I did it for charity tonight. So all of the money donated, all of the money raised is being donated to a local food bank for Christmas. So like, it was nice to do that as well. And do you know, it comes back to my job. Like, my job gives me that ability where, like, without sounding kind of braggadocious or anything, but that kind of extra bit of money that not even that it was much, but that the creator fund or donations and all that might give me, like, my job now gives me more than that. So actually I can just really relax and that's the thing now. It's just relax and find my way, figure it out what exactly I want this to be.
You have stability where, like,
absolutely, what
I'm trying to do is extremely frustrating and difficult and inconsistent, to say the least. Mm-hmm. But it's something that I'm hoping to strive for, not because like I want to make mega bucks and be an influencer. It's because I enjoy the content process and I enjoy doing things like this. And I would love to be able to do this full time. And I am fine with living below my means for a while to get to a point where I do find consistency. But I'm at the point in my life where I don't have those responsibilities that, like, someone of your just a few years older than me.
Thank you, Matt.
Has. I mean, even Zane. Like, Zane has a wife and hopefully a family at some point on the way. So, I mean, even just a few years can change a lot for someone. And we're all on different paths.
100%. And, funnily enough, a great person, a person that you should absolutely reach out to and get involved on one of these streams would be Henry Calvert. Because I don't know if you saw Henry's Instagram yesterday, but Henry was saying he's actually, after 2 months, quit uni to go like full-time content creation.
That's awesome.
Now, he's probably in a similar boat whereby the tank isn't full yet, but he has to kind of take that leap to generate the income that he needs. So, so massive, like, and I said to him, I was like, mate, like, I 100% back you, but it comes down to like time, and like, if you're not going to roll those dice now, you're never going to roll the dice. So, so yeah, you definitely. I mean, you look at the work you put in. You know, your TikTok is at a position where it absolutely needs to be kind of capitalized upon. Your Instagram's the same. Your YouTube, you've kind of quietly just built everything, and you're at a position now where it's like, right, okay, I need to strike and kind of make the most of it. I think what's difficult now is though there are so many platforms.
Yes.
It's difficult to know how to capitalize it now, and I suppose from a branded partnership deal and stuff, people are always reaching out, and you know, I get that quite often, and it's
Of course.
but the big thing for you, I genuinely believe, obviously, and congratulations, I know I've said this, but congratulations again on LAN.
Thank you.
Like,
I appreciate
they are blessed to have you, not the other way around. And
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I just think that kind of gives you, it's almost in a way, it's almost like a blue tick for Lego content creators. So by being part of that, it people will kind of sit up and pay more attention. Naturally so, because you're getting sets in early and you can release stuff and before they even kind of hit the shelves. So that will naturally help.
Right.
But yeah, through that, and you know, other people will sit up and take notice and go from there. I suppose the question I would have, Matt, to you is, how do you, like, what does full-time content creation look like as far as revenue streams? So does it drive directly from the platforms? Does it come more from branded deals? Is it a blend, and what's the split? Like, how?
Sure. So I mean, at the moment, although I'm focusing the majority of my time on trying to, you know, do it full time, I'm not making enough revenue at the moment to reach that point where it's paying my bills and everything combined. The problem that I'm having is that TikTok, where I focused a lot of my energy towards, it's not really paid back much of the dividends on that time, because ultimately, as we know, I mean, the creator fund is not going to get you there. And you can go live every once in a while and get some donations, but you know, maybe at one point I was in a place where I was actually getting a lot of donations and probably could have done it full time, like just focusing my energy in the right places and doing that at the right time. But obviously things change, and you have to reallocate and understand how you're going to pivot. At the moment, honestly, it's whatever comes to me or whatever I find. Honestly, I would like to shift a lot of my focus into something like Whatnot. And we've talked about this online briefly. And like you've mentioned, you've had a lot of success doing the UK version of it, which, you know, is a different company, but it's the same idea.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of, you know, Lego content creators having a lot of success with that, and also working with other brands, because I don't see how you can make it full time just by ad revenue, unless you're getting millions of views on YouTube videos, or like hundreds of thousands, which I'm clearly not at the moment. Of course, I would love to grow my presence on this platform, but at the moment, it's just, like you mentioned, struggling to understand where my time is best used and making the most of it, because you can do something with all of your energy, but if it's not focused in the right way, you're not going to get any payback from it. I don't know. It's something that I'm trying to figure out every day, in all honesty.
Have you ever been approached by or considered approaching an agent or a management company?
I have not been approached. I have considered it. I don't know what the, you know, fees would be to do something like that, but it is something that I've strongly considered. I just also I don't know if now is the time to do that, or if I need to wait a little bit before I get my footing on what I am focusing my attention doing, if that makes any sense. So what I mean is, with the Lego Ambassador Network, which, you know, it's a huge opportunity, but it's also in a sense the cherry on top of everything, because, you know, I've tried to build this community, and it's not my work. it's also the support that I've gotten from other people that I'm recognized for. I, wouldn't be here without everybody who has followed me and done everything to help me in the past. So my point is that if I find out that the perks of that program can benefit me in ways that maybe I don't understand at the moment, maybe that could unlock other avenues like YouTube and being able to really focus on it and make more of an income from it. I'm not saying that, you have to be in land to to make good YouTube content, but it certainly sets you apart in a very saturated environment.
For sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not sure how it's going to affect my content, in all honesty.
Mhm.
I don't think it's going to affect my takes on it at all, for anybody who's wondering, because, I'm going to be as honest as I always am about if I like something or don't. But in terms of what type of content that I'm going to create from it, whether that be reviews or who knows what else, I'm not sure yet.
Mhm.
So I'm wondering if I should wait to see if I need to get my footing straight with YouTube and the landscape that we're currently in with social media, which is changing all the time, before I make a more definitive stance in approaching someone.
Yeah. And I would say the dream in that situation is that somebody approaches you, like the right person approaches you, because then you're like, oh yeah, okay, you've approached me, and then it gives you a better kind of platform to negotiate from. But as somebody approached me a couple of months ago, and I was just like, what are you asking? And it was at the point I just started this new job, and I was very uninterested.
Right.
But I kind of chatted through with them, and they were essentially, you don't pay them not here, you don't pay them a standing fee. They just take a commission of any work that they earn for you, which is fine, because then there's no energy on your part or no commitment. So there is absolutely that, but then at the same time, it's like, okay, well, if I'm committing to you, how do I know that you're the right person to commit to, and what can you get for me from that? Is anybody in that you know of, from certainly if we looked at Lego Talk, is anybody represented? Because I don't kind of feel like I see anybody.
In that space, no, but I do know there are, and it's out there, so I'm not like stepping on anybody's toes by saying this. Someone like an M&R or Emily from Emosaurus, like those two, I know for sure, because they've talked about it in other podcasts and whatnot. They are represented in that sense by someone that they work with, and like I would love that. I would love to have somewhat of a manager just to back me and to get deals for me, and I would love that. But I think the space for going full-time into content, the way I see it currently in this environment, and we know that it's changing every day, but it would be to focus more on YouTube. Like, that is where I see my attention shifting in this next year for sure.
It makes sense. I just think my perception of YouTube was it's more transparent. You know what you're shooting towards.
Right.
The analytics are fantastic. If you want them, speak to somebody like JB Bricks, who analyzes every second of every video he posts.
Right.
But that's why he has the success that he's had. And with that, YouTube will offer you that because it has to, because of the types of creators it's had on its platform over the years. And obviously it has time on its side as well. So yeah, it's a funny one. I would say as well, from, again, speaking to people like Henry, the shift tends to be when you then are represented, you're essentially working with the same people. But if we take Zavi, for example, rather than sending you a free set and saying, here's a link, and if somebody buys through your link, you'll get X amount commission, they're saying, okay, here's X amount a month in payments, and we want you to create some videos for us and do some stuff. So the kind of the momentum shifts that way. So, and that's where it essentially you get paid rather than and that's how I've felt lately. I felt that, especially for someone like me who doesn't actually want to be a content creator. I love the free stuff, and I'm grateful of the free stuff. And Xavi are
Right.
brilliant at that. And there's an element on me where I've been kind of somewhat greedy, where it's like every time they kind of chuck out the email, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll take one of them. And then
you realize that there's work to do to
Yeah.
get that.
and honestly, I'm sick of hearing the words Black Friday, and you know,
Oh.
and I'm just
Don't get me
like,
started. Don't get me started. That's an
Yeah.
offline conversation. Hey, this stream is sponsored by Xavi, so they sent me
Indeed
this
it
set
is.
for free. You use code Matt and save 10% on items that are 4 months or older on their website. Lego items that are 4 months or
I'm
older.
not already discounted.
Wait, yes, exactly.
Yeah, which is nothing, by the way, at the minute. So, but never mind. But yeah, they are. I mean, as a
Offline
creator,
conversation for sure.
but they are brilliant in that, the amount of sets. I mean, what have I?
Right.
I've had Thor's hammer, so Mjolnir, the Guardianship, the Batmobile. I've had probably more than I got an advent calendar from. I've had quite a bit, and they're brilliant at that. But it almost, especially for someone like me who started to dial down my content a little bit, it then saturates my content, and I'm now thinking of people just being kind of hitting the scroll button because they're just sick of hearing me talk about Black Friday deals, because I'm sick of talking about them. So, it's a bit of a funny one, but
no, and I definitely feel the same way. You're not alone in that. A part of me feels like, yeah, it's great to get items sent to you for free, but at the expense of your content, it's not worth it. I don't think necessarily that people get tired of it depending on the way that you do it. Like the one video that you created of the store clerk at the Lego store versus Xavi, that was a brilliant idea.
And it annoyed the life out of me that video did so well. I was like, oh, what? Like,
why did that frustrate you?
Because it felt like a wasted content on the fact that it was actually, I did think, so in one hand, I was like, oh God, I've wasted this on an actual branded deal. But then on the other hand, I was like, this video alone is worth at least 5 field videos like in the future. So but yeah, it did incredible. I think it got like 15,000 likes.
That's awesome.
But yeah,
for a branded sponsored post, and we know how TikTok works with with stifling your content, not pushing it out to the right people when you click that checkbox. It's frustrating, but the fact that you were able to beat it with that video is nice to see.
It was a nice day, that's for sure. And it did equally as well on Instagram as well.
Great.
So like that, which tells me when that never happens. Either something does well on one or the other, but that did well on both. So it told me that it was a good video. And it's those moments that that motivate you to go on and do more. But it's that thing at the moment where I don't really know what they want me to do.
Yeah,
I feel like it's go live more, but and to back to your point, I think essentially TikTok wants you to go live, beg for gifts, and then it skims off the top. And like over here in the UK, there is a part of TikTok that is called and referred to as Beg Talk, because there are basically people who go live and just beg for gifts.
Yeah,
and people donate. So it's a weird situation, but
yeah, and we, I think I can speak for you as well. I've been saying this. We're not the type of people to do that, or even like if push came to shove and we had to, like, I don't know how I could, in a sense. Like, that's just not me. And I would never want my content to become something that isn't me. I was talking to Mandalorian as our first guest here the first hour about, just making sure that your content is you, because she, I think, captures that perfectly. And yeah, I'm not gonna go on live and, give up my dignity to do that.
Absolutely not. And after 2 years of being on TikTok, I still don't know how to truly and comfortably acknowledge a gift, like even a
Yeah.
single rose. I'm like, oh, thanks, that's so nice. Like, but yeah, it's just
It's hard to
it's
show
a-
the level of appreciation that you genuinely have just
Yeah.
in an expression. Like it's meaningful. It's generous when people donate. Now, here's an interesting thing, just for kicks for me to tell you. I don't know if you heard me say this earlier at all. Probably not. But I'm actually live on TikTok right now. They can't hear you, or they're just seeing me kind of building at a terrible angle this set, right? Which is beautiful, by the way. I am very glad to have gotten it sent to me from Zavi. It's just my only problem is there's a lot of stickers that I'm not putting on. Now
that
on
doesn't
TikTok,
sound like you, Matt.
I mean, look at these things. This is insane. This is just absurd.
Oh,
But
yeah, that's nightmare material for you.
for me, yes. But anyway, so I'm live on TikTok. 48 people are there, Opie. 48 people on TikTok. I'm not acknowledging them. There's a big banner at the top that says watch live on YouTube. And you would think and hope, because I also included the thumbnail for the YouTube video, that people would go from TikTok to YouTube. They're not.
Well, TikTok has made it increasingly more difficult for people to do that, though. So, like that little YouTube Instagram button has
Right.
disappeared. If you then go link in bio, you can't pop out of there. Have you noticed that?
Yes.
So, like, you have to fulfill everything you want to do within the app, which is just, yeah, it's painful. And this is a conversation I've had with fellow Zavi creators. Is like,
So you okay, I was gonna say, did you actually talk to Zavi about it? Okay.
I have mentioned it to one of the reps and just been
Okay.
like, look, are you at least aware of this? But then I've had that conversation as well with the VOT people who are like whatnot, and just saying like, because they are setting up an affiliate program and they've asked me to be a part of it, which is nice, and I'm talking to them about it.
That's awesome.
It just, whether I think their demands they're not unfair, but more than what I can commit to, but they're being really flexible. So I've sent them away to kind of come back with what they can do. But one of the things I said is like, look, TikTok is obviously massive, but if I can't push people from TikTok to VOT easily, because I can put links in bios, but it won't let them out of the app. I was like, so if you want to go down that route, essentially what we need to do is like paid partnerships, whereby I do a video, or I do a video for you, so it's my face on your channel, and you invest and promote that video.
Right.
Like that's kind of the route you're going to have to go down. That's got
Right.
clear instruction on how to do it. But yeah, TikTok is just it just doesn't like anything like that, and it's getting worse, isn't it? And just yeah. Whereas, you know, Instagram's a funny one. I don't know about you, but you go on Instagram Reels and it's basically TikTok 18 months ago. You're like, I know that sound.
It is. It really is. But although, you know what, I will say though, it's funny, and you were complaining about the TikTok algorithm recently, and I've been having the same issue of just not getting anything pushed out. I can even hardly crack 10K views on a video, which is not like my content, and it's frustrating. But
bring back the mat dance. Bring back the mat dance.
Is that what happened? Is that really
is.
what happened? Did me stopping doing that change everything with my content? And a part of, you know, I was wondering that a couple of days ago, actually.
Well, I mean, it's absolute conspiracy theorism, but you know, you think you've dropped a hashtag that you used, not just the content, but the sound and the hashtag that you used every day for so long.
Right.
You know, it wouldn't surprise me if there's something in it, but I do. All I hear right now are people complaining about views, and we've been through this before. You and I are seasoned veterans, Matt. So
this isn't anything new.
No. The time of the year sucks, but then I feel like I remember this time last year, and we got massively suppressed because of all of the branded deals. Like everybody was paying to promote, and those views get stolen from somewhere. Like I get infinite amounts of TikTok shop videos now.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't know what. I'd be interested to know, because obviously it's all regionalized, but we just got like bags of sweets, like a kilogram bag of sweets, what's that, like £2, like 2.2 pound in weight. So yeah, we just get like people selling those for like
Wow.
for like £10. It's crazy. But what do you guys get on your TikTok shop?
In all honesty, it's like big names for me. That's all that shows up. I don't get anything more, I guess, regionalized. Like Kohl's, Target, like Amazon.
Oh, so do you
YouTube
not
runs a
get,
lot
like-
of TikTok ads.
Not ads though, but like, do you know where you can attach, like there's the TikTok shop, and then basically anybody can register, and then they are like, oh, like I've like, this is what I've bought, or this and that and sort of thing, and it's like random rubbish.
In all honesty, I might scroll past those videos so quickly, like subliminally, that I don't register what it even shows me, which I think is also part and parcel of the problem with TikTok at the moment, because we've been trained so easily to scroll past an ad,
yeah.
and it's like it doesn't have an impact anyway. So even if we're trying to sell something, does it register to someone as an ad because it has paid promotion and they just scroll past it? Like, is that a problem? It's hard to diagnose based on the symptoms because we don't have any clues to go off of other than, well, our views are tanking and we haven't had an increase in followers, which honestly, I don't care about. Like, I don't care about numbers. What bothers me is that I don't feel like I'm growing, like as a, like the community itself, right? It's not like just me. It's that I'm seeing other videos that aren't taking off as they normally would, and it feels like the organic reach is slowly whittling away because of oversaturation.
100% agree. It's TikTok is just a money machine at the minute, and it just seems fully targeted at that, and anything that isn't working to that, like, just doesn't move. It's such a weird beast. But then you do, like, every now and then it'll chuck you a video out that'll be like, yeah, there's 100,000 views. Like, why did that video get 100,000 views? Well,
never makes any sense.
But it's basically like keeping you on the hook, isn't it? That's essentially all it is. It's like, yeah, we still like you. You can still get views here. Then your next video is like, so right now, the one that's really bothering me is, so I did back in September, like that was 3 months ago. I did a video where, so I've been doing a kind of bit of a series where I go around all of the Lego stores in the UK,
right,
and get my passport signed. And it was the second one I did, and it was my first ever, Matt, in 2 years. It was my first ever 1 million view video. So that was really nice.
That's
awesome. It keeps going. It just keeps like getting views, and like I'll see wake up in the morning and it's like, oh, you've got like 99 plus likes, and, and then you look on the road, like 80 of them are on that video, and I'm like,
yeah,
I'm done with that video. Like, stop, like, put the views elsewhere, you know. So it's just,
well, and like for me too, I'm sorry to cut you off, creating the same Secret Agent Matt style video, I want to keep doing it for the people that want to watch it. But if that's the only content that is going to push out, I don't feel like that's helping me. I feel like that's actually hurting me because that's all that people are expecting from me. And I don't want that to be the expectation because I'm going to post things other than that. Now, it's nice to get a boost every once in a while and kind of maybe strategically do that when I am getting frustrated. But to a certain extent, I don't think that is helpful just to get a quick bone every once in a while.
No, definitely not. And funnily enough, I've had a lot of success with the Star Wars What If custom minifigures.
Right.
And I could, if I'd stuck with them, did them daily, I would easily I reckon. So I'm on like 90,000 right now followers. I'd be easily, I reckon, well over 100,000 because they just
You'd be more.
like
You'd be more.
well, you only have to look at someone like JB Bricks, who his custom stuff, which is different but same concept, but in a
Right.
different way. It just like it hits. It's so engaging and just it's so fast paced. People love the story. People love and they jump on and hit that button. But you're then so pigeonholed into that's who you are, and as soon as you try and step out of that everything tanks and falls apart.
Yeah.
So yeah. Hey Harvey. Just see me in the...
Oh my goodness. What's up, Darth Walker? Tell Mr. Opie if I don't get another sticker with my order, I have his address and will be knocking.
So what we keep doing here, right? So Harvey is a fellow VOT streamer as well as me, as well as Max, who's Brick Pursuit. And we just keep selling each other the same figs. So these couple of Eternals and Guardians figs just keep kind of going around our houses, which is quite funny. But so we all have each other's address and all that. But yeah.
Very funny, very funny. It's great that you have a community there as well. It's not just a platform like TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. It's a separate place that people genuinely want to gather and they choose to. Not somewhere that they already are normally, probably.
It's quite cool the way it works as well. Yeah, like people kind of just, you can always tell when a stream has ended because people just flood in. Like it's amazing how much people love spending money. And you're like I've been on stream before and I'm like, guys, like you're bidding on this fig.
Why are you buying this?
You're offering like 13 quid for like £13 for this fig, and it's a £3 Tuscan Raider minifig. And but two people are just going at it. So, but it's a lot of fun, and yeah, it's a good place to be. I should see it.
Piece. I have no idea where.
Oh no.
Anyways, keep going.
I should see it just to more to Ethan's comment from earlier on, and a bit about what you were saying about the Opie Verse as well. I'm not gonna say too much, but something is coming. It's not. So one of the biggest challenges with the Opie Verse was having to do kind of everything and just being drained by even the idea of setting up a stream.
Sure.
But and the other side of it was as well, I like having conversations with people what I found is I really enjoyed the specials that we did, because it would be people I've spoken to in the past. It would be a group conversation and there'd be more of a rapport and a connection there. So I always really enjoyed that. And then the topics would deviate a little bit as well. You wouldn't just be kind of asking the same questions over and over again. So, which could be a bit more mentally draining. We are looking at setting.
Don't get my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up.
A little bit juicy, Matt, is what we're saying. So, it's in the works. We are being very strategic and methodical in planning it out. But yeah, watch this space. There was a little teaser on my Instagram story a couple of days ago. But yeah, it's kind of out there, but not a lot is out there. But
awesome.
We're working through. But the good thing is, it's a good group, and it's not my thing, it's our thing. We're all kind of equal shareholders in it, and it just kind of reflects our personalities, and the way that we're going to do it is just means that there's no people get a bit of respite as well, so it'll be a lot of fun. But
that's awesome.
You'll be the first to know.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to whatever you have cooking up, as always. I mean, you're an interesting guy, my friend. I always appreciate the way you frame things and what your perspective is on topics like these. I mean, we just went almost an hour now, very, very, very in depth to content creation, and I didn't even get a chance to pick your brain about Lego at all. Have you gotten anything recently in terms of Lego?
I have. I mean, to be honest, everything I've got lately has been the freebies off Zavi. So thanks, Zavi. But yeah, I suppose it's more I've started building stuff again because I've kind of had some shelves and stuff put up. So I built Mjolnir this week, which is
Nice.
a fantastic set, by the way. It's a lot easier to build than I thought it was going to be.
It looks like a boring one.
Oh,
A lot of gray, but I could be wrong.
there is, but that part of it kind of like you do it really quick.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's a nice casual build. I love that you say it's a lot of grey when you sat and all I can see is grey. And,
fair. I guess I'm
um,
looking at this set, which is a lot of fun to build actually compared to Star Wars stuff. But
I do love a building. I mean the cantina is still one of my
Right.
favorite sets for that reason.
Agreed.
But yeah, I'm going to build the Guardians ship next, which
Nice.
imminently. I was going to build my Batmobile, so the Batman Technics Batmobile, but I actually gave it away on the stream tonight because we hit the £300 threshold for the charity. So I was like, look, we've hit
Congrats.
that, so I'm going to give you it away. So I might still get that. I might go and buy it.
Go buy another one.
Why not? I'll just wait for Zavi to come out again and be like, what do you want next? Like, do you know that Batmobile you sent me? But yeah, I do want, so there's a couple of like almost like collectionist sets that I want. One being the Dark Trooper helmet, a set that I don't really love, but because I have every other helmet, I need to collect it.
Right.
The Nano Gauntlet, I really want that, as I think that's a fantastic set. But I don't know if you saw, did you see I did a video around there's like a custom Lego place who we met at Comic-Con who they do the lightsaber hilts and they do the blasters and stuff.
Yes.
And I built Darth Vader's lightsaber, and that was brilliant. That was cool. And I bought the sticker to go with it separately from a different company, and it just it looks so good in my collection.
That's
And
great.
I might pick up a couple of them as well. So
Yeah. I mean, like, it's nice that the solutions exist outside of Lego to be able to mock stuff up that you wouldn't normally be able to.
The thing is, Matt, I'm not creative enough to make them myself. So I like that somebody else does that for me. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've been trimming a lot of fat on my collection, just making space. I then want to spend some time probably over Christmas building stuff and clearing some more space and then kind of go again. Because we're going to hit like the big Star Wars period soon. We'll get the January 1st release.
Right.
We'll get that kind of mid or late winter, early spring release. Then we'll get the May the 4th release. And I don't have any of the diorama sets either. And I need to get those before I fall behind on them.
Yeah. And I wonder if they're going to keep coming out with more or not. I got the Dagobah Yoda one a while back and I still haven't built it. Just, I have such a big backlog of things that I still need to put together. But once again, when you're getting sets sent to you and there needs to be a review out by the end of the month on TikTok in a short form way, like at a certain point, you just need to get it done. But
here's a question for you. Because I always like, I find, and hear me out on this one, because it doesn't sound great than what I'm going to say out there.
Okay.
But hear me out. I find your Zavi videos tiresome, but in the way, like, to me, as like, I see you make that video and I'm like, oh God, I can't be bothered. Like, I just feel defeated by like that. And because it's so slick, it's so clean. And that, like, you've got the multiple camera angles and everything. And I just look at that and think, I just can't, like, I'm not doing that. But how, like, a typical Zavi video where you do, like, it's been delivered, let's open it up, let's go, and then let's take a look at it. how kind of much creation and then editing time would they typically have for you?
I don't think you want to know the answer to that, in all honesty. I
No,
appreciate.
I do. Because if you're like, oh, that's like 4 hours, then I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm glad I've never gone down that road. But if you're like, oh, yeah, it's like 45 minutes, I'm like,
I think I'll just leave it at be very glad that you've never gone down that road. Because when. See, I have struggled with this perfectionist mentality for a while, and it's gotten worse, actually. You would think it would get better over time, but it's actually gotten worse. And it's not that I'm judging myself or anything like that. I'm just trying to create the best video that I know that I can make. And at a certain point, I need to just stop and make it simpler in some way, shape, or form, because it gets very overwhelming to try to make it to the standard that I would hope to bring it to.
Do
you enjoy the videos?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
I so genuinely do. But I 100% feel that. And what I find whenever I do a lot of videos that are just kind of nothing videos. But when I'm like, right, okay, I'm going to make this video and I'm going to edit it, and this is how I want it to be. I'm such a perfectionist with it. But I've had to learn to edit the video to get in my head how long it will take to edit and finish within an hour of wanting to post it, because any longer I'll just keep coming back to it and I'll keep finding, and I'll move away to the point where it's because I've seen the video so many times, it's kind of diluted in my brain. So I'm just like, no, I need to kind of be completing it, stepping away from it, watch it one more time before I hit the download button on CapCut, and then kind of bring it over. But honestly, my conspiracy theory brain as well is also making me think TikTok is suppressing CapCut videos, even though they own CapCut, because it feels like anything in there is.
Yeah. Well, I've had the problem where it felt like for a while, because I was making content solely on TikTok for a very long time. And then I switched over to making my edits in Premiere Pro. And I really like the quality that I can get. And I like I don't know, I can just do so much more. I can make a video that I'm really proud of. Whereas in TikTok, it's very just kind of off the cuff.
Yeah.
My problem, the reason that I take so long, and this might sound really weird, but when I'm saying something to the camera, it takes me like a million tries to do it.
Yeah.
The best of my ability. For some reason, like, even when I'm doing a voiceover, I say the same thing a million times. And like you said, it gets very diluted. And I can't get out what I need to say, even though I've written the script or I know what I want to voice.
Yeah, 100%. I do that too. However, what I don't do is I never write a script. I'm just like, I'm just going to say this. Like, so, but then it changes every time. And then like, oh, what did I see? And then, yeah.
I still cannot. The reason I'm looking everywhere, folks, is because I'm looking for one piece that I cannot find, and it's driving me up a wall because I need it to like move on to the next part of the build, and I have no idea where it went.
What's the piece?
It's literally just a 1x3 brick, 1x3 black brick, which I could probably go in my collection and pick up, but I have no idea where I put it, and it's driving me up a wall. No. Before I bring in the next guest, I think I will do just that. But I just, a part of me wonders, and I don't know if you feel the same way, that like I mentioned earlier, I'm trying to figure out what is worth my time most. And is making a Zavi video that takes me a nightfall to create worth my time when it's not getting me the, I guess, attention that I would say that it might deserve, or really it's not allowing me to progress.
Yeah. So 100% agree. And back to my earlier point around representation, if you were represented and they were speaking to Zavi on your behalf, and they are saying, actually, instead of sending Matt the Sanctum Sanctorum, you're going to pay him $2,000 a month, and he's going to make X amount of videos for you.
That'd be really nice.
That video, that value becomes very different then, because that's different, and that is not out of the realms. Like, I know you've done branded deals,
right?
I know others that have done branded deals. Like, that is not out of the realms to do, and it's
No.
that sort of thing. So it's about kind of leveling yourself up. But I just feel like when you represent yourself, it's so difficult, because you always just think, I'm going to scare them away.
Yeah.
And it's that natural next step.
You're your own worst enemy all the time with this. And
100%.
it's so hard to gauge like what your value is, because I'm not on the opposite end of the camera. Like, it's very easy for me to tell you, like, oh, this is what, you're much better than what you think. Like, this is what you should be asking. But to be that person who is asking the cost, or giving a price, or understanding what their budget is, it's hard to negotiate, because you're your own worst critic, and you might not think that you're worth as much. It's also very hard for me to say, like, oh, I would do this video for this amount of money, not knowing what the views are going to be on it because of TikTok, not because of anything that I've done to make it a lesser quality video, but because of the platform and the nature of your content, the nature of how your content is seen.
Yeah. I know a couple of people who've done, like, they'll make a video and they send it off, and then it doesn't even go on their page. I don't know. I mean, Kit Fisto Bricks is saying that, you should get an editor. Like, would you be able to hand over that level of control? Because I don't think I could. I actually could do. I could step away from content creation if and edit for someone else. Like, if you were to tell me to do one or the other, I think I would rather edit, because I think that's where the real quality can really shine.
That's interesting. Yeah. No, I think for me, though, the problem is that I have one vision of the way I see something, and when I'm making those Zavi videos, I know exactly the right camera angle I want and everything that I want to get, and it's very easy to edit. It's not that's not the problem. The problem is doing the same take about 1 million times until it's the way that I envisioned it to be. But I guess to wrap this all up, it sounds like there's a lot coming forward with you in the future, Lego related, non-Lego related, just kind of in a grander sense. And I hope that people are continuing to watch you, and I hope that you're continuing to enjoy, most of all, what you do, because I mean, that's the reason why.
Yeah, I'm relearning to enjoy my content creation is where I'm at right now. And I'm certainly not sat like, see, you and I have seen so many people come and go over the last couple of years, people who kind of picked up a phone and just, like, they never planned on this being a thing, and then that it became a thing, and then it kind of stopped being a thing, and they just disappeared. Whereas for me, it's like, I say this quite often, but then there is truth in it. But I am a narcissist. I like the sound of my own voice. I like that people like talking to me. So, like, I'm a social person essentially, and I am also a big nerd. And my friends and family don't have the same interests. So essentially, that's what all of this is me just talking to other like-minded people about things and enjoying it. But yeah, it's definitely, for me, is just kind of refinding a way to, rather than going to the extreme and cutting it all out, is rediscovering how all of this fits into my kind of wider world, and kind of my bigger life, and also taking a bit of accountability for myself, and just kind of getting that balance across kind of work life, social, and then kind of content creator as well, and see what happens. Because but yeah, I've even in preparation, I've reinitialized my Twitch channel, because I think I think it was a YouTube stream when I streamed, because I've had endless problems trying to stream to Twitch and then YouTube, and I think you joined when I was streaming the Skywalker Saga, and it was so laggy.
Yes,
like it looked like I was playing on like a 90s Nintendo. It was ridiculous. But yeah, it's just, I don't know what it is, but I'm upgrading to a PS5, and that courtesy of Mrs. Opie One, who is spoiling me for Christmas this year. So the PS5 has inbuilt Twitch and YouTube streaming capabilities and all that. So yeah, and that's not really then about that's not about being like a big shot gaming streamer. It's just I enjoy playing games, and I enjoy do you know, I really enjoy playing with other people and doing like squads and whatever you're playing and going off and like the group chat and all of that. It's always good fun. So yeah, just finding new ways of enjoying all of this.
Yeah. And I think over time, like for all of us, we have to find new ways to pivot and to change, whether that's just because of like doing the same thing over and over again, getting tiring, or because we want to, you know, grow what we're doing or whatever it may be. It's hard to rediscover what your style is and kind of what your voice is for your content. And it's so important to keep in mind, because I mean, at a certain extent, you love what you do, but you can only do the same thing over and over again so many different times.
And I always feel like I'm the first person that gets sick of what I do. Like whenever especially if I kind of repeat something, like take the what if stuff, for example, I'm the first person to get bored of my content. But in a way, it's a good thing. But in another way, it's like I could probably draw things out further. But yeah, it's just a funny one. So what's your plans for the rest of the day evening? Are you building this to completion? And who have you had on so far, and who have you got coming on?
That was my goal. So my goal was to build the entire thing today, even though I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not. Maybe I'll just have to hang on here at the very end and talk to the 3 people that are watching. But I mean, TikTok, we have 45 people over there. I might just switch to there. It seems like that's where the people are. At this point, I've had on the Mandalorian. She was the first guest. I had Brad on, and there was supposed to be a break in between you and him just because I honestly couldn't find anybody to stick in that slot. But I was just going to, you know, read the comments, and he was gracious enough to stay. So after you, will be having Danny Ford Johnson on, which is an incredible mock builder and just a great guy in general.
He is.
He and I had the pleasure of meeting at Brick Fair, Virginia, which was a very nice time. I hope that one day you'll be able to come to the States and come to one of our conventions. But
this is the question, Matt, because every time I speak to one of your, and by the way, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm actually rattling the Stars and Stripes today. I don't know if you've noticed.
Look at you.
Uniform, but which convention are you guys doing next year? Because I've heard Chicago, I've heard Virginia.
I think Chicago is going to be it sounds like, as of now, I'll say this. It sounds like as of now that Chicago is going to be the one that most people make it out to.
Okay. Is that June?
That I think is either late May or early June.
Okay.
I could be wrong. Though.
Okay.
I think it's early June. Does it matter?
Yeah. I don't know why it matters. But that's potentially a bit of a spot.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll
keep us updated for sure. My friend, it's always a pleasure getting to chat.
I'm just going to walk in and you're going to be like, is that him? Because obviously none of you have seen me in real person. Everybody looks slightly different. And you'd be like, is that him? And you'd be like, nah.
My mouth would absolutely drop if you unannounced came to a Lego convention. I don't know
if it happens. That's how it's happening.
Okay. Well, you heard it here, folks. To the 6 people that are listening, thank you, sir, for always being a kind person in this community to be able to chat with, somebody that I can complain to about all of the content creator problems and struggles that we go through. I'm sure that we'll be chatting offline as well, but if there's anything coming up for you in the future that you want me to be a part of, just reach out anytime.
I will indeed, as always, Matt. Enjoy the rest of your build, and I hope you find your one. I'm assuming you found your 1x3 black brick.
I have not. I'm just
Okay.
continuing it in another portion of the build. So when we bring Danny in here, I might have to take a pause and he can just go off about whatever he wants to talk about for the first minute.
Whilst you're crawling around the floor on your hands and knees. That'll be fun, man.
Exactly. Well, I bid you adieu, and I hope that you have an incredible rest of your night and a great start to your next week. And of course, a great holiday season.
And you, Matt.
Thank you.
Take
I
care.
appreciate
And
it. Take
enjoy
care,
the
Opie.
build. Speak to you soon.
Will do.
Bye.
Have a
See you,
good one.
Ethan. Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, I still have to find a 1x3 black brick, folks. I have no idea where it's at, but we're building the first level still of the Sanctum. Honestly, I am much more behind than I thought I would be, but it's a lovely model so far. Quite detailed in certain areas, although not having certain stickers in places that they should be is probably not as visually appealing. It is time to bring in our next guest. He's not the last one. We still have one more after him. Wanting to be respectful of everybody's time. I know we are kind of 10 minutes behind on the schedule. Hope that's okay. But we have the one, the only, an incredible mock builder, Mr. Danny Ford Johnson.
Hey, Matt.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you.
Good to
Doing
see you
great.
too.
I'm doing great. Thank you for last minute being able to make it. I appreciate it very
How do
greatly.
there we go. I was like, how do I get this full screen? Cool. Because I want to actually see and not just like a thumbnail.
Oh, of course.
Oh man, Matt, it's so good to see you. And it's good to
Good to
listen
see
to
you as
Opie
well.
One. That was a good conversation. I caught like the last 10 minutes, but
We went extremely in depth for just content creation and where our thoughts are at. He's been kind of all over the place with what he's been doing lately. He was running what was called the Opie Verse. Not sure if you were familiar with it, but
I know what it is. I haven't.
Okay, but it's a live stream inviting guests on, kind of like this, except not as. I found it.
Yes.
I found the 1x3. Oh my goodness, not as long for sure. Because we're doing a marathon build, or attempting to at least. But how are you doing today, sir?
I'm good. I got off work. Thank you for being flexible with me joining the show.
Thank you for being flexible.
Yeah, are you kidding? I really value any time I can have with you, Matt. So thank you.
Oh, well, back at you, Dan. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. While I was waiting, so my project right now is Lego Batu, and I've been noticing like small details. So today I'm gonna move the camera. Sorry, everybody, but I'm sorting out my ingots.
Oh,
sorting my ingots, but I'm trying to make sure I've got dark gray, and then those are silver. Because there are some walls there that are they're the ingot shape going straight up.
Right.
So I've just been working on that, and then like the wall section. My hands are shaky because I'm nervous. So
don't be nervous. There's 3 people watching, and it's me, Danny. On TikTok, there's 47 people who won't come over to YouTube. I don't know what's happening, but
it's because yeah. Well, that was interesting when Opie said, "Well, is that his name? What's his real name? Does he have a real name?" Liam. Am I allowed to call him Liam?
Opie is actually his dog, but we're going by our made-up names today. Except for us, Danny Ford Johnson.
Yeah, I can't hide my name. It is my name. Or Matt Mellish. You're right, but you don't have your middle. Do you have a middle name? You don't have to tell us.
I do.
Okay.
I do. I'm not going to put it out there yet.
Yeah. Keep
the
it
world
personal.
can't handle it.
It's Augustus. No.
Yes, it's actually Jesus. No.
Well, it's almost your birthday.
No.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of news. Here's something, and I'm sorry. I'm sure that I was actually thinking like, how have you been talking for 3 hours?
Well,
you need water.
Oh, I have a whole bottle here. I'm enjoying my build, and I'm a little sleep deprived, but we're building the Sanctum. How couldn't I be excited to do that?
It's 7 o'clock for you.
7:13.
Ooh, all right, cool. So I had an idea to do, and I didn't do this, but I haven't done it. I built things, but I didn't want to. I felt super.
You build things? You build things, Danny?
No, nah. I collect. So, I mean, I guess we all have to. So I was building little figures. I was gonna do like the Danny Ford Johnson Advent calendar. Like things that would show up. But I kind of got bored with the idea. It's like So this is where I was gonna go. When Liam was saying that he doesn't have a script, he just goes through and says it. I'm the same way, or I'll have like
Okay.
a sentence that I'll write out, but then the rest of it just comes from your mind.
Right.
I really loved hearing both of your perspectives on content editing. But anyway, so my plan was like, I'm gonna build 25 things in 25 days, and that was gonna be like the words flying in, the short attention span words.
Right. The
And then
CapCut auto-generated captions. Yes, we all know Danny.
I'm finally learning how to do that, and it's got this thing. It says it has like a timer next to it. So I think they're threatening that they're gonna start making you pay for that feature. I'm like, oh shoot, it's here and gone.
If they did that, my world would drastically change.
Well, I mean, you got Premiere to work with. Does that do anything like that for you?
It does. It's just a little more time consuming.
Yeah.
I think the nice thing about CapCut is that it's all on your phone. It feels much simpler. It feels easier to be able to navigate. You know where everything is. Premiere, you can do the same thing in a million different ways. And their captions are not as, at least with my laptop. I need to upgrade. But with my equipment, everything works very slowly with Premiere. I love Adobe, but I need to upgrade so I can actually work faster. I think that would help. But no, I love CapCut, and I honestly more recently discovered it. That wasn't in my tool belt until the last few months when I realized that I needed to find a way to save on time. And it's helped me a little bit with that.
And it's all in one spot, like you said. Yeah. Well, also what's cool, and I think there's a lot of value in what you're doing today. If anyone's watching and is like a newer person, I feel like the conversation I had with you and Ethan and Zane, and I don't remember who stayed the longest and for how long, but I know that we had a very good conversation about a lot of different things after you had me on Stud Buds. Like that was a game changer. Both the perspectives and the tools and the techniques that you've learned really helped a lot. And I think it's been about I don't know how long it's been since I uploaded the first Can You Build, but like the whole Can You Build that really came from you guys sharing that
really
perspective. Yeah, because I didn't know how to do titles. I didn't know how to do the quick editing, and your editing is always on point. It's really high quality. So
I appreciate it.
There's a lot of work that you put in. You're welcome. But I think I did a couple set reviews with CapCut, and then the Stinger Mantis alternate build was the first real project. But then also you guys are talking about like getting bored with what you're doing, and I'm just not super inspired. I build the same things.
Yes.
and the hard part. Tell me what you think of this. For the people watching too. I have this joke I share with my friend. I say, one of these days I want to make a video where I say, can you build blank? And I say, no. And then it just cuts out.
I love it. I love it.
But I feel like it has a meme potential. But then the other problem is it goes against the point of the can you build videos, which is to say that, yes, you can. You just need to try, like stick with it. You know, you don't give up because it doesn't look quite right. Stick with it and something good is going to come from it.
Right.
Because I found myself giving up too soon. And so that's why when I did my Batu gate, which this is not actually.
Dude, I just want to say right off the bat, I saw that video probably a month ago on my FYP, one of the Batu videos. And I'm like, what? Holy smokes, this is awesome. You're doing an incredible job. The level of detail and intricacy you have into that model is insane. Down to the lights that you use reflecting mini kits. And I love the fact that you actually created your own first order cloth piece, not cloth, but out of paper that
paper.
You drew. Well, it looks like you drew that, right?
No, I printed out a picture.
You printed
of the
it.
first
Okay.
order. So it curled up. Hang on. I got it. Everything's reversed. All right. So I don't know what's going on here. I have not looked at this. It's a printed out piece of paper, and I put it on another piece of paper, and I just went with a red Sharpie.
Okay, that's why it looks hand drawn.
Yep. And then the bottom, I drew the tattered bits and then cut it. So
Wild.
Uh,
Honestly, you blew my mind with that. It looks great, and you should be very proud of what you've been up to with those videos, honestly.
Thanks, Matt. That's that is another situation where it's like I kept giving up on it. I was like, this isn't quite right. And now, and I keep like noticing things like, oh, maybe this could be better. But that's like the enemy of creativity is to talk yourself out of it like that. You have to just keep going, and be okay with the fact that you might do iterations.
Yeah.
Which is what you were saying about your voiceovers, where it's like, hey, I have an idea and I'm gonna keep working at it until I get what I want. But it's not always going to be as fast, or the gratification is not going to be right there, and
No,
it's
certainly not.
hard, and it's hard to get started. And I don't know, like I've definitely noticed a drop off. I think it's mainly because of how little I've been posting lately. Um, I have the Mandalorian N1 Starfighter sitting here, and I've been trying to build things out of it, and every time I'm like, this isn't really looking how I want it to. So, oh well.
No,
And
I
then
mean,
this.
it's always a process.
I got this,
Oh,
but I don't.
nice.
It's there's some really good mecha builders. I've been talking to Brad about Exo-Force, and I want to
Yeah.
do an Exo-Force like the series. A series going forward that I'd like to do is past Lego today. I don't know what to call it, but it's like what would a
Yeah.
vintage set or a classic theme look like if it was made now or made
Retrospective,
yeah
retrospective.
retro build. That'd be cool. Yeah, retrospective would be good, but I don't want to just talk about it. There's like whatever. Anyway, so that's
No, I
something I've
love
been
that idea.
wanting to do.
Honestly, like re-envisioning something using modern parts is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes. And I think that Lego's mecha design has a lot of possibility, like these elbows. This arm is crazy. The leg, for a toy, it makes sense. As a model, it's a little goofy. But I think that Exo-Force had some great ideas. So we'll see. And then
Yeah.
also just learning how people have been making terrain. And you've been moving to YouTube, and Brad's been moving to YouTube.
I'm trying to at some point.
You got a great start though. Your whole look is awesome.
Well, I appreciate it.
Of course, no, and you just fine. Plus, you're in land, so it's like it's nice to see that they're respecting someone who is on the TikTok hemisphere. I don't know.
Yeah, I was.
Hemisphere.
The TikTok world is a
Yes.
crazy place, as we know, and I hope that Lego delves deeper into it in the coming future. I don't know. It still blows my mind that I'm in it. Like,
Yeah.
or like not that I'm in it, but like my community is in it. That we're involved in this, and I mean, I hope to represent a fragment of Lego TikTok there, and
Yeah.
to be able to have somewhat of a voice is nice.
Yeah,
It's very
you're doing a
nice.
great job. You're kind. You're quippy, which I think is good, right? You have like a very wholesome presentation, which I think is fun.
I appreciate it.
It's been really cool to get to know everybody who does this, and I'm really glad you're my friend.
Back at
So,
you, man. Back at
thank you.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy that, and Brad and I actually had Brad on here earlier, and we didn't go too in depth just because Brad and I know each other very well, and there's no
Yeah.
catching up with us two. Now, also, just a side note: if you see me looking around, I think I might have lost another piece or put something in the wrong place. I'm looking for a 1x3 plate in the dark bluish gray matter. So I don't know what's going on here today, but we're not making much progress.
I got you. One
No.
bias.
Yeah, throw
Wouldn't
it
that
over
be cool?
here.
Like Willy Wonka.
Well,
Hang on.
and that leads me into saying we were talking about how great it would be if, it's awesome that we have TikTok and the incredible community that's brought us all together. We're very grateful for it. But how awesome would it be if we were actually like
Close by.
neighbors?
Yep. There we go. The
Yeah, that
TikTok
one.
Village.
That one. Yeah, exactly.
That'd be
Exactly.
awesome.
So
I think it's. Go ahead.
no, you go for it.
I think that'd be cool. I have no idea how that would work, but I think that's neat. And I also think it's cool to hear perspectives of people in other parts of the world. I think last time we talked, it was you and Brad are on the East Coast, and Ethan's mid Southwest, and then we
Texas.
had Aiden over in Hawaii.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then I represent
Crazy.
the West Coast, and then Liam out in the UK. I'm assuming, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
London.
that's crazy. So I know what you mean, though. To just be able to reach out and do what you need to do. I don't know. That's a cool
Found the
idea.
piece, by the way. I put it in the wrong
Yes.
spot. Sorry. Anyways, going not to take you away from the big screen,
No,
but
this
it's
is what
easier to
people
show
came
the
to
folks
watch.
what are happening. Yeah, all 4 people here. But no, the thing is that I love this community. It's funny how like the last convention left me so exhausted, but yet wanting more, right?
Mhm.
And it's sad that when we do get to hang out, it's with everybody and it's so busy and chaotic, and you got a yard sale going on, and you're losing all your money, and you're looking at mocks and da 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 da. Like, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot to take in, but it would be nice to just hang out and relax with everybody
Yeah,
at a point.
yeah. Were you?
So
Go ahead. Sorry.
well, we talked a lot on when we did the Stud Buds episode about you and kind of where you got your start and all of that. So if you haven't seen that, go and check it out. But since then, like you mentioned, a lot has changed for you in terms of like the TikTok content that you're focusing on and kind of where you're at in the space, what you like doing. And you've shown us your Bat2, you've shown us the incredible stuff that you're working on. Is there anything coming up that you're looking forward to?
Yeah. Oh boy. Here's the secret. We're all human beings who are just on our phones. That's the funny part. I don't want to assume anything, but I feel like this has gotten a lot more successful than I ever thought it would, at least for me. And I definitely got a long ways to go to reach where you are, where other people are. But it's been really an honor to
Just okay, I'm going to stop you there. I want to stop you there because this is important for not only you to keep in mind, but everybody.
Yeah.
I was very blessed, and you don't believe in luck, but there's an element of luck to what happens with social media. And I was in the right place at the right time, to say the least, when I started this wild ride that it is. Being early to the party never is a bad thing. The early bird catches the worm for sure, and I certainly did, and I was very lucky to get the start that I had. Moral of the story is, you're not too far off, and more than you think.
Thanks.
Just keep up the great work. What you're doing is incredible, and I think that we are our own worst critics, as I was saying earlier, and it's hard to know the stuff that you do and how meaningful it is to other people.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, keep talking. I just wanted to make that point.
I agree, and I guess if anyone in the audience is somebody who, I don't know who's watching, but if anyone's in that situation where you're trying to get going and you don't know where you are, first note, like, we're all people. We all have a phone. We all have some Lego bricks in front of us, and we're doing our best. So do I have plans for the future? Absolutely. Are they like this like grand machination that I've got? Not really. I have a Word doc or a Google Doc with different ideas that I've had written down. I wanted to build a tavern for Brad's Tavern Talk, like
Nice.
or at least an intro. And I have 1,000 pictures saved on Instagram of interesting things. I started doing a deep dive on YouTube for Lego building videos just to see how people do it. So there's a guy, First Order Bricks, on YouTube. Yeah, that guy's so good. And I was watching his time lapses just to see what he's doing, because I want to learn better how to do those interesting landscapes. And so I've been saving that. And then I've got like a whole handful of projects. So here's one that will be easy and I think people will like.
Okay.
Before Jedi Fallen Order or Jedi Survivor comes out, I want to do a version 2 of the Mantis. I have, so there's a lot of good things and a lot of bad things, and I'll just I think as a model, I'm really proud of this, but as a person who iterates, which I think you would understand that,
Yes.
considering.
Certainly.
Um,
Certainly.
There are things that could be better. So of those things, I recently realized that Lego makes, where am I pointing? Clear Technic beams for the pod racer. None of it's here, but I ordered a bunch of them to use as
Imagination.
the support. Yep. So because on the real model, there's a circle, a drum, sitting between these two halves of the ship. And so there's nothing on the Lego model that I made that can do that. I don't know of any parts specifically because it would require very precise stuff. But
Right.
it doesn't mean you can't try. It doesn't mean that you just give up. It's just for this model, I kept it pretty sparse, and I used these Lego plates and bricks as like a support to keep these halves from rotating.
Sure.
But I can do that with clear Technic bricks now, or Technic beams. So it gives the illusion that there's nothing actually there, even though we know it is, but it gives it that kind of like extra flair.
Right.
And then
right.
the other thing is that my Stinger Mantis is square on the sides with a round bottom, and the real Mantis is a V shape. It goes up like a V.
Okay.
So I've been experimenting with ways to make a wall that will still attach on the top, but is also got that right shape to it. So this is fine, but it could be better. And then, like, the
You're an
front-
artist, Danny.
Yeah.
That's the artist in you that says that.
It's the Pedro Pascal and Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
So the front half, I was playing the game and I was looking around. The front half could be, I think it needs to be 2 studs longer, or maybe 1 stud. And in this part, the back tapers in. So I'm inverting my mind. This
I know it's hard.
needs to go like this. So I need to put one of those 1x4, 1x4 / 2x4 wedge plates here.
Gotcha.
It's so like not.
It's nuts and
important.
bolts stuff that you
Yeah.
understand that you want to change.
Yes.
I totally get it. I totally get it.
And then also the back, this horrible little thing here. I ordered some parts from Lego. The Jedi Starfighter, the Delta 7, has this part in the back. Sorry, there.
Right. Yep.
This works a lot better for what the shape was I was going for here. But I need to make the front part wider. So I think the ship overall is going to get a bit bigger, and it's going to. I wanted to make it dark blue instead of normal blue. Like what's his name? Who's that guy? He's friends with Republic Bricks. There's like a lot of people with the same names, right?
Right.
So we met
Republic
Studs,
Studs,
but
Republic
there's Republic
Briggs.
Bricks who sells models, and whenever I look up other people's Mantis mocks just to see like, okay, how did you solve this problem? I think he had one that's dark blue. Someone has it in dark blue. It looks a lot better that
I think
way.
you're right. I think it is Republic Bricks. Yes.
I think the game model, it's somewhere between the two. I actually think it's just normal blue in the game, but the dark blue gives it that gritty look, which is like, oh, cool. So, oh well.
Is this
maybe Lego.
is this
Go
an
ahead.
Also like Bad Batch problem that we had when that set came out?
I like the blue. Everyone does.
I do too.
Yeah, it would have looked Empire-y. I'm looking at the Marauder, Havoc Marauder right now, but yeah, the blue is nice. I think it's just too small, and the thing flaps up. But what are they gonna do? It's like a limited release cartoon. They didn't know what was. I don't think Bad Batch has been given enough time to shine anyway. You know, it's kind of gone all of a sudden. I know they're making another season, but
no, and it was supposed to come out earlier alongside Andor, and then it didn't, and it was just this whole thing that like it was just underappreciated. And I think it would have been better if the show would have all came out at the same time. I think a lot of the problem was that people were watching week to week, much like a Star Wars Rebels. I think it suffered the same issue where you have episodes that aren't as exciting, but it still matters. It's not just filler. I know people say it is, but it matters over time to understand the characters and their motivations and to enjoy them, to know them, so that you care about them and what happens in the plot. But it just it suffered from that week to week grind, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh man, it was fun. Anyway, the costume or the characters look cool. The orange is a neat color scheme for them. But yeah, I would love to see. I know this isn't. I don't quite know where this conversation is going. I would love to
go
see
anywhere.
Lego take more. I don't want to say risks. Have you seen the new? Are you allowed to talk? I don't even know if this is something that you can talk about, so maybe not.
If it's been released, I can talk about it. If it's
I don't
not
know
been
if it's been
released, I
released.
probably can't talk
That's okay. I've seen some cool stuff under the hashtag Lego Beep.
about it. Lego leaks, Lego leaks.
yeah,
We all know what you're talking about, Danny.
yeah. I was.
I
Gonna,
wish I
basically
could.
what
I
was
wish
gonna
I could
say-
talk about it.
It's okay. I won't bring it up. I'm going to talk about how Lego Friends has done a really good job with their set lineup.
Okay.
Because the reason I'm bringing that up is I'm thinking of Lego sets that are willing to do something different. And what I love about the 2020 Winter Wave, I had a wink.
Are you actually? You're going
Huh?
down this rabbit hole, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to keep it on what's actually out. I'm not
I
going down a
see,
Lego
see.
Leaks
Sorry,
route. I know your hands
that
are
went
tied.
right over my head.
2020. We're 2 years after that. See, time block. The theater or the what's it called? I think that's really cool to see. And so
Mhm.
I would love to see Lego take more risks with other themes like Star Wars or Marvel. And one of the
Yeah.
comments I got on the Batu mock was we want to see more building sets. And so like the Sanctum Sanctorum that you're working on right now
Right.
is so cool because it's a location. And
Yes.
it's funny that there aren't more locations. I don't know if there's a focus group at Lego who's like, we want a car. Cars are fine. But I want somewhere for these figures to live, you know?
Right.
So that's why I started working on Batu. That's why I wanted to learn how other people are doing stuff. I want like the castle that came out. So cool, expensive, but really well done. And I want Lego to know that's a good step, you know, incorporate more landscapes. And so I think also down the road for projects, I want to build some, I want to build like, I don't know if I want to do Bogano, but I want to do Zepho from Jedi Fallen Order. That for some reason, everyone loves it, that and like Clone Wars stuff, but I don't want to, feel like there's a lot of Clone Wars stuff.
Yes.
It's
Yes,
cool.
but we love it. We still love
Yeah.
it, Danny.
The 501st second battle pack. I don't know. I mean, I think the name is okay. We won't talk about that.
What?
The fact that the Clone Wars has its 20th anniversary, not the Clone Wars, but Star Wars Clone Wars. I wanted to make a gunship that's based on the blue and red. It's like a tiger looking ship. I don't remember what it's
Yes,
called.
I also forget what the exact name is.
Yeah,
But the clone well, they're not
the
commandos.
ARC Trooper gunship.
Yes, yes, that they fight Grievous
With the Jag. It's a Jag. I
Yes,
think,
the
'cause,
Jag. Yes.
the
The
J
Jag
guys. So anyway, something like that I wanted to do. That was my favorite thing when I was that age. I wanted the gunship, the action figure one, the Hasbro one. And then I want to do like Ninjago City, but just like not just Ninjago, but just a city built in that style with that kind of effort and creativity.
Right.
And then still work on Batu. So there's like a lot of like things out there to do. It's just picking one and going with it. And then tempering that with not wanting my room to be a disaster zone.
You're living in a workshop, aren't you?
Yeah.
I mean, like.
Well, yeah, kind of. But yes, more or less.
Well, I can understand the feeling, and believe me, I love mock building. Unfortunately, I don't have enough like energy at the end of the day to dedicate my time towards it, and that's what I wanted to talk about with you. You have a nice balance between buying sets and being able to, you know, repurpose the parts and build something else, and I love that message. I struggle with maybe it's the daily content, maybe it's just the grind that I'm on working with brands and having things sent to me and needing to get reviews done and out and yada yada yada. But what is it about the balance between sets and mocks that you find appealing? And that, like, in your life, when do you decide, okay, this is a set that I want, or maybe it's time to build a mock?
I think it's when I feel like I spent too much money.
On a mock or on a set? Because mocks can also be quite expensive.
Yeah, that's true. I've made a couple Bricklink orders recently, and I went to Bricks and Minifigs, and that bin. I don't know if there's any near your house or where you live.
Unfortunately, not. I wish there was, but I mean, Maybe it's
I
best
live-
that there isn't.
Yeah. I live by one, and it's hit or miss sometimes, but when it's a hit, it's a hit. And I found the hemispheres for that Jurassic World ball. I found some base plates that were base plates, and then like the 8x8 or the 16x16 plate and the 8x16 plates. And to me, those are money because those are the parts that they use for cities and like modular cities. The
Right.
floor plan is always 8x8 or 16x8.
Right.
So I was really stoked to find that. And then just someone turned in like the Bat Cave, the Adam West Bat Cave or
Wow.
something. There's like a ton of tan bricks. And I found I found 3 burps, like big ugly rock pieces, and those
Right.
are $5 from Lego Direct. So it's just sometimes it's a real win. And so I've been collecting interesting colors, a lot of nougat, a lot of tan, mainly for Batu. And then but okay, so with the buying sets versus making a mock. When I first started doing videos, I started with set reviews, which I think is a very good way to start because you learn how to film, and you learn your voice, and you learn editing, and you have something to talk about. And if it's something that people care about, they're gonna be invested or interested to hear your opinion. But I didn't want it to just be like, look at how much money I have, or like, look at what
Yes.
I have and you don't.
Flexing.
Yeah, and I don't. It's not anything against anybody because I don't think that that's the intent behind it. But that's just I wanted to try and find a way to show people if you have only this, which was a lot of my life. I'd be amazed when people had a lot, but I didn't. I had a lot. All things considered. There are people who had much less than I did, but
Right.
there'd always be like, oh man, that person has like a really cool set of parts or whatever, and I wanted them to feel like I can do something too. So that was the goal of the Can You Build. It was also like fun because people would interact with it. And I haven't taken as many recommendations lately because it would be like, can you make something out of a set that came out in 2015? I'm like,
Ooh.
I'm sorry, man, I don't have it. Or if I do, I took it apart and that's in my parts. And it's
Hey,
not...
maybe that's the no.
No. Well, or it's like...
You can, but I'm not.
People want me to do something with the AT-AT, and I did a video about the AT-AT, and I don't want to be like, I did it already. No one really watched that one because it took too long to get to the point. But ultimately, the I might do it, but I kind of like the model, and so with other things, it's you kind of know, you feel it. It's like, cool, I spent a lot of money, I should do something with it. Like, don't do it, don't spend any more until you've actually used what you bought. And
Yeah,
so I
I
think
know
that's
that
a part of
problem.
it. Yeah. But that's kind of the joy of making videos, is that you get to share it, because I think a lot of people want people to hear them. Like what Liam was saying, it's nice to know that people are listening to you or they care about what you have to say, and that connectivity is really cool. And even though we aren't all living in the same community or like right next to each other, it's still neat to see each other, and it makes me really proud to see where everyone's going. And I think I've talked with Brad the most of the stud buds, but like I recently got to talk to Zane. And I'll watch Lego Masters. I haven't watched the Putt Putt episode yet.
Aw.
I don't
Do you
know what
know?
happens.
Do you know what happens?
Do they get out?
If you
tell
don't
me.
know, what happens, then I'm not gonna ruin it for you, Danny.
Well, you know what? Let me check.
I think you should watch it. I think you should watch the show.
Putt Putt.
No,
Lego
no,
Masters
no,
Putt
don't.
It's
Just watch
fine.
it. Just watch
Well,
it. Lego
Okay.
Masters. Lego Masters is a very interesting show.
Wait. Oh, wait. Previously. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, this is like updated by the minute. Who does that?
On
No,
what?
thanks. I'm on this website about Hollywood horse racing. What? But it's talking about... Oh, okay. All right. So yeah, they're trying to get people to make bets on what's happening.
On Lego Masters?
Yeah.
What?
Oh no. Okay. Bummer.
What happened?
Well, I read what had. I'm sorry. I know you're saying
Oh,
don't,
okay.
but
Okay.
I
We
know
need
now.
updates, Danny. We need what was that research?
I was on a website called HollywoodDerby.com or GoldDerby.com. Predict Hollywood races, and it has a picture of a horse on it.
Okay.
And it's a live blog by Denton Davidson, and it's describing each step of the episode.
Oh,
And I guess they're
wow.
updating it by the hour, or by like it says like 9:02. Previously on Lego Masters on episode 7, blah blah blah. 9:10. Will pulls up in a golf cart to inform the teams they'll be building his very own mini golf
What?
course. Ah,
That's
um,
somebody's life. I mean,
someone's-
granted, somebody says that about me doing this right now, but like,
is this too much lighting?
Denny,
Oh.
you look great. Your complexion is wonderful.
Is I think that might be the next step, is having a better lighting system, because I really like. I love what you guys come up with, and I'm always studying people's content just to see
So-
what they're doing.
What? Okay, let me ask you this: what do you use currently for your lighting?
I have this light on a tripod that I got when I was in middle school from my dad. It's a studio lighting kit.
Holy smokes!
but
Show
one of
that
them-
again.
Yeah, one of them fell off my desk and broke. So if
Where is-
anyone,
What era is that from?
probably like 2010.
Okay, that's not that.
Warning: risk of fire, injury to persons. Keep away from combustibles. Unplug to change the bulb. Do not touch the bulb. That's true. It's really hot.
Bad. Be careful.
There's a point in my TikTok career where I started using this light. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. This is kind of obnoxious. We'll stay in
No.
the dark. Where it gets a little bit brighter and easier to see things. And I think it's like a review for the Snowtrooper Battle Pack or the Clone Battle Pack. And I started using a second light. But up until that point, I've had this IKEA desk lamp, like a wiggly desk lamp. I can't pull it because it's plugged in.
Right.
And then, so it's like a $15 IKEA desk lamp light. And I was gonna try and get a second one, and then they were sold out, and so I had to
Ooh.
wait. And now they're back, but I don't need it. And then I have an LED strip on a shelf next to me, but it's not where I would have put it. I don't know if that makes sense. Some people, like Zane, has a really awesome background,
Right.
right? His whole
Right.
display.
And the way he has wired that is superb. I don't have the capability. Like, I wish I had an understanding of. I know it's not that hard, but how to weave things in and out appropriately, because I know his setup is different than mine, and I'm actually. Fun fact. What is it? One of the things where you heard it here, folks. I'm just gonna say that you heard it here, folks. I'm upgrading my entire shelving.
Yes.
So yes, not a spoiler, but
It's
not
a sneak preview.
a sneak preview. There we go. It's been a long day, Danny. It's been a very long day. A sneak preview.
It's hard.
It is. It is. I'm looking forward to actually having something a bit more standard.
Yeah. So you're gonna get like the same shelves, or?
Yes. So I'm gonna
Yeah.
have wooden IKEA. I forget exactly what they're
Ivar?
called. Yes, the Ivar shelving.
I've got
and
them, and this desk I'm on is sitting on an Ivar shelf.
There
and
you
then
go.
That's what the bins are on.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
Beautiful.
You're gonna love it. They're
I'm
really good.
Very
system.
excited. Yes. So
Good
and
choice.
the beauty is that over the years, wherever I take it, I'll be able to, mix and match, switch things out, add onto. I'm very, very happy about it. I'm wondering if I should stain it, if I should paint it. I'm thinking I'm just going to keep it the regular pine that it is at the moment, see how that looks, and then work out the kinks later.
That's a really good point. I've noticed that the ones I've had the longest have gotten darker. I did not do anything with them because I don't know how to work with wood. So I
Right.
just had it there. I think that staining it would be cool, or putting an oil on it would be cool because it would help
Yeah.
it last. They have not warped.
Okay.
They have
It's good to know.
gotten a little, not even scratched, I'd say. So I think that's fine on that front. But like it definitely picks up on sunlight
Yes.
or something, because like there's parts where it's covered by the table and it's lighter, and then I have the newest one on my right. I got a small one, and that one is very light because it's still in its original form. So I think that if I were starting fresh, I would consider doing the oil or doing a stain.
Okay.
But something to preserve it might be smart.
Yeah. No, I
And
appreciate that.
You're welcome. And then also, and I don't want to recommend this if it's a lot of money, but these IKEA bins fit perfectly. So that's
Oh,
why I
perfect.
wanted it, because had Sterilite bins, which are $1 a piece at Target.
Right.
And those are cool, but they have a white lid or a blue lid, and that was starting to get kind of ugly looking to me. And then they didn't fit the same, and so these fit 4 across per shelf, depending on the size of what you're doing. So if you want it to look consistent, if you're willing to spend a little more, I don't
Just
think
a
it's
little more. Just spend a little more. Just spend
That's
a
how it
little
always
more.
feels. You can also spend forever trying to make the perfect backdrop
Right.
and never be satisfied.
Exactly.
So I think the biggest thing is to use what you got. But I think
Yes.
like now that you have been, and like obviously, I keep talking for anyone who's listening who like would value this, because Matt, you're already there in my opinion. But it's just a matter of you use what you've got, you enjoy what you've got. That's going to be the best tip of it
Yeah.
all, is just enjoy what you've got and use it, because it will never be perfect. There will always be something better to do. And so what? It's like at least we're here.
Yep.
Um,
Exactly. And you have to appreciate everything that you've been blessed to have,
Yes.
and knowing that not everyone is blessed to have the things that you are. Even if you have things that you think you can complain about, it's not the same world that some people might live in.
Yes.
For me, I've always kind of known the value of $1 and tried to make every penny go a mile if I can. I mean, the current setup I have is a mishmash of everything that I could randomly kind of compile together, because I was moving for several months at a time. You know,
Yep.
3 months here, 3 months there, one place to another, and I didn't know how long I was going to be away. I didn't know how much I needed, and now I'm kind of in a location where I think I'm going to stay for a little bit longer, and it's nice to have some sense of I don't know, normalcy in
Yeah.
that, at least.
Consistency.
Yeah, exactly. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you,
Both
Dave.
true. They're both true.
No, right. Normalcy and consistency. How about that?
Yeah.
And so I'm very glad to finally be able to know kind of what I need and where I can go and build from. For you, you mentioned lighting. I think something really, if you're wanting to make $1 go a mile, or if you're wanting a very easy standard solution, I would recommend just getting a nice ring light.
I knew it. There's one at Walmart.
It's an easy answer.
No,
answer.
yeah. I'll have the alien eyes, the circles. I keep
The circles.
looking to the right and not here where people can actually see me, but
It's okay. I'm
I'd
looking
rather see
down,
you.
not at my camera. So, and then there's this camera, and then there's TikTok. And
Mhm.
I wish the people from TikTok would come over to YouTube, because there's still 46 people there. I don't know what's happening, but
Maybe I know I had to take because you sent me the link on Instagram, and then I went over. I typed it in on my laptop, which is another. It's like I'm super lucky. I think that's a kind of a crazy thing, is to take a minute and really consider like where you started, where you are. I don't know where this is going. I have a new job I'm starting in January, still
Nice.
at the same company, but in an internal communications position. So it's like
Okay.
a bigger job, and so I'm
Right.
stoked, and I have no idea how that's going to change things here. It might mean I just don't make quite as much, but it's not. I don't want to give up on this, because this has become like a new fulfillment. Did we talk about the leadership class I used to do?
Maybe briefly,
Okay.
but remind me and everybody
so
listening.
Disney has a thing called the Yes program that we used to have on before the pandemic, and so the Yes program was for high school, middle school, elementary school, and really it would go beyond high school. We had college, we had military, but it's like a experience where people come and they talk about, like we do. I did leadership, but there's physics, there's history, there's art, music. But
That's
like
awesome.
I had the ASB groups all the time. And so it was a really cool experience. A lot of really nice, kind people, and it's so neat because you get to meet these like driven young, the leaders of tomorrow.
Right.
And it was cool just to be a part of that journey just for a day. But we talk about the impossible window, which is where you draw your dream and you're like, it's impossible. And then you're like, but actually it's possible if you cross out im. It's corny. It was so corny. But the goal was to, at least I think, to visualize what you want and then figure out a plan of how to get there.
Right.
So for one of the classes, it was just like, what's your dream? Because I don't think a lot of people actually take their dreams seriously. And I think I'm Christian. We know that, but
We know
I
that.
also I don't know if the audience knows that, but I
Right.
think God puts a purpose on your heart, and I don't want people to feel like to be cheated out of that. It doesn't mean like every little thing
Right.
that comes in your mind is your destiny, but it's like in the moment, there are things that people are driven to do. And so I wanted to encourage people in that process, because like with Lego, you might give up before you get anywhere. And that's the point, is to run your race, to keep going, don't give up. And
Right.
so my impossible window was make my Star Wars movie. And I had this whole Star Wars story that will be told, probably on TikTok, probably on YouTube. I don't know yet how. The challenge is obviously YouTube has like the child content, where it's like you
Right.
don't want it to be catered to children, but it's Lego. I don't know how to say it's not. It's not
Well, I
intended
mean, you
to be.
just
You just
click
say
the
it's not.
box. Yeah. At the end of the day.
Okay. Yeah, it's not an intentional thing, but I'm not gonna lie. I know that kids watch this because it's a toy, but it's being used as an art form. And then Disney has, Lucasfilm. I don't want to cross a copyright law, so it's not. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But
Right.
this Lego TikTok journey has become the new impossible window for me, because it's a chance to share something that, like you said, we've been blessed with. I'm very fortunate to have what I have, and I think it's neat to reach out to people who feel like it's not something they can be proud of, and it's like, it's just a hobby, but sometimes it's rough when you're younger and people are just, harsh about something that you care about. And I think it's a very vulnerable thing to share something that you're passionate about. But we are adults. We have the opportunity to help be like a big brother for people out there. And I had a comment one time. It's like, thanks for not making fun of me for liking Lego. I thought, why would I do that? Who did that? What kind of a monster did that?
Right.
But people do, and that stinks. So it's really cool to have the chance, the platform, the voice, like Liam was saying, where it's like, we could be a force for goodness, a force for kindness. And I don't want to act like I'm this like better. I'm not, but I just don't. I want to keep that part in mind. And so,
Right.
that's sort of the message that I want to have keeping through. I don't want to get cynical or mean.
Right.
I don't know why I'm talking about this right now.
No, you're fine, Danny. I mean, this is an open platform. That's
Thanks.
the point of having like guests talk and
Thanks.
join me live here, like just kind of to get whatever they would like off their chest and talk about themselves and where they're at. And I want to know updates about everybody and how you're all doing. And I think that it's a very important conversation to have, and it's not one that's had enough, right? Like, people are very cynical nowadays and negative. It's very easy to be negative because of how easily it's passed along, right? And positivity is just as easily transmissible, but the problem is that it seems as though misery loves company. And it's like, when people complain about things, it's very easy to jump on the bandwagon compared to talking about the positive attributes. Like, take Lego, for example. Certain people will complain about a certain set or a line or whatever it is, and a lot of people will join that battle for justice in terms of what they think
is the Hulkbuster.
I'm not speaking to one specific set, Danny. I'm talking about a multitude.
But like, when people jump on the hate bandwagon for no reason, it's just a toy. That's the point of the alternate builds, to say like, hey, I hear you, but you can do more than just the set. Like, there's other things that you can build out of this set of pieces. So I definitely, I'm happy that my platform doesn't rely on it just being reviewing stuff. Oh shoot. Okay, wait. That's
Yes.
not. I have watched my entire life. I've watched review channels, so I love them. I don't have any. That's not a grip or a gripe, whatever the word is.
A gripe?
Whatever. That's not a gripe. That is just. I'm just very happy that I don't need to jump on that. You know, like
Right.
like the people are giving grief. This is not. My words do not represent the Lego company or Matt Mellish. The
Thank you for
the-
clarifying.
You're welcome. The Black Panther bust. People are like, "What is this? What's it for?" And I'm pretty sure they're trying to tie in with Black Panther 2. They're trying to honor Chadwick Boseman. All of it's cool.
They're doing a lot of
and
things with that. They're trying to do a lot of things.
yeah. Personally, I would have loved a city like a Lego Ninjago City version of Wakanda. Dude, that would have been cool. That's take a lot of work, but that would have been
Right.
cool. The Buster, a cool idea. I don't
Or
personally
the
collect them.
giant Black Panther
Mhm.
sculpture outside
Statue,
of Wakanda.
that obsidian panther that
Right.
Captain America looks at. And you're like, jump scare at the end of Civil War or whatever. Endgame.
Yeah.
No, it's Civil War. No, it's not.
Civil War.
Whatever.
Civil War.
Okay.
The end. Post
Um,
credit.
perfect. All right, cool. But I was looking at it. It's like it's kind of cool that there's like silver claw parts on it. I like that. I'm not gonna buy it for that, but I think it's cool. It means that they're out there and I can find them on Bricklink or Bricks and Pieces or whatever. And like the way that they've done it, it teaches you a lot. And so I think there's always value to be found in something. And then also like I had a good conversation with some of my friends from work, and one of my friends was saying that she is trying to make a habit of journaling, but something that she did was she'd write a good thing that happened every day. And I thought that was neat because you get to look back on that. And I think there is a balance. The message is not
Yeah.
you have to be happy all the time.
Right.
That's not the message. But there is something to be grateful for every day. And so
Yeah.
or in things. And so it's okay to be real, and it's okay to be like, hey, this could be better. This could be better. And I think it's also important not to let that override your system, and it makes
Right.
makes you bitter.
I
And I
think
don't know.
it's how you go about conveying your opinions. I think
Mhm.
is the biggest thing to take away from what I was trying to explain, which was like it's very easy to just be hateful and
Mhm.
spiteful for what your fallbacks are, like what the things that you don't appreciate.
Yeah.
It if you're having if life seems difficult for you, it's easy to take your emotions out in other ways.
Mhm.
And it's when you embrace being kind and loving and compassionate that you are made whole again. And it's the things that you're negative towards that draw your energy.
Yeah.
And it sucks the life out of you. But I think it's important for people to keep in mind, and that's why I think it's important to talk about, like, you are what you give your emotions and energy to. So
Mhm.
if you're not in a karmic sense, but like but like more or less, if you put good into the world and you have good intentions, you'll find a great deal of satisfaction from the work that you do. And that's what I've found, at least. And that's why I love social media so much.
There's the Qui-Gon quote, "Your focus determines your reality."
Right.
Comes
Exactly.
to
Perfect.
mind.
Perfect. I just think it's important for people to keep in mind on such a negative place like TikTok that, that's
You
why
gotta
I create.
listen. What's I'll see if I got it saved. That do 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 do. The he's amazed by nature. He's looking at nature right now. Look
No,
at this
I mean,
animal.
like,
It's beautiful.
oh, Danny.
It's that
Oh,
sound
Danny.
from Undertale.
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
talking about. My point being, on TikTok,
Oh.
it's very easy to succumb to what the world wants you to be drawn
Yes.
into, right? And it's hard to, like you mentioned, be a force for change and to make a positive impact on the world. And I hope that the takeaway from content like yours and all the other people that I've had on here today is that, like, no matter what's happening in the world, there are people out there who are like you, and you don't have to necessarily feel alone in it all and be drawn towards the negativity.
I think this might sound like I don't know if this will make sense. I think it makes sense, but I don't know if this will sound realistic or not.
It's hard to word these things
I hope
appropriately.
that people don't feel like they have to be just like someone else.
Right. Yeah.
You know? I know that we talk about representation a lot, right? Oh, but like the world talks about that. And I think I get it. I really do. I understand. So I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to tell stories that people can relate to. That's good. And then people deserve to have someone to look up to. But I want them to be willing to learn things from people who aren't like them.
Right.
Because there's value in that too. And then B, to not feel like they have to be just like everyone else.
Yeah.
And there are things that I would love for everyone else to be like, or I'd love everyone else to see the world that I do, or believe what I believe, or do what I do. But also it's like we're not. We're unique.
Right.
Each person's unique, and that may not be in like these super big ways. I think it's fun to listen to what you guys were saying when I was sitting in the waiting lobby, because I was like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And that's really cool. And I also value the fact that we have different experiences and perspectives and what's going on. And I don't know. I don't know where to go with that thought. It's just a thought. It's a table scrap.
Danny, to round it off, there's no clear ending to a conversation like this. I mean, we're talking about, pretty deep topics.
I just realized what time it was.
No, it's all good. You're fine. I let you in 10 minutes late, and I'm trying to honor your hour, and I hope that our next guest is
who's next?
Understanding. But my point is, I'm trying to put a nice bow on this in some way, shape, or form, and I'm not going to be able to do it perfectly, but
not a problem.
Ultimately, you can only deal the hand you're dealt.
Yeah.
And I think in life we're all dealt unequal hands. And whatever the hand is, you have to play to your strengths. And I think it's very easy to fall into what the world wants you to be, rather than to be your own person, like you mentioned. I think it's easy to go and pursue what everybody else is telling you to pursue, and you don't need to build Lego anymore. You grew out of that. What's the point? I think that it's good to, like you mentioned, be your own person and to think for yourself and not get caught up in the nature of the world and all the craziness, the chaos that it constantly spouts. So find what brings you joy, and pursue it to the greatest that you can, using what you have at your disposal that you're grateful for. How is that?
That's good.
Okay.
Well, I guess I feel lighter and ready to climb a mountain.
Okay. Okay.
I love you, Matt.
I tried to wrap it all together in some way, but Danny, it's always a pleasure talking to you, and we could talk for hours, I'm sure. I hope to talk again very soon. Is there any possibility? I know that a year away is a long time, but would you come? I know you also have another job. To Brick Fair or Chicago or any conventions.
So Chicago's what I'm hoping to do. I know it's in June. My TA or my internship ends in June also.
Wonderful.
So I hope I can. I would love to go. My hope is to have something to bring. I brought the Mantis last time, and I brought a Bionicle and my minifigure. But I would love to bring something, and I think it'd be cool to do a collaborative thing. I don't know what that's gonna look like. I missed the memo on the Habitat box, and then Luca was able to bring one, which is cool. So he was able to crank it out real quick. I did not. So it would be cool to do. But like Batu, if that's come along a little bit further, that'd be cool. But yes, Chicago would be cool. Virginia would be cool, but I think I might have to just do one or the other. And I've never been to Chicago, so that might be the one. If that's, it sounds like if everyone's doing that, then that's the one I should be aiming for. But if
sounds like that's what it is.
Virginia was cool. Virginia was really cool. So, and I loved hanging out with you guys. Thanks for being great roommates. Hopefully, whatever happens, if we are roommates again, I'll be a good roommate to you guys.
Danny, you were a fine roommate as
Thank you.
well, and I hope to see you soon, as quickly as time will pass.
Thank you.
I hope to see you soon.
Take care, Matt. I love you, man.
I will talk to you again. I'm sure I'll probably have another one of these to invite you on as well. But
Thank
take
you.
care with your new job, and Danny, it's always a pleasure. So go check out Danny
Likewise.
on TikTok and go watch his Bat2 mocks. Take care, buddy. Have a good one.
Thank you. See ya.
Bye-bye. All right. So we're down to our last guest, and quite frankly, I'm not even am I halfway? I think I'm halfway through. But far behind where I thought I would be at this point, but that's okay. When you're looking for one piece for too long, that can very easily happen. We did finish our base level here, just to show the camera. Looks great. It is a little condensed on the inside, which I kind of knew was going to happen, but it still looks wonderful. Still looks fantastic. I'm on to level 2, and I'm probably not going to make it to the finish line tonight, even though I would like to. Of course, I would like to. Might have to do another one of these streams again next week, but we'll find out very soon. Let's just bring in our last guest. I'm sorry to keep her waiting. She is a one-of-a-kind girl. Danny took us into outer space, but hopefully she can bring us back to Earth. It is Jillian versus reality. Hello. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing?
I am wonderful, just behind this build.
Oh, no.
You know, you get caught up in talking to people and you enjoy it. And this is a fun model. It's a lot of bricks, but it's a very cool set compared to Star Wars and all the gray that it normally is.
Oh my god, the gray and the tan.
Right. Although, you know, I love the Mos Eisley Cantina, and that was a lot of tan as well.
Mhm.
But, I mean, hey, I love playsets like Danny and I were talking about. It's nice to have ships, but it's better to have a place to really put those figures and give them a world to live in. Jillian,
Yes.
what's new? What do you got going on?
Work has been really, really amazing. I'm putting out videos for our work's TikTok, so I've been doing.
Who are you? Where do you work? What do you do?
Oh, hi, I'm Jillian. I work at Atlanta Brick Co. and I help with customer service, but I also run our TikTok page over there on top of my own TikTok page, and it's just a lot of fun coming up with ideas to just film in such a giant store surrounded by Lego. But other than that, school is always a priority. So luckily I got the confirmation. I'll be graduating in the fall. So
Congrats.
I'm
Congrats.
excited. It's been a long time coming, super senior, but either way, it's just been a lot of fun. A few other projects sprinkled here and there, but nevertheless, I'm always so happy to see everybody doing these sort of lives, and I love just keeping up with everybody from Virginia because I miss everybody so much.
Aww.
Like,
well, if there's any consolation, Jillian, I miss you too. No, Virginia was incredible. It was a wonderful experience for all of us, and you know, just like Danny and I were talking about, you have your own path. You're on your own time.
Mhm.
You know, you might be graduating later than normal people might. I don't know exactly what your situation is,
Mhm.
but like eventually you find where you're supposed to go and you end up where you're supposed to be. And I think it's crazy that we've all found each other.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Together on TikTok, where we're all, like-minded individuals with a passion for this crazy hobby that we all know and love. What has the world of Jillian's personal Lego journey been up until this point?
Up until this point, well, it started out just collecting as a kid. And it just that I know a lot of people tend to have that pause in their collecting period or their building period. It never really was a pause. It sort of just went underground a little bit.
Sure.
It still continued, but I was doing a lot of acting and theater, and a bunch of Lego building had to be put on pause, but it just kept happening in the background. But then as I got into college, I started making videos and TikToks about it. And I got my amazing job where I work now. And that just really has helped push the idea of Lego is now a major part of my life. It's like
Right.
helped somewhat build me into who I am today. It really just helps connect me to a community. It connects me to friends. It connects me to opportunities. And as of lately, as much as like it's sad, but TikTok has sort of been put, I've not posted in a hot minute because there's like both with school and then
Right.
sadly, as a lot of us go through as when we create videos, there is backlash towards videos. And sometimes it can take a harder hit than you expect. So I have like somewhat slowly been remaking videos and having them in my drafts ready to post at some point. When I gain back, that one day I know I'm just going to wake up and I'm just going to look at my phone and I'm just going to post it. And I'm going to be like, okay, we're starting back again.
Right.
But other than that, it's just been a lot of mock building, getting ready. We have a convention coming up here in Georgia in February, Atlanta BrickCon.
Nice.
And so I'm going to be displaying some mocks there, and I'm super excited about that. Because I've been mock building for a good bit. It's just I never posted them. I sort of kept them sort of like, I made these, Mom, look at what I did. She's like, that's nice, Jillian. But just I'm excited to start posting more of those. But I really want to get back into making videos because I love doing that. That was probably like, and it's funny to say, but whenever we were all together in Virginia, I know a bunch of us there, we were at the last day and we were like, oh, we need to make videos. we need to make, we've just been just hanging out. And
Yes.
then it was funny to see just through all my phone's footage, just how many memory videos I could make. And I loved that. That was so much fun. I think one of my favorites that I have is the behind the scenes of your dance video with Ethan and Danny. And,
oh my
and
goodness.
also
Yes.
Brad.
Yes. That was spur of the moment, but much needed. No, it's don't bring that up. No, the mat dances scarred me. No, I'm joking with you. No, it's I just had this like flashback to the past where I remember having each day to do the same thing over and over. And like you mentioned, in those moments where you're just living life, you're enjoying your day, you're hanging out with friends, and you're like, oh crap, I need to make a mat dance.
Yeah.
And it was nice to have pals there that could help me out. Like, you're not going to find that everywhere.
No, you're not. You're really not. You're going to have people who are either are going to jump in, or then you're also going to have the people who are going to be like, what are you talking about? Like,
right.
This looks crazy.
Sorry, I have to do a dance really quick. Will you join me? No.
Yes, I love the group one. And then there was like the spur of the moment. It was like maybe 12 o'clock at night or something. We were locking up the building. And then it was like, let's do the dance.
Yeah, no, I appreciated that you guys were willing to help me out with that. I've since been very glad that the mat dance has passed on. Sadly, tear.
Tear,
but
the sad music.
I know that a lot of people loved it, but after a while, it's taxing. It's draining in a lot of different ways. Much like, like you said, you're afraid of like what people are gonna think or backlash for a video or something like that. But I was afraid for it when I did quit, what the reaction was going to be, and it was a lot kinder than I was expecting. And I think that with content, you don't necessarily know what's going to perform very well. You don't necessarily know what the reaction of other people is going to be, but ultimately, you are going to put out there what makes you happy to talk about or to show the world, and you can hope that people are receptive to it. And of course, there are going to be people that judge you for it, but ultimately, you can't let the judgment get to you, and you gotta stay on that horse. And I don't think that taking a break is bad at all. I think that's important and healthy. So I hope that if you're kind of on a break at the moment, that you found it beneficial for you.
It really has been. I feel like taking a break with my account personally, I've been able to help focus on the account for the store and get to push out even more creative and funny videos over there.
Right.
So I never really stopped. I just somewhat stopped putting myself on camera for a little
Sure.
bit. I sort of took a back seat into the behind the scenes, the creative. I sat down in the creator chair, and I was like, no longer both the creator and personality. I'm now somewhat the creator, which also goes into, I am very happy. It's another little achievement, but I am so lucky to be the executive producer for the ELPN show. I love that. I love getting to work with Rob and Zane. They are a hoot. It's fantastic. That was when they were like, because it all stemmed from the idea of like, okay, we're going to have an intern. And then I did my episode. And then I just pitched. I was like, hey, if y'all need extra help, I'm not expecting anything in return. This is the industry I want to go into. I'd love to get some hands-on practice with it. And they were like, yeah, let's do it. So it's now to the point where there is a ELPN binder. It has like, it's all official. There's a binder, there's folders, there's like preset
Holy
messages
smokes.
I send out every week, and I get the show prepared. I enjoy it.
I didn't realize it was
thoroughly.
that in depth, but that is incredible. It's an actual internship then.
I put it on my resume.
Great.
It is on my resume.
That's wonderful. I was wondering if like it would be really cool to get college credit for that or something if you needed it. I don't know if you would or not. Whatnot, but
I think I'm going to pitch it to my advisor just because I'm like, hey, I've been doing this. Anything can come from it. Why not?
Hilarious. I love it. I love it. No, they're a hoot and a holler, and Zane and I are always on the regular chatting about everything in the world, and I know that both of them, I'm sure, but Zane in particular, because I've talked to him more often, of course, but they're very appreciative of your help with them.
They are just so much fun to work with. We never know, like, quote unquote, who is the boss, but if I were to say I'm getting to work with two of the most down to earth people in the world. Like, Rob is just so passionate and positive, and Zane is always there for you. And we just want to put out a really funny show. So getting to play a special part every week in that is something I always look forward to.
Right.
And it's just amazing. I never expected that from sitting on our last night of breaker being like, y'all should do a podcast, that I would be executive producing that podcast.
That's great. That's great. So you're helping with Rob and Zane.
Yes.
You're doing stuff with Atlanta Brick Co. You're getting ready for a convention coming up soon. Do you find time to build Lego on your own? Ever?
Yes. I will come home from a long day at work and I will build Lego.
I love it.
It's amazing. I go from being surrounded by it in a store on the weekends to then I'm like, okay, now I want to build some Lego for myself. I think the most recent thing that I built was Optimus Prime, and I loved that build so much. So I was a huge Transformers kid growing up.
Oh, yeah.
Major Transformers kid.
The movies, the cartoons, all of it.
All of it. Just
that's awesome.
All of it. I was the kid who got in trouble for bringing Optimus Prime. That got taken away. And then I pulled out a Bumblebee, and that got taken away. And then I pulled out a Shockwave, and then they were like, do we need to take your bag?
Oh, no.
But I loved this build. I actually recently added Christmas lights to it. I added Lego Christmas lights to Optimus to deck him out for the holidays.
I love it. I love it. Christmas Optimus. No, I mean, that's so you too. That's your personality, of course. I mean, I never would have envisioned a Christmas Optimus, but they have light kits, but they don't have a Christmas themed Optimus light kit.
They
think
do
they
not.
No.
But so I was decorating. It's funny because it all started with my bonsai tree. I've been changing that out with all the seasons. So I was like, what if I just add Christmas lights to all of my mocks that I have, or all of my sets I have out in my apartment? So my friends will come over and they're like, Jillian, did you add Christmas lights to a droid? And I'm like, he likes them. Yeah. I don't see a problem. It's my Lego.
You know what that would work perfectly with?
What?
The Eiffel Tower.
Oh, that thing is taller. I think that thing is almost taller than I am.
Yeah, I would. Being that I've met you in person, I think I can safely say that, I think it would. That's not a short joke. That's not a problem.
I I want to go to the store and stand next to this thing. And I want that to be, maybe that'll be my video back on the TikTok.
Ooh,
Maybe
that'd
that'll
great.
be me sizing up the Eiffel Tower. Like, what are you gonna do?
No, I think that set is crazy. It's not something that I necessarily would even know where to put or want to
Yeah.
build at the moment, but it's quite a sight to behold. I got to see it at the Lego store in person over Black Friday, so it was a monstrosity. But no, I think that set is one that I would love to see with like twinkle lights because
my
I mean
gosh.
it lights up at night. That's the way that it's supposed to look. So I mean that would just look beautiful in the with your Christmas lights. I'm trying
Oh
to think
my
of what other sets you could do with that, but
I just want to say, I am so impressed that you braved the Lego store on Black Friday.
well, it
I'm-
wasn't on Black Friday. Well, no, it was Saturday. It was Saturday. It was Black Friday weekend. I lied.
In my opinion, the Saturday's even worse.
Really?
'Cause like, in my opinion, I feel like at that point, everyone's still like maybe on Friday saying bye to family, like saying goodbye, and then everyone rushes Saturday to the store.
That's
Oh my
fair. That's a
goodness.
good point because Thanksgiving people are more relaxed and it's like, oh, I could do my shopping online for Black Friday. Do I really need to
Yeah.
go? And then Saturday rolls around. It's like, you know what? I think I might go to the Lego store and venture out. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh my! I remember I think we had some family over, and they were like, "Do you want to go out to the mall?" I was like, "No." I was like, as much as I would love to, but the mall they were suggesting didn't even have a Lego store, so it was out of the question. There was no sort of like reward or incentive to go.
They?
I was like, no. I was like, don't want to go to that one. Have fun. I'm like, I'm staying here.
I'm staying with my Lego. So what I guess my point that I was trying to figure out is, do you ever get tired of it, or how do you separate your personal Lego life from your work life? Because I think that would be hard to a certain extent.
To a certain extent, I am lucky that I go on the weekends. So my weekdays are currently film school, along with just getting just regular life stuff, having, school friends, family, having time for that. And then throughout the week, there's some Lego building. But then when it gets to work, it's the weekend. It's just, I kind of get to somewhat be an adult, but be a child. I'm in a working field with a industry that people think, oh, that's a kid's toy. I'm like, no, it's way more than that. It's a relaxation, because I always found Lego to be sort of therapeutic for me, just getting to hone in all my focus on just creating something and then having a great outcome from it. So just getting to spread that knowledge and that love every weekend is great. And I will say it was hard when it came to making my own content throughout the week. I will say the pandemic made it a bit easier to make content and get that out there because we weren't going into class. So it made things a little bit easier, but it was definitely a bit harder when I was trying to post like a video every day on my page and then making sure my drafts at the store got posted the days that I wanted them to get posted and at the times. And it did get hard, but I think it's just the passion. It's really draining. But the passion and the love I have for Lego and all it can do and all it does really is just this underlying love that can't really be broken. And it's something that I feel like, and I always I'll meet people and they're like, wait a minute, you're 22 and you are still playing with Lego. And I'm like, what I always propose to them if they're up for it, I was like, let me find you a Lego set within a budget that you have. Let me find you a Lego set and you will understand what I'm talking about. And I did that just recently with a friend. I got her to get, I think it was the Orchid set. And needless to say, she was one of the people that was like, this is a kid's toy. This is da-da-da. She sent me a text today with, I think it was her cart, and she had the succulents, the bonsai tree. And I was like, let's go. And I was like, mission accomplished.
You hooked her.
I did.
You started an addiction, Jillian.
I did. I apologize to her bank account now, personally. But it's just finding that joy. And with something like what you're building tonight, the Sanctum, that's one I want to pick up very soon. I want to pick that one up. I just feel like something like that, it just brings this satisfaction that you may not be doing great at work in whatever job you're in right now, but just go home or school or anything like that.
Yeah.
But to go home and just get to do something creative and to have this amazing outcome and look at that every day and say, I did that. I completed that. That was something I set out to do and I did it.
Yeah.
That's
No,
just,
I completely agree. And I think like it's a nice way to escape from the chaos of the world and to just like relax with something physical, because
Mhm.
it's very easy to get caught up on the digital side of things with social media. And being someone that lives there it regularly and posts as much as I can on a daily basis, it can get exhausting. But that's why I love the physical touch of something like this. That's, I don't know, it's genuine and it's creative, it's analytical, it's so many different things
yeah.
that I don't think a lot of people see when they just think of Lego being a kid's toy.
Yeah. And it's amazing whenever I see parents who they were there to get something for their kid and we kind of like talk them into getting something for themselves. And then we see them coming back and they're getting something to build with their kid.
No.
Or they just come back without the kid. That's the funniest one, is when they come back without the kid and they just get something for themselves.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. No,
But,
and I'm sure
yeah.
you see a lot like at the store with people, just how people interact with Lego and what they like about it as well. Is there anything like any experiences that you've had working there that are notable in that way?
Yes. And it was more so like I feel like this just shows how Lego can bring together people of all different ages. And there was a little boy and he was shopping around with his family. And we had one of our regulars come into the store. And something about our store is with every dollar you spend, like every dollar you spend is a point. And once you get it to a certain amount of points, you start getting money back.
Right.
So we'll have some regulars who never touch those points and they'll like accumulate up to like 40 plus dollars. And this little boy was walking around and he had this eye on this set for like the entire time he was there. But it gets up to the register and the family does not, they're like, we can't swing that today, yada, yada, yada. And you clearly see the disappointment in a kid. And
Sure.
we had this, he's like an adult, much older member of like one of our regulars. And he's like, don't worry, let me cover this for you.
Aww.
Let me bring this joy that this brought to me when I was his age. Let me share that with him and let me help you guys with that. And those just acts of just selflessness and caring, we see them surprisingly a lot in the store.
That's great.
And
that's great.
Just seeing that the way that Lego can bring people together and just how excited people can get about the same thing. Like a 7-year-old can get as excited at a Jango Fett minifigure as say like a 6-year-old because they remember that. Like
Right.
It's amazing how it just brings so many people together in such a positive light when there's so much going on. But moments like that are always amazing. Moments when you just see like a kid who is building something in our pick-a-brick table and he realizes I made this. Like I didn't use instructions. I didn't there was no set bag guideline. I just made this. That's outstanding to see creativity get unlocked in a child and even in an adult. Like just seeing that is amazing. A funny moment that happened with our store was since we are called Atlanta Brick Co., we are often mistaken for like a masonry company. So we are mistaken for construction. And I remember we get maybe once a month, a few calls, or a few times a month, calls like, hey, I'm looking to get this much of brick and cement. And we're like, sir, this is a Lego store. We sell plastic bricks. But we had 3 guys walk in and they were clearly construction workers. And 2 of them look confused, and one of them looks like a kid in a candy store. And I remember one of them sort of leans over and goes, I think we're in the wrong place. And the other guy,
no, we're in the right place.
No, we're in the right place. He grabbed a basket and just booked it into the store.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And so that was so funny to see for me. And the store definitely helped grow my passion for Lego into college. Hands down. And it certainly helped grow with TikTok because I'm pretty sure I started making TikToks for Atlanta Brick Co. before I started making TikToks for myself. And so that's always fun. And it's like, okay, this thing that I started first sort of acclimated to what I wanted to do. And then I got to meet such an amazing friend group. And oh my gosh, just looking back on all the memories we have. I see them every day with all the Polaroids that I have on my wall from Brick Fair. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't wait. I cannot wait for that. And I know everyone's talking Chicago, and I'm like, I need to figure that out.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And it is crazy that I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing or what it is, but talking with people today, it's like when you go to a Lego convention, it's very exciting. There's a lot to take in. Not only is there a lot of Lego things to buy, but a lot of people to talk to.
Yes.
And it's hard to spend time with everybody to the extent that you would like to, in a sense. Like, we hung out, but like, how often did we find ourselves like having a really in-depth conversation with someone for a very long time? Maybe a handful of people, but
Yeah.
I wish we had more time, or that it wasn't as chaotic, because it felt like it, at least at the moment. Maybe it was just like hard to focus on everything and hard to concentrate, but I guess I wish like it wasn't just a Lego convention that we could all hang out at. It was like, like, oh, I'm going to hang out with so-and-so this weekend or whatnot.
Yes. It's very much like that, I will say, like at the conventions. Like you walk in, and I know for a bunch of people it was their first time at a convention. So some people did not
one.
Some people were like, oh, we had no idea there were events. We had no idea how late it goes. We had no idea they kept the hall open till 2:30 in the morning. And then you had, especially kind of with our little group, since we were somewhat on the, I guess, we were on the social media platform. You had people coming up to our table, and like you had fans interacting with a bunch of us who were like, I normally see you on my phone. Like I'm seeing you in person. So definitely just getting to connect with them. It would get to the end of the day, and I feel like it was the meals that we all really just would connect at, whether it was like Red Robin or whether it was like the barbecue place. Like that's where we all like really connect. When we figured out where we wanted to go eat.
Which was always a dilemma.
I just remember we just like at one point we were like, we're just, food is that way. We're just gonna start walking.
Zane, I'm going to get pizza. What do you want? I
remember we all showed up at Taco Bell at one point, like because we just kept walking, and we walked, and there was a Taco Bell, and that's what there was. But no, I get what you mean. Like getting to say, I'm gonna, like, I wish we could all be like, yeah, I'm gonna go like hop over and see like Robin Zane this weekend, or I'm gonna go see like, or I'm just gonna go we're all gonna go to Disney with Danny or something like that. Like it's something like that I really wish we were able to do. And I feel like people achieve that by going a day earlier to the conventions, but that can also get expensive with hotels, staying the extra day, or they stay a day after. I know that was a hack that someone had told me. They were like, we all like within lug groups, they get there a day or so earlier, and they all go do like an excursion together.
Yeah.
Like they all just go to local sites, or they all, I think at one point they said they all did an escape room like the night before. I would love to see all of us like split into like either teams of 2 or all together do an escape room.
It's funny you bring that up, because I've never felt excited to do an escape room. I've never done one. And I never felt like there was a group of people. Well, I never felt like there was a group of people that I would want to do one with, where like people would want to actually participate. I feel like our group would be the group to do that.
Hands down. I feel like as soon as they lock the door and the time starts, everyone would jump into a position, and it would just happen so naturally. Like, and then I can also see us like accidentally like finding clues early. I can just see it being a blast. Definitely.
Right.
And I feel like if anything, that would be a great way to either shake off all the jitters that we have going into the convention, or that would be a great way to like make sure let it not like completely just end on a button, but let it fizzle out like the day or so after the convention.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be awesome. Really be good.
I think that would be awesome.
And it would I know it would be funny. I know it's so funny.
So you want to come to Chicago, but you don't know if you're going to be able to swing it with life, work, etc.
Yes, during the summer, there is a camp that I know. The sessions of the camp, it's like there's like an overnight portion to it. So overnight campers arrive every week on a Sunday, and then we have like this day, and then of course they leave on Friday. So, and I know that Brick Fair Chicago lies in between the 2 weeks that are back to back. So if I work at this camp, the only way for me to attend Chicago is to either leave early Friday, go Saturday, and then fly back early Sunday, which is not the whole getting there like Thursday,
No.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's like
That's not the experience that you would hope for.
it's not the experience, but at the same time, I'm like in my head, I'm like, I know I'm gonna have extreme like FOMO. I'm gonna have fear of missing out.
Right.
I'm gonna be like I'm gonna get a FaceTime from someone, and I'm gonna be like, okay, that's it. I'm going and doing a red eye flight to Chicago for 24 hours.
Look, I
know
I think
Virginia is a yes. Virginia is a hands down yes for me.
I think, well, I am planning on going to both, and I would hope that a lot of other people will as well. I think Chicago is the one that everybody is trying to shoot for as the massive big event. Which, you know, so I went to Chicago last year, and I had a blast. But the only Lego TikTok people that I went with were Slego and Dom, and I had a blast. I mean, I had a great time with them, but I also got to meet so many other people that I would not have talked to if everybody and their mother was there from our group. So, in a way, like, I think it's good to go to an event where you do know everybody and you have everybody there and it's a blast like we had. But then again, I also think that it's not bad to necessarily go to a convention and have it be just like not more relaxed, but
just like
a smaller, a smaller amount of people that I suppose. I don't know. I think it's a good thing to be able to branch out and have more time to talk to more people. Chicago was wild last year. Do you know kind of like the differences between the two? Have you been to Brick World Chicago?
I've seen videos, and I have I've had so many friends go and show me maps and stuff like that I kind of get it, but it's also one of those things that you don't get it till you see it.
Right. It's very different from Virginia. Very
it's
different.
Immensely different. Everyone tells me like the mock stakes are like even higher. The guest list, you have all these people. People are flying in from everywhere for Chicago.
Yes.
And it's much more, there's a lot of people, and I feel like it's amazing, but I have been used to these, like, this was my first time in Virginia this past year, but I had been used to Brick Fair, Alabama, which is like just one state over from me. I'd been used to that. I'd been used to other smaller conventions just here and there. So Chicago definitely, and from what I've seen from people's videos, it's a whole different ball game than Virginia.
Yeah. No, it really is, and I think it felt bigger, and maybe that was just because it was my first like big convention. But it felt like the mocks were so much better. Honestly, to me, there were some great mocks in Virginia, but in comparison, I was honestly a little let down. Like it's weird to say that though, because there were such great mocks there. But I mean, the highlight of Virginia for me was everybody being there, and obviously, I would love to capture that same magic in a bottle again. But at the same time, you know, if you can't make it, that's okay too, because I'm sure there's going to be other opportunities for us to all get together. And like, just because something doesn't work out this year doesn't mean that next year it would be the same way. So like, I think we feel like we have to do everything right now. And it's easier before we have more responsibilities in our life to do that. But I think over time, even if TikTok went away tomorrow, even if, I don't know, somebody quit the community or who knows what would happen, I think we would still all maintain our friendship. Like
we would, like, because I feel like the moment like we all met and we were all like, okay, I feel like one of the funnier moments, and it was kind of like, I think what they're calling core memories now, was when I officially started calling everybody not by their handles. It was
Except
that
for me and Danny Ford Johnson, yeah.
Oh my god! Yes, every time I was like, "Hey, Danny Ford Johnson, can you please pass the pepper?" But getting just to like be like, "Oh my gosh," just like saying like Matt, Ethan, like just saying like Brad, like all of our just like
No delay.
no delay, none of that. Just like realizing, oh yeah, we are all just people, but we make
Right.
videos. Like in that building, we may have been to some people, Jillian versus reality. We may have been like the stud buds or something like that. Now it's kind of like we were all outside of it, being able just to be people, just like
Right.
everybody else. And that is something that I definitely like prioritize. And I know out of our little group, I feel like since the convention, the only one I've gotten to see is Dom.
Right.
Because I got to go up and spend a few days with him in where he is.
Lancaster?
I got to yes, and just doing that, and I'm excited because I get to go see him over winter break again, and I have some other
Nice.
friends up there, and at some point I know I want to try to find a way to get to see everybody. I know a convention is like the easiest way for us to do that.
Right.
But like hands down, like I feel like the friendships are so strong that if any of y'all walked through the Atlanta Britco door,
Aw.
it would be picking up right where we left off.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
No,
what it would really be.
I think it's crazy that like there was a life that I had prior to like TikTok and social media, and realizing that, you know, I can make other friends outside of just my small town that I lived in.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to be able to share conversations like these with other people who understand the struggle of, you know, content creation or being a Lego fan, or can relate and be excited together about something that we're wanting to buy or something that just got announced. Like, it's just very nice to actually have people that can relate to you. And I
Yeah.
don't think that I've really had that in my life until this point. And that's why I enjoyed the community so much.
Oh my gosh, like this community, and whether it's the community we have here in like the States or like even our friends outside of the States, like just it's a giant community. And I feel like the one day maybe we're able to get, you know, people from other countries, or if we decide to, you know, go abroad and go conquer and just go out to more conventions. I feel like every time it's going to be, whether we're adding people, we are always going to be able to pick up right where we left off.
Right. And
And
something that really did stick with me too about Brick Fair was, you know, the energy that we had. And maybe it was just because we're new to, you know, meeting each other, and it was our first convention all together. Who knows what the reason was, but the energy that we had at our table at Brick Fair was wild.
I would dare to say that it was unmatched. We were always laughing our butts off back there. I remember we would get those moments of like people would walk by and sort of give weird glances. And I remember one day it gave me a weird flashback to high school where I was like getting those weird glances from people. Yes, Danny, and the snacks. We had so many snacks behind our table. When the people would walk by and give us some people give us a little bit of a look. I felt so safe with the people I was hanging out with that none of that mattered. And that's like one of the big highlights, that just everything was like, we all just felt safe and comfortable together, just to have so much fun and just have just this joyous energy surrounding everything we were doing. Whether it was Walmart runs with Danny, or whether it was us trying to figure out where we were going to eat, we were all just enjoying it.
Right.
Were you nervous going into it?
I think because I went to Chicago, no, but I was for that. I was for that trip, because I was going on a road trip with Slego and Dom.
Oh my
And, like, that could be a novel in and of itself. But
goodness.
meeting those two goofballs was a pleasure, and experiencing that convention with them is, you know, up there top experiences for me, as is Virginia. I think every year it's going to get we're always gonna look back and we're gonna say, remember the time we did that at Virginia, and like it's not gonna be the same, but it is. Like
Yeah.
it's the first time for it. It's magic in a bottle, but I hope that we can replicate it over and over again, because I don't know, it's an incredible group of people that I'm very blessed to have in my life.
Yes, you exactly that way. And I noticed Danny said something in the comments about notebooks, and something that I know we went and did is when we went to Walmart, Danny was like, I want to get this like little notebook, and I want to like either journal in it while I'm there or have everyone sign it. And I was like, that's a cute idea. And like a few of us, we got notebooks and we had people sign it like it was a yearbook. And I just want to say, I have mine right here.
Aww.
I keep it with me. Like I have it on my desk. And especially this past midterm, I just remember flipping through it and reading everybody's messages. And I was like, oh my gosh, that was amazing. Yeah. And it's just amazing to see where everyone's going with how everyone has grown since then. Like, people are getting partner programs. People are working with different companies. People are going on different experiences and shows.
Right,
It's amazing.
right.
They're starting their own shows. I know like a bunch, like there is the Building a Podcast. There's the ELPN show. There is so much that is formed like from and since then. So just getting to see everyone's growth is something I love. I adore that. Whenever I get to see one of my friends succeed and their success, I'm like, yes, this is amazing. Like when you're with your announcement, I was like, you have worked effortlessly to get this opportunity, and I cannot wait to see what you do with it. And I know it's going to be amazing. And with different podcasts that are starting, there's just ways for us to sort of keep in communications with each other and just not let feel like that little spark we had there die. It's like it's always going, whether it's our group chats, us just calling each other up or messaging each other every now and then. I know the joy I get from watching the Stud Buds, because it's literally 4 of you guys all in one place at one night. I love that.
Well, we appreciate you supporting that show and consistently tuning in to watch. Like, at first when you had said that you watched it at Atlanta Brick Co., we were like, I don't know about that. I don't know. She's probably just, saying that. And then like you started commenting and we're like, she's actually watching us.
Yes. And then my worlds collided when you guys had Mark on the show.
Right.
Like I remember it was like that day or something, or it was maybe the week before, and Mark came into the store. He's like, hey, Jillian, guess what I'm doing this week? I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, going on a little show. And I'm like, what show are you going on? And he's like, I don't know, but it has a bunch of studs that are buds. And I'm like, you are not. Like my whole world just exploded.
No, it was great having him on and getting to chat. Him and I met in Chicago kind of briefly. There were so many people to talk to, and we didn't really have a lot of time to share together and, actually have a real conversation as much as I would have liked to. Still got to talk and meet one another. But it was really nice being able to have him on the show with us and talking about his mocks and everything that he's been up to. But we did give him a lot of grief for a certain Lego themed Nexo nights.
Yes.
Hopefully you didn't beat him up too much for that.
No, we go after. Mark is one of the most gracious and caring and humble people in the world, and he reciprocates that to us, and we reciprocate that to him. Unless it's about Nexo Nights, we will taunt that poor
There's
man.
no love in your Nexo Night battle.
We will taunt that poor man with Nexo Nights, whether it's someone finds like a Nexo Night clock on Facebook Marketplace and we hide it in his office, or someone finds a Nexo Night costume and we leave that for him. We'll start leaving things around his office, or not his office. We have a studio at Atlanta Brick Co. And that's primarily where he resides when he's at work. So we'll leave it.
He hides from you all.
Yes, we have to lure him out with ding dongs. Those are his favorite snack, and I refuel his ding dongs. The little ding dong jar that he has, every few months, I'll go buy 4 boxes of them, and I'll just and I'm like, it's like a squirrel. You save them for the winter. But no, seeing him on the show and then seeing him become closer friends with Brad. And then
Right.
I'm like, this is hilarious because these are all the friends that I made. And now it's like my worlds are colliding. And then when people come into the store, and hopefully when more people come to the store and if they visit, it's going to be even better, which you are always welcome at Atlanta Brick Co. We will always be so happy to have you. And that's like the cool thing is both with the store, we get to see so many people from the community.
Right.
We'll have people traveling and they're like London AFOLs, or we have people Antarctic, or it's like so many different people. And it's funny when, gosh, when was it? I think it was the other day. Someone was like, "You were at Virginia, weren't you?" And I was like, "Yes." And I'm like
We
praying.
meet?
I'm like, "Yes." I'm like, "Oh my gosh, do I know this person? Am I just blanking right now?" And they're like, "No, I just came by your little brick talk table and said hi." And I
Aw,
was like, "Oh, thank you. That's really
that's
nice."
kind. That's very kind.
But just seeing all the worlds collide is amazing.
Yeah.
And that's something that just Lego does as a whole is it brings people together. If there's one thing I pitch, it's just the community.
Yeah. I think that it's so when I was younger,
Mhm.
it seemed a lot larger than I feel that it is now. I mean, it's a huge
Oh,
community.
interesting.
Don't get me wrong, but there are subgroups. There's the Star Wars people. There's the castle people. There's a whole niche for every theme. It seems like, but I don't know. When I went to Chicago, I felt like, wow, this this is a large community. Don't get me wrong, but it's well connected. And I think that's what makes it feel smaller. It's not that it's small, it's that it's easy to make friends with people and it's easy
Yeah.
to get to know everyone just through like one person. I mean, when Brad, Zane, and I met before we started doing Stud Buds with Ethan as well, I mean, Brad, Zane, and I met first and then we kind of onboarded Ethan into our little
Mhm.
clique. Click, Lego,
Yeah.
click.
Ha.
Anyways, it was interesting because the stream that we were on that we met during, they were well connected with other people and they got us connected with other individuals and word traveled very fast about our show and then like being a part of the community and eventually going to conventions. I mean, one thing easily led to another is my point. There
Yes.
wasn't a moment where it's like, okay, well, like I made a few friends, but I don't feel like, I'm meeting very more people. Granted, I am a content creator and I'm producing on a regular basis, but it seems as though people are genuine, welcoming, kind, and compassionate. Nobody's going to really turn you away that I've found, at least. I'm sure there are people out there, but all in all, the Lego community is very positive, especially in comparison to something like the Star Wars fanboys or
Oh my gosh. That-
other groups out there.
Yeah, and as someone who both is in the Star Wars fan base and in the Lego community, all communities they have their bad apples, so to say.
Right.
And definitely with Star Wars being such a big thing that it is, you have the people who are going to gatekeep. You have the people who are there for one reason, and that's either to be right, or you have people who are there to everyone's there for different reasons.
Yeah.
And with Lego, I feel like it was, for me personally, as I got older, it felt so easy just to join this community and kind of not have this judgment in a way. Like, you have to know this amount, or if you don't know
Right.
this amount, you are not at the high level that you are not on the high Grand Jedi Council that some other people are, and then that turns them into a Sith.
Right.
But I just feel like with Lego, it's like you can always learn and you can always grow, and that's the great thing. Like,
Yeah, no.
Hands down. Sorry to just jump
No,
in.
no, no. Keep going. Keep going. I was just gonna say, I completely agree.
Like, for me, when I was going to Virginia, I originally was going because I just wanted to go to Virginia, and I was able to attend, and I knew at least one of my buddies from the store was going, and I was
Mhm.
gonna like piggyback with them the entire time. And then I was like, okay, wait a minute, some TikTok people are going, so I reached out, And they were like, one person was like, "Oh my gosh, let me see if I can add you to this group chat." And I was like, "Whoa, now,
Group chat?
back." I was like, this kind of. I was like, "Am I allowed? Am I allowed in here?" And then it was just so.
Am I
immediate.
worthy?
Am I worthy? Because at the same time, I had just somewhat started posting, and like, while I tend to somewhat try to fade away from a numbers game and just focus on posting what I enjoy, it was still somewhat intimidating. But then I knew one or two people, or I talked to one or two people in the group, and they were like, "You are going to just mesh so well. You are more than happy to come put your mock with us, hang out with us behind the table." I think it was Dom who said, "You'll see. It's just going to happen." And I'm like, "What's going to happen?" He's like, "It's going to happen." And then it
happened.
And then it happened from iPad. No, don't
Oh.
And then
Oh no, it's evolving.
It's evolving. Oh no. But it went I think from when Brad and Dom picked me up at the airport, and then we all walked in, and we just started seeing people we knew running to them. Like, "Oh my gosh, hi, nice to meet you. Like, I'm this person, I'm this person." And then it did. I remember it happening, and I just kind of looked over at that point at Dom, and he was like, "Told you. I told you so. I told you so."
That's awesome. No, I think that is a good message, though. Like, you might think that you won't belong in a group of people that you would want to be a part of, or you might be hesitant to, try to reach out to someone and see where things go, or whatever the case may be. Maybe you're afraid to be yourself and create content, and you don't feel comfortable in your own shoes. But at the end of the day, like, you are worthy. Like, you as a unique individual have the ability to do so many more things than you're capable of. And I don't know, I feel like I'm quoting the Lego movie now.
Oh my gosh.
You are the awesome.
Yes. I feel like we need to get bricks with that on it next year. But yeah, it's just that moment of just getting to meet everybody, and then getting to see these people who I'd only communicated with in the comment section or through a phone so many times. Like, it's funny. I remember just looking up and I was like, "Oh my gosh, that's all four of the stud buds."
They're together in one room in real life.
They're together in one room. This is blowing my mind.
What chaos shall ensue now? Oh, goodness.
Oh my. And then it did. And then it did. And it's just, so if anything, I highly recommend, if anyone's just considering going to a convention and you're able to, don't consider, just go. You will find a friend. It is not hard to do.
No, not at all.
Not hard whatsoever to do. And then it's going to be so hard to say goodbye. Yeah. I am not ashamed to admit I became a crybaby. You can see it in everyone's vlogs. Yeah. I am bawling tears in like a bunch of people's vlogs. And they're like, "We don't know if she's genuinely crying or not." And I remember specifically with Ethan. We were all saying goodbye to Ethan. And then I forget who it was. They were like, "Let's go take a lap, so that way you don't have to see Ethan leave and say goodbye." So I was like, "Okay." And we take a lap, and Ethan is still there. And I just screamed.
I don't think Ethan wanted to leave, to be fair.
He did not. And I remember I was like, "Why are you still here?"
Speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil. Is he in the chat?
Brad ran up to me so fast, I will always remember that moment.
I have that moment on video and on photo. I just remember I'm like, "We need to film and document this."
We actually, so Kit Fisto Bricks and I, we met at Brick World Chicago, and he had some kind words to say in the chat as well. I'm just trying to read through. I'm sorry that I was missing a lot of comments, folks. Seeing if there's like any questions or anything that people wanted to ask.
Brick Rodeo, that's another big one.
Oh yeah. That's Ethan's hometown convention. What if we all just went to Brick Rodeo?
I think we should all just show up and just like be like, "Ethan, it's like there's a new sheriff in town. Like, cue the brick built tumbleweed."
Howdy, partner. We all go dressed as cowboys and cowgirls.
Oh my, that would be hilarious. And I've heard that because I had a few friends go to Brick Rodeo, and they were like, it's a whole different ball game too. Like, from what I hear, for a convention in Texas, it is a very cold convention. Apparently, they blast the AC, and it is freezing.
That's what I've heard as well. Although Ethan last Brick Rodeo, I believe it was Brick Rodeo. He tried to. So Brad was gone that week, and Ethan was in Texas at the convention. Zane and I were holding down the fort on Stud Buds, and we got a call in from Ethan. We wanted to do like a live segment of him at Brick Rodeo. I think it was Brick Rodeo, talking about like what is going on there and kind of do a man on the street segment.
Yes.
But the Wi-Fi was absolutely terrible, as per Ethan's normal mood when it comes to content creation. So he was able to very briefly show us around the convention, but it was so bad Wi-Fi wise that we just had to let him go from the stream. But
yes,
I would love to go eventually at some point, make the trip to Texas for that with him. It's just a matter of getting the right flight and the right price.
oh, that's really what it is. I swear, Brick conventions can help you with Sky Miles. Like, it's finding that perfect flight and booking it at the right time. But now, like with you, it's funny you mentioned the live stream thing, because Atlanta BrickCo, we were there and we were doing a live and we were trying to watch it in the store, and it was so spotty.
Yeah.
I remember at one point it was a screen of not like just you see the convention, and then it was just Ethan. It was just it was like a jump scare, and we were like, "Who is that?" And I was like, "Oh, Ethan the Artisan." I watched that guy on TikTok.
He's a wild character, and you never know where he's gonna end up. He could pop up anywhere at any time for sure.
I thought it was cool that y'all were able to go film an episode of Stud Buds all together in
That was
Virginia.
awesome.
When y'all were like, we're gonna go film the Stud Buds, and we were like, they're going to do it all together in person. That is amazing.
Yeah, we were very happy to do that. And with Zane, you know, he has a real person job. You know, he's a little older than us. He has a wife, and he's trying to start a family. He's got a lot going on. It was nice to be able to get him to come out because, you know, although we always hope that he will continue joining us, or, you know, everybody that was with us, we hope that people continue coming out to conventions and hanging, but you never know where life will take you next.
Yeah.
And it's like, we need to take advantage of every opportunity that we have to do this. And that was very special. That was a great moment for us.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know, I hope that in the future we could do more of that, but I hope that it's not a rare moment where we were all four together in the same area for once.
I don't think it will be. I really don't think it will be.
I hope not. I keep my expectations low so that I can hope for. I expect the worst and hope for the best. That's all that I can do.
Yeah, and just with all of us being together, I know we're all going to be back together at some point, whether our numbers, and who knows, our numbers may be even bigger at that point.
Right.
It seems like it's always going to grow because like there was a little Chicago group, and then that like grew from Virginia. So who knows what's going to happen the next time we're all together. We're going to have to start having our photographers step farther backwards to take a photo.
The Lego TikTok community is an incredible one. It's very different, it seems, than the YouTube space, the Instagram space. There's not, there's not one place to go for all of Lego content.
Yes.
So it's very nice to have different groups, and it's cool that the TikTok world has created this wonderful community. I hope that we intersect with other communities as well. And I think we did a good job of that at Brick Fair, where we were talking to other people that were outside of our group and including them rather than just kind of focusing on us.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was very nice.
It was like we got to see Danny, and then we interacted with, I know there's one or two Twitch streamers we interacted with, and
Right.
just because I know a lot of times there's this rep of, oh, it's one platform versus the other.
Yeah.
And it really doesn't have to be.
No.
It really, and actually it's not. Everyone's like, oh yeah, the TikTokers, they have beef with the YouTubers, and it's like, no, we don't.
No.
We've barely met each other. We'd love to meet
Right.
each other.
Any YouTuber that I've met personally, that I've genuinely had a good conversation with, like not even just like the nature of the conversation, but the time like expended. I don't have
Yeah.
a problem with any of them. Like they're all great people. I think we're all fans of the same thing. We all are like-minded people. It's nice that we can branch out and talk to other groups of individuals at a convention where, you know, being on social media, we see each other's content and we interact a little bit here and there, but it's different when you're in person, and it's different when you're in person with not only your group, but everybody else.
Yes. And that's the joy of LEGO conventions, just getting that. And I feel like the real dream is getting that time, getting more time outside of the convention building. I still think we should all go to the beach or rent a boat.
Right.
I would love to see all Brick Talk on a boat.
I think conventions, the more that I think about it, conventions allow people to have an excuse.
Mhm.
Whereas if we were to do something outside of that, it would be hard
Oh yeah.
for people to say, "Oh, okay, I'll come and do this and sacrifice my work schedule or other things." Like,
Yeah, or families or stuff like
right.
that.
I think it's easy for people to treat it like a business trip. Whereas, I mean, for me, it's both that and hanging out with everybody and having fun just as my own individual, not as Matt Mellish, TikTok and social media content creator, but as Matt.
Yeah.
I think that is important to also do. I think a lot of people treat it like, okay, I have to focus on making content and da 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 da. But like you mentioned, at the end, we were all, oh yeah, we create content. We need to probably make a video or something.
It was that specific moment. I know we were all sitting behind the booth. It was Sunday. A bunch of us were tired. We kind of looked at each other, and I think someone's like phone off, like, oh yeah, TikTok. Wait, have we filmed a video yet? And we were like, and we just all started scrambling to set up someone was setting up a tripod. Someone was starting a video. Someone was running around. And I was just like, I'm just going to video everyone doing this. That's going to be my video.
There you go. There you go. The behind the scenes. And it looks
yeah.
like we have a lot of people here in the comments as well. Mr. Ethan the Artisan saying, Bricks Talk on a Boat is a good YouTube title. Maticus Bricks in the house.
Maticus!
Mikey Brickman. What's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining. But yeah, no, we have an incredible community of people, and you know, I'm very grateful for not only you, but everybody else who is just so kind, so very
Oh my
kind
God.
and thoughtful. It's
Yes.
very refreshing.
It really is. It's just a nice, fresh glass of water, because used to, compared to like crazy, like Mountain Dew energy drinks, this was just nice and refreshing just to meet people with like-minded interests, amazing personalities, and it was really just overall a blessing and it's something I will never forget, and I never want to forget, because they're just going to keep happening.
I concur, and I cannot wait to see you again in person. Maybe I'll
Yes.
travel down to Atlanta Brick Co. in the future. Who knows where life may take me, but at the moment I have no plans, genuinely, because my life is very chaotic at the moment.
Yes.
And I'm not sure what tomorrow holds, literally. So I'm just taking it day by day, and if I end up somewhere, I'll let you know.
Yeah, if you're ever in the Atlanta area, let us know.
I certainly will. Julian, I want to be respectful of your time. I am
Yes.
very, very grateful to have had you on the show here. Even though it's been a very interesting, long stream that I clearly haven't built fast enough during. But I just want to, I guess, either give you the opportunity to leave. You're welcome to stay. I don't have any more guests after you, but
I can stay for a little bit longer. I don't mind.
you definitely don't have to. But no, I just want to be respectful of your time, and if you do need to leave, you're welcome to. But if you want to stay, like I said, you're also welcome to.
I want to hang out for a few more minutes.
Okay,
If that's
okay.
cool. I love
If-
that.
If any of the other folks who were here or know how to get here would like to come back, you're more than welcome to. We can have a panel, whatever we want to do. You're welcome to come back. I don't have any plans for the night. This was my plan. I'm not filming the next advent calendar, I guess. Not yet. I'm a little behind on my advent calendar videos, but that's okay. The joys of
I
content creation.
love that you picked the Guardians Advent Calendar. I have to say,
I was a little torn. I'm not gonna lie. I almost did Star Wars, and it was an omen that I couldn't find one that I should do the Marvel one. We have Danny Ford Johnson back in the house.
Danny.
I was gonna be like, I'll be here. I will happily. I'm loving listening to this.
Well,
Danny,
I'm glad.
I have
Hey,
it.
Jillian. Huh?
Glad that you
Danny.
come back.
Mine's
I
in the
have
other
a
room.
little book.
But
I-
I've been Snapchatting you, Jillian. I have your Atlanta Brick Co. pin up on my wall.
Really?
Which you can't see it, but there's a picture of my girlfriend in middle school, which is weird, but I have it. And then there's my VIP card.
Wait
and
a
the
second.
Atlanta Brick
Go
Co.
back.
in there.
Why do you have a photo
wanna-
of your girlfriend from middle school on your wall?
Why do I have this? She gave it to me. She gave it
No,
to
no,
me as
no.
a magnet, so I
Your
put it on the
girlfriend?
wall.
Your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess that's
I
cute,
have a
but that's kind of odd that
girlfriend.
she gave you up as a magnet.
I think she
was
found
middle
it going
school.
through her stuff, and I was like, mine now. Yeah, it's up on the wall.
I guess that's cute.
But your Atlanta Brick Co. pin is up here, and then I was gonna take those signatures and put them up here somewhere. So,
Yes.
and then behind me, this is gonna be like a sticker wall. So I was gonna put stud buds. I don't have an ELPN sticker. What does ELPN mean?
It's a secret.
Do we know? Oh my gosh.
It's a secret. You know what? Research, like, and I kid you not, there is a. Is this the binder?
No,
Will
no,
this
no.
work? When I tell you, I made a binder for this show. There is a full.
That's amazing.
I'm not even gonna lie, and this is not me calling them out. There is a page in here that's called "How to Keep Rob and Zane on Track."
Oh. Clearly, you're the boss. Clearly, you are running the ALPN broadcast show, whatever we call it, podcast, whatever.
I got in so much trouble for calling it Elpin for the first like month or so. They were like, or like as Ethan likes to say, the Leppin.
Oh.
I'm always
good.
because like it's like it's Elpin, and they're like it's ELP, and I'm like Elpin.
Open.
It's like
I
when
like
you
the
see
hand.
it's like when you see Shield, you don't say SHEILD, you say Shield.
Shield. Open.
Or,
It's certainly a very
at-
interesting show. Oh, look at that.
You don't say
Oh my-
you don't say atst. You say ATST.
Or
No,
you
I
just
don't-
say AT&T.
At.
Yeah, that's my controversy.
No, I think that Zane and Rob certainly have a very interesting dynamic that is nice to watch as entertainment. I
my
couldn't
God.
imagine working with them though as
It's so
like a
it's
job.
So easy. It's genuinely like such a smooth task working with them. Like people
More
would think
so
it's
than I
all-
would think. Really?
Yes, like whenever we schedule meetings, we're there. We will get our ideas out. We'll have a good time. But there are days when I'm like, okay, let's focus in on this idea and let's get this grounded. But yeah, and I feel like that's kind of just what you have to do when there's a bunch of people and you're all trying to have one goal.
Right.
And it's like that at the store too. Like when we're trying to sort something, we have to remind each other, hey, we're moving the bins over here. Or I'm sure that's like that at any job in any way. Just trying to coordinate things. And it's all about just being able to coordinate with each other.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, having one vision is certainly helpful for what you're trying to do. And when people want to be somewhere, it's a lot easier to work with them. Like I remember back to high school or college and having group projects where not everybody really was wanting to be there or contribute.
Mhm.
And it's nice, like once you get out of that environment and you choose the environment that you're in, that people start actually pulling their weight.
Oh my goodness. Oh, there was a small update I was going to update on.
Okay.
And it is regards an event at Brick Fair that maybe you two will remember, and that is the Ewok catastrophe.
I remember your
Is
mock.
this your Lego mock?
That
The
when
tree?
I was That tree is gone. That tree does not have to scare me anymore.
Oh
But
no.
no, on the way to Brick Fair, I had a bag of Ewoks that got lost at the Atlanta airport.
Oh.
Yes.
And I had lost close to $200 worth of Ewoks.
Holy smokes.
I'm having to adjust my camera. The army has grown.
Oh, wait.
And it is very mighty.
Is this a new army of Ewoks? You did not get your old ones back?
No, this is a new army of Ewoks.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Which one's your
me, oh
favorite?
my.
They can't hear anything but the one in the front.
Nice. The Chief Chirpa?
Yes.
Nice. That's
And
why you
it
have
has-
3?
It's there have been donations throughout the community. This has been a communal effort to bring back the Ewok rehabilitation.
You know who
You
you
bought
need
him
to
in a
show that
terrarium.
to? You need to show that to Opie One Kenobi. Or just Opie One. I guess his name.
Opie.
Opie hates Ewoks, for those of you who don't know. They are his least favorite thing in the world. So much so that people would start sending him Ewoks, like just to send him like Ewok minifigures.
That's what you need to do, Jillian. You need to say, I hate Ewoks. I hate them so much. And people send them to you. And I'm like, haha. Got him.
And instead I made like in the arms of an angel. Today, with your help, you can help rehabilitate Ewoks. Save an Ewok.
Oh,
my goodness.
do you guys know why they're called Ewoks?
Why?
I think I do, but I don't remember. Like
Okay,
I should
so-
know it, but I don't.
In the original version of Return of the Jedi, the plan was to go to Kashyyyk, where the Wookiees lived, to meet where Chewbacca's family is. And so the word Ewok comes from Wookiee. It's backwards. And
Huh.
so Ewok is Wookiee, and they're little Wookiees. Because they couldn't find a bunch of 7-foot tall guys. So the Endor was supposed to be Kashyyyk.
That's hilarious.
It's
I
cool.
love that. I love
So
that.
they ended up with teddy bears, which is probably why Liam doesn't like them.
Well, it's not. Is it backwards?
Jillian.
Well,
Look at you.
yeah, I guess it is.
Ewok Wookiee. I'm not making this up. This is. I don't have like a source right next to me, but I have read this before.
Well, Ewok, Wookiee spelled. You said Wookiee spelled backwards is E-I.
Well, it's not so
Okay.
much backwards. It's like it's split in half and switched.
Right.
like-
the letters are from the same word.
Yeah. It's not.
You're writing on
backwards.
your hand.
It's gonna say like ECOW or EQ.
It works.
Yeah. Well, like my Star Wars character's name is Sojourn because my last name is Johnson. So it's Sojourn is an anagram of Johnson minus a letter because it's one letter short. So Wookiee's an anagram, or Ewok's an anagram of Wookiee, sort of. Does that make
Are
more?
you-
Does that sound accurate?
Wait, you're the real Danny Ford Johnson? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm a. That's some other guy. Real Danny Ford Johnson is here. The Lego
Very-
guy.
And he almost got lost at Walmart.
You guys helped me so much. Oh man, that was terrifying.
Wait, what happened? I did not
So
hear
we-
this story.
Do you want to tell it?
You know, it was your minifigure. It was your sig fig. I feel like you should tell this.
Okay,
Oh,
so
no.
Jillian, Aaron, and I went to Walmart to get the notebooks and Sharpies because we wanted something to write or sign, and like a notebook's like a quarter, so it's easy. And as we're walking around, I had my sig fig on my badge, and we're walking, and that sig fig, my minifigure, not the normal one, but like the Star Wars one, has the Fred from Scooby-Doo, Fred's face.
You're right.
No one even
right.
sells that. Like that's how hard it is to come by. It only came in the mystery machine, and I got the mystery machine.
Oh,
And it's like
no.
it's a cool face, but it was gone. And I was on the ground like a lizard looking for it. Jillian and Aaron were helping me out. You guys were the best. You guys are so
like a
kind.
lizard, he says.
Yeah,
There
it's
were
for all
there were
of
like
them.
there were like the crates and the pallets that they bring
Yes.
things in on. Danny was like looking underneath those and diving underneath trying to find parts of this sig fig.
Yeah.
And I was like, we are not leaving till we find him. We are
That's
not going back.
hilarious.
We are not going back without sig fig Danny.
You guys are
It's
amazing.
not happening.
And we found him. You guys,
We-
did you find him, Jillian?
We all found a part of him. I think I found
Oh.
a lightsaber.
Okay. It's like
There
a
was,
part of him. Oh.
we were all finding the different parts.
Oh man. That was that was a little scary, but it worked out fine. It was just a lesson learned, you know. Be careful with your sig figs.
Be careful
Well,
with your
boy.
sig figs.
I think it's also the lesson. No offense, Danny, but don't make your sig fig out of a super rare piece.
Yeah. No, I've been looking really hard for like a good flesh tone face. And there's like a lot of flesh tone faces, but they're all it's either like the guy who's like I can't find it. I can't think of a good one. The Fred face is like a normal like good guy face. You know, does that make sense? It's like he's like
Yeah,
I don't know how to describe it. He looks a little confident. He's the
he
thumbnail
just looks
for the
like
channel.
a good guy.
He looks like a good guy. Matt, do you remember when we talked to
Oh, no.
Solid Brick Studios?
Yes, I do.
And then I
You
think about
made
this every
me. You
time.
made me approach him. You made me.
Well, it was like a mutual making. So Jillian, I thought it was funny that you said that you felt like an outsider because I felt like the outsider. You felt like a total fit in, and I was so honored to meet you. But in that same mindset of like, oh my gosh, where are we? Matt and I were going like, that's Solid Brick Studios, the guy that we've grown up watching. And so let's go over and introduce ourselves without it being like, hello, please help us. We want to make connections. That's not really the point.
No.
It's about like, hey, I want to meet you because it's like this is really cool. And again, most people are really cool. He was a cool guy. But later we were walking by and out of habit, because of my job, I was like, do you want to be in the photo? Can I help you with that? And Matt's like, that's his $500 camera. Maybe you don't. And I was like, all right, Matt. And I've never forgotten that. And every time I'm at work now and I go and I'm like, do you need help with your picture? I'm like, oh shoot. Somewhere
Look
out
at
there.
what camera you're using.
Somewhere out there, David, I think his name's David, Solid Brick Studios.
Yeah,
he's like,
David.
I don't even think he remembers, but it's like, some guy tried to hold my camera. Guys, can I tell you a
Oh.
story?
Yes, please.
So one of my jobs was I wasn't. Someone who looks a lot like me was an apprentice with the Jedi Training Academy, the Trials of the Temple at the Disneyland Resort. But it's not me. It's some other
Oh,
guy.
he does look. Is that your evil twin?
I think he's a better twin. But
Oh,
anyway,
okay.
one day Natalie Portman came to work and her son got up on the stage and I brought her son up on stage. So little Luke Skywalker became a Jedi. But I'm worried that she hates me because he was like he was kind of looking out and he was like that's like, hey buddy, are you ready? And he's like not he wasn't sure what to focus on because there's a lot going on. So it's like, hey
Right.
buddy. And I look like I'm like, hello. I'm like a jerk.
Hello there.
So hopefully I don't probably doesn't matter. Probably doesn't even remember. But
Oh my
unless I was like,
gosh.
do you remember some guy waving his hand in front of your son? That was me. Yeah, the closest I'll ever come to meeting Padme and Luke Skywalker.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
It's in the vein
That
of meeting celebrities.
is
So-
crazy. No, that's super cool. That's definitely a memory for the books.
Yeah, son was really young. He was like 7 and just so I was gonna be like, he's nice. I have no idea. He was fine. He was like a kid, you know.
Right.
That's
Well,
the thing.
every
Everyone's a
kid.
normal person, like you said. So
Right.
We're
I
all
know.
people.
We're all people, and we.
I don't know
all
if we're
eat at,
normal, but
Wendy's,
I don't think
Wendy's breakfast.
I don't know if normal. I don't think normal is normal. Like I don't think there is a normal. I think that would be abnormal if you were to be normal.
I think everyone having that little like thing that they like, or that little like I wouldn't say quirk, but that little like sparkle. I feel like that's the
Yeah.
new normal. That's the new normal. It's like,
Yes.
oh wait, you're cookie cutter?
That's not normal.
What is that? That is not normal.
Right. Exactly. Well, I dropped a piece. Danny, so You met the Padme Amidala. Did you speak to this woman?
I didn't meet her, and that's the other thing is that you kind of, and Jillian, you meet a lot of people all the time in your different jobs. It's
Yes.
kind of like you can't glad
You
hand
can't-
with people,
Right.
you know. So I didn't meet her. I wasn't gonna try to. I saw
Okay.
her. I saw her watching, but that was kind of surreal. But you just got to play it cool. Like
Right.
if you,
Oh,
You're
I
doing
don't
your
know.
job at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
or the guy that looks like you.
Yeah,
doing
that
his
guy
job.
I hope did a good job. But I mean, it's your heart's pounding. You're excited. Happens a lot. So
I know within my line of work that I'm not going to
I know.
specify going into
Atlanta Brick Co. You meet a
with
lot
it-
of people at
a
Atlanta
lot,
Brick
you meet a lot
and-
of people at Atlanta Brick Co.
and Atlanta.
I wasn't
in
gonna
general.
bring it up. I wasn't gonna bring it up.
you meet a lot of people at Atlanta Brick Co. But
Yeah.
no, but I can give the broad scheme of I get to work in the film industry. So you see these people walking and you're like, oh my gosh,
Mhm.
that's who I think it is. Oh,
That's them.
and when you have to like, that's you on the inside. On the outside, you have to be like, hey, doors that way, bathrooms
Yeah.
that way.
You're doing your job.
Let's wrap this up. And you have to have like this straight face, but on the inside, you're freaking out. You are like, it's Comic Con, and you're getting like your own personal Comic Con. But I feel like it was also it was like that at Brick Fair, seeing these
Mhm.
people, and it's kind of like, okay, remember, just compose yourself. Don't just run up to them and be like, word vomit, introducing yourself.
Hi, Epic. How's it going?
Oh my gosh, Nate. I mean, I had a good conversation with Nate, but like, man, you guys are great. I'm sorry. Keep going, Jillian.
Aw.
You're absolutely spot on.
Oh my god! And I remember like just all of us meeting for the first time, and we were all very like, hello. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Hi,
Formal.
this is me. And we were all very formal. And then that maybe went on for like after the first two introductions, and then we were a family. Then
I think we were all
a
testing the
family.
waters in a sense. Like, is
Yeah.
this somebody that I want to associate myself with and open up to more than like the business side of what I do with content? I think we were all kind of figuring things out and seeing what the vibe was, and then we were like, oh, what the heck.
Like Red
It's
Rock.
like we all took off the networking hat. We all really took off the network. That's what it is. It's like going up and it's like, okay, you want to introduce yourself and you want to get advice. It's like you're networking. But then you have to
Right.
decide, or you have to have that moment where you feel like, I don't have to network with this person. I can build a friendship. I can
Yeah.
build some sort of connection with them. And I really think that happened at Red Robin. That's the moment we all just like, when we had to pile into that giant table
Mhm.
and get all of us, because at first it was only like a few
poor
of us,
host.
and then it was all of us.
Don't
And
order
then-
the tavern burger.
Oh, no.
It was so lame.
I remember
There's better
you
food at
wanted,
Red
you wanted
Robin.
like a fanfare. Where you were like, I was expecting a fanfare.
Yes. Well, because I was with Brad and he has Tavern Talk, and I was like, it's the Tavern Talk hamburger. And then they give it to you, and the Tavern burger is smaller than a normal burger. And they made it like, oh, get a plump, juicy burger with onion rings and tavern sauce. I was like, what's tavern sauce? Served on a plank of wood with a golden flute next to it or something. Or
It certainly sounds more spectacular than it is.
Tavern burger. More like a
I-
slider. Am I right? No.
I feel like it just like, if you ever get the opportunity to meet Danny, he can just light up the situation in any way, shape, or form. I.e., the burger.
Oh, this is hot. It's hot. Like,
Just like with the burger. I remember just looking over and I was like, "Are you okay?" You were like, "I was that's it. That's the
gone.
burger. It's
That's-
it's in my stomach." And then I remember everyone. A few people took a jab at trying to arm wrestle Joey.
So random, by the way.
It was. I just remember looking over, and Dom is struggling. This man is struggling to not get thrown all over the table.
He did pretty well. Arm wrestling's hard.
That's the other
Jillian,
thing.
you were like the lifeblood of this group, though. I gotta say, you're the connecting five. Everyone has to
Aw.
do their part, but I feel like you put in so much work to make things fun and to be there for everybody, and I really appreciated that.
Aw,
So
thank you. It
thank
was
you.
just getting to see everyone there, and like I feel like that was the cool part because like even though I arrived, I know a day later because some people got there on like Thursday,
The
and
4th or something, or
yeah,
5th?
and
I don't remember.
the 4th to the 5th, and there was already so much that like somewhat happened, and then I feel like we all found those moments that we were able to just enjoy. I feel like one I remember with Matt was the hall was closed. Oh yes, the hall was. It was like maybe 1 a.m. I have the timestamp on my phone. I don't know why I'm guessing. I don't know why I'm guessing.
Don't pretend. Don't pretend now.
It was, and it was like something about Brick Fair is like they have different like activities set up. And one of them was mini golf.
Oh no.
And okay, here it is. Yep. At 1:34 a.m., we started doing a limbo contest in the putt-putt arena.
I'm not very flexible for all of you who are wondering.
I think it was after we'd all just were playing cards, we all went back over to that was the other thing I enjoyed. I enjoyed hosting everybody. I enjoyed having everybody over at my hotel and hosting a cards night. I loved that. But I just remember us all just like going over to the mini golf area and just completely goofing around. Like, did we even play a successful game of mini golf?
No. Maybe one. Maybe for like half of the game. Not for long.
I have like that's one video. It's that video from Brick Fair I've not deleted. A video of Ethan trying to open a Coke bottle that I've not deleted.
Oh yeah, he ended up hurting himself.
No, he ended up hurting the table.
I thought he
What
hurt
did he try to
himself, too.
hit him? Hit it on the side of the table?
Ethan, love you to death because I know you're watching. Was like
We don't speak of mini golf.
He was trying to open a bottle of Coke, and he's like, I'm just gonna like put it on the end of a table and just like hit it and pop it off. But instead, he's just hitting this bottle cap harder into the table, and it was making a dent, and it didn't open it. It didn't open it whatsoever.
He was trying to play it cool.
We were at the barbecue restaurant.
The bento place was so good.
Oh my gosh, that was the
We've
best
gone
meal.
more.
That was the best
man.
meal. Matt, were you with us at the bento place?
I don't think I was. When was that?
We need to do Virginia too. It's so all those restaurants we'd walk by it, and we kept going to Chick-fil-A and Taco Bell or whatever that was, the Pizza Hut, Taco Bell.
It was right across from Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, the bento place was delicious. And then they had a Peruvian restaurant, and I was like, let's go to the Peruvian restaurant. Never happened.
Hey, next Brick Fair.
Yeah, next time.
Next Brick Fair for sure. But then the third video that I have is of you guys doing the long forgotten distant memory mat dance.
Oh.
And what I remember is Brad wanted to somehow be a part of the video, so he snatches my pizza box from Red Robin. And I was like,
pizza box.
That was my pizza, and I never got it back.
I gave it back to you.
That's sad.
Remember?
Oh my god, maybe I did. Let's see what did Ethan say? Ethan said, and then he opened it with his ring. Yes, he did manage to get the bottle open with his ring.
Nice. Should have used the brick separator.
And he had them. He had them like on his hip.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the zip tie.
I don't know. I think mine is in like I have a box of things still from the last convention that I have not gone through to like put into my collection.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I haven't taken the time to do that, but I believe that stuff like that.
Is that the poly bag they gave us?
Yeah,
I think that's where his brick separator and a string is for me. But guys, I don't know how to end this stream. I don't know if I should end this stream because clearly I am not finishing this tonight.
You
but
got a lot of progress though.
You did.
I did.
You can tell what it is.
Yes, you can certainly. Might have to do a part 2 of this live stream at some point. or finish it on TikTok, because that seems to be where the people are. I somehow have 45 people over on TikTok who are watching the stream. I don't know why they didn't come to YouTube, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Loyal.
um, no, but I appreciate you guys staying later and hanging out with me. I think I'm gonna call it quits though, because I am starting to get a little hungry.
Of
So
course.
I've been building this for quite some time, and I'm running on less sleep than probably I should be. So
It's 8 o'clock, 8:39.
it's 9:39.
It's 9:39
Oh,
our
yeah,
time.
3 hours ahead. Oh
Mhm.
man.
I have been live for 6 hours and 37 minutes.
Oh my gosh, man.
Now, granted, when I built the cantina and I did the marathon build, I did it for 12 hours. No, technically 14, but only 12 hours recorded for YouTube. So I could continue going and probably finish it tonight. But in all honesty, I want to enjoy this build a little bit more, and
There is no shame in making it a two-part. There's no shame in that.
I think that's
Should've
what
brought up
YouTube
food.
needs.
Mhm.
I should have honestly made food earlier and like brought snacks in here or something, but you know, the joys of being a Lego builder. I still want to enjoy it though, and there's no shame in doing a part 2, like you said. So
Thank you for having us.
I'll give you both a last word, and then I'll close this out. So thank you guys seriously for still sticking around with me. Jillian, last word, go.
Last word, be kind to yourself, be kind to all those around you. We need more joy in the world, and just keep building.
Danny?
Thank you.
Who? Thank who?
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Jillian. Thank you, people in the comments and on TikTok and on YouTube. And thank you, Oli Kirk Christensen. I don't know.
That's how we're gonna end out the stream. Thank you, Ole Christensen. All right, I'm gonna throw you two out of here really quick.
Sounds good.
If you wanna continue talking after, you can, or you can leave. Whatever. All right, guys. So, like I said, we did make a lot of progress, but we have not finished our Sanctum Sanctorum. It's a really cool build. I love how it comes apart. In all honesty, it's very well designed, and I'm extremely happy with it. I just wish I would have gotten more guests to come on today, I suppose. But if you're watching this on the replay, bless you. I don't know how you would have made it this far. I just appreciate everybody who's tuned in. I'm sorry if folks thought that I was not reading the comments. I was. I just would see them often very too late. I didn't have enough time to respond, and we were off to a different conversation by the time that I did. Let me know, honestly, if you would like for me to have a stream where I just kind of talk to you guys and I don't bring guests into it. I'm experimenting with what I'm doing on YouTube at this point, and I don't know. I'm wondering what the future might hold for the channel in terms of live streaming and how I'm going to do that, I guess, next time or in the coming year, really. So give me your feedback. It's always much appreciated, but I'm going to go. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to eat, and I'm going to keep building Lego, but I might do a part 2 of this next week, this week, who knows? My friends, if there's one thing I learned today that I guess is a key takeaway from the stream, not to get super sentimental and deep, but it really is to just find a way to be yourself, right? Find your own unique way to create content, as we talked about with Mandalorian here, in hour number 1 back at 3 p.m. With Brad taking YouTube and adjusting his style of content to fit that platform by doing Tavern Talk and creating a unique style of video, whether that's a review or just kind of giving Lego lore. With Opie One taking a step back and reevaluating kind of what he's doing and trying to understand how he's going to approach content going forward with, you know, the reality of his life and treating content like a hobby. We have Danny Ford Johnson, who is an incredible mock builder and honestly a Lego artist at this point, who is making some incredible Lego builds on TikTok primarily. we would love to see more from him. I would like to see more from him always, and I hope that his new job takes him wherever it takes him. I hope it brings him to where he's meant to be and where he's meant to shine. And then Jillian, of course, talking about meeting everybody at a convention and not necessarily feeling like you might be accepted, having that hesitancy, and then still accepting herself and going all in and just enjoying it, having it be such a core memory that it is today for her. And for me, I'm always going to be my goofy self building this beautiful children's toy that is much more than that, right? A lot of people think that Lego is something a bit more childlike in nature, but certainly I am someone who hopes to see past it and loves it for the art form, the creative outlet, and the expression of fandom that it is. My friends, I'm exhausted. At this point, I don't even know what I'm saying, but I hope you all have a great rest of your night, day, whatever it is for you. Take care, everyone, and I'll see you all again real soon. Bye-bye. Hold on. It's ending. It is ending.